Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hey, there we go. It works. Hello and welcome, everybody. It's a miracle every time. Every time this stream starts up, everybody, it is nothing short of a miracle. Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. They call me Overseer Kismet, the Wasteland Tycoon, or the Gaming Tycoon, because I played all of these and a whole lot more over the last 50 years of gaming. That's right, I'm the OG, the original gamer from way back in the day, everybody. And welcome to the stream. We're going to get started. We're going to dive right in. We're going to play a fantastic game, one of my favorite games of all time. Right over here, everybody, bam, the wonderful Satisfactory. Now, tonight's theme is power equals production. That's right. Once you have a lot of power, you can scale up your production, which is going to help you a bunch. And one of the things that we did is we scaled up a bit at the end of phase 3 so that we could get into phase 4 and then of course utilize that power to generate some aluminum, everybody. Now aluminum is an absolute game changer in the game because it's not just a small increment up. Like normally you go from say 60 to 120, 120 to 240, and 240 really it's 270 if you think about it, if you're thinking in terms of what the actual belt speeds are. But if you're thinking in terms of doubling, you're thinking 240 and then you're thinking 480, right? But this scales up to such a massive degree into the 700s, which you'll see here in just a bit, that will basically change the way you do everything and the scale at which you could do everything, including your power and all the other stuff that you do use it for. It's just going to massively do it. Now, most of the time, I just beeline right past all of the other stuff to get into phase 4, just so I can get that aluminum going. And then I don't have to worry about it, right? And then once I have that aluminum, man, it's on like Donkey Kong. Then you're working on those higher end tiers and you're working away like that. Now, we're actually playing a bit slower in the game so that we can really fully have fun in each and every phase of the game. And I'm showing you different things that you can do, showing you all my gamer secrets, everybody, on how to do incredibly huge factories, do them super efficiently, which takes you less time and allows you to do bigger and bigger builds over time. I'm really just getting into the deep stuff of it. I even illustrated illustrate stuff for you. If you missed that last week, I did illustrate a bunch of stuff. I didn't have time to upload that because I was doing 1,000 other things. But I will get to it. Same thing with those giveaways, everybody. I will try to get to those. I tried to get to those, but just too many things. But one of the things I did do very successfully, everybody, here it is. That was just today. 11,050 steps today, brought to you by all of you. That's right, by all of your love over all of the years, everybody. Small 15-minute walks, everybody. That's a combination of 10 years of 15-minute walks. 15-minute walks when I'm on break, or really 5-minute walks. And then going on walks outside, walk on the treadmill, just walking when I just don't feel well. Whatever it is. And you're thinking, well, Killer, when you don't feel well, you shouldn't be walking, you should be resting. Now, I'm telling you, best to get up and move around and do whatever you got to do, especially when I have trouble sleeping, everybody, which I have really bad insomnia and also sleep apnea. So if you're like, Kismet, you look tired. Well, guess what? That's how I'm going to look for the rest of my life. That's just the way it's going to go. That's the way it goes, everybody. So you can either lay down, cry, whine, say, oh, woe is me. Oh, man, I got all these really bad conditions. Or you can get up, make small little steps forward in your life instead of making steps backward, everybody. I've really been crushing it, everybody. Been crushing it in there. Let's see some flexes in the chat, everybody. Let's see if we got any flex emotes in there. What would be a good emote for that? Let me see if I can find one out of mine or out of the global emote. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? That's what I need. I need a strong emote. Maybe I should put strong as the emote. I just thought of that. Strong emote. Maybe strong from Fallout 4. That'd actually be kind of funny. Because only Fallout people would get the joke. So when you put strong in there, it just looks like a super mutant. But we know his name is Strong, so there you go, right? Maybe get Strong in there flexing, doing his thing. That'd be hilarious. I think that'd be kind of funny. So yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We'll see. Again, I just put it on the list and get it going. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate you coming in. Again, starting the day strong. That is about 4 miles, by the way. 11,000 is around 4 miles. I think because I walked in the morning, I usually walk about 3 miles now. I didn't even know I could walk 3 miles, everybody. This is a recent thing. See, I was just walking really slowly and just doing it over a long period. Again, this is over 10 years, everybody. It's not like all of a sudden yesterday I could just walk 3 miles. I could barely get around when I first started. I could barely go to the bathroom, which is really scary, everybody, when you get to the point where you can barely walk or get around. 3.7 miles and then 1.27, so 1.3, 3.8. Let's call that 4. Oh, okay, that's 5 miles. Sorry, my bad. It's not 4 miles. That was 5 miles. Bad calculation on my end. Hey, I was shooting low for that one, everybody. But yeah, 5 miles I got in today. Now, again, I don't do it every day, everybody. I just do it as much as I can, as many times I can per week, and then I take a break and I rest. And then I get up and I do it again. And then stay very well hydrated with that awesome water right there. Really helping me a lot. And I'm really enjoying it too, everybody. I've been walking during the sunrises and the sunsets. Really the only good thing about Tennessee. The worst things about Tennessee, humidity. It's like you're more swimming through the air than you are walking through it. It's incredibly hot, muggy, miserable. There's 2,000 bazillion bugs in your face all the time. They got these, I forget what the names start with C. These bugs that are like, wee, 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 in your ear, and I'm partially deaf, so it's like echoes in my ear. Chrysadias or something like that. They're really obnoxious bugs that just make this annoying ass noise when you're walking. Sorry about the language, but it was necessary. It is really annoying when I'm walking. I usually do it at nighttime. So when I'm walking during the sunsets, it is just these really circadias, that's what they're called, right? Let me go look it up. Just so I have my own sanity. Circadias. Circadia bugs. I don't know what the heck they're called. Yeah. Circadias. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. Let's say the dictionary. There we go. Let's see if we can figure out how to say it. Oh, I gotta have the sound on. Can't do it over there. Hold on, let me do it over here so we can hear it. I'm not in my main screen yet. Cicadia, something like that. Oh, wrong keyboard. Hold on. Cicadia dictionary. Don't be afraid to admit when you don't know how to spell stuff or pronounce stuff.
Cicada.
Cicada, that's what it's called, cicada. They are the most obnoxious bugs ever. They are so damn annoying. They're even more annoying when you have hearing problems, everybody. Didn't bother me too much when I first moved here. Frankly, I would just avoid going out during that time. But now there's just annoying as hell. Because it just echoes and it actually hurts my ears because it's echoes and it's so loud in my right ear because again I'm partially deaf there. I'm like 50% deaf in that ear, but I can't hear anything, and it makes everything muddy now too. So when people are talking, it's hard to do. Also getting cataracts as well, everybody, as I found out in my latest eye exam. Kismet's falling apart, everybody. I'm falling apart, but that's what happens when you get older, everybody. You have to deal with all of those issues. My eyes have trouble focusing now too. Every day it's something else, some sort of hurdle you got to overcome. So yeah, a lot of times I'll just hold my ear closed when I'm walking until I get past the noise of those bugs, and then I'll just keep going. Yeah, it's very miserable here, everybody, and it has all 4 seasons. It has the crappy season, and then it's in the hot and crappy season, and then you get about 2 weeks of fall, which is awesome. So you have about maybe 4 days out of that 2 weeks that it's not raining. Then it's really cold and obnoxious. And then the other crappy season comes back again. Then you get about 2 weeks in spring where you get about 4 days or maybe 2 days where it's not raining. Then it's hot as hell again. Again, it's like self-torture, everybody. Self-torture. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, everybody. You do crazy things for love, I tell you. You really do. Crazy, stupid things, like move to a very uncomfortable and hot, miserable place from somewhere that's very, very beautiful every day. I'm originally from California, so, like on Christmas Eve, everybody, it's, 72 degrees. So there you go. The coldest it usually gets around 50, maybe. If you want to be cold, here's what you do. In the wintertime, go jump in the ocean. That'll make you cold. That water's like 30 degrees. It's cold as hell. But here, what happens is like one day in September, October, what'll happen? It'll be like 80, 90, humidity 99%, and you'll be swimming through the air. And then the next day, it'll be 30 degrees. It'll drop that drastically in a single day. And it does that, and then it will do that up and down, where it'll be so drastically hot and then so drastically cold. And then and that's why you get sick so often. That's why there's so many medical professionals that are here in Tennessee. That's why you see so many doctors and so many nurses, because this is like the allergy capital of the United States. Now, of course, it has no state tax, so there you go. So while you're suffering through all of those things, you don't at least have to pay state tax, but you got to pay federal tax, higher, property tax, higher sales tax. They always get your money somehow, everybody. They got tax on gas and whatever other ailments that or addictions that you have, like I'm sure on, I don't know, but I'm sure it's on alcohol. I'm sure it's on cigarettes and whatever else that they decided to tax instead of you, because that they got to get their money somehow, everybody, and they always get their money. The government always gets your money, no matter what. They gonna get it. They gonna get that money for sure. So there we go. Big time. Yeah. So, also, by the way, I found out that they are going to lower retirement in 89 months. You know when I'm available for retirement, everybody? When I'm going to be 62? In about 89 months from now. Yeah, so my generation, yet again, not only because we were feral children and we ran wild in the streets and really No one gave a crap whether we were alive or dead most of the time. Now we also get royally reamed on Social Security. So we're going to get less money for all the money that we paid in. So get ready for that, Generation X. Get ready for screwed. And hey, all you other generations, I suggest you oust all of these politicians. I suggest you every single one of them. I don't care what the hell they are. Get them out of there. The great thing, all you young people, is eventually all us older people are going to die. That's your only great thing, everybody. And you have a chance to change it. You have a chance to change the stupidity of previous generations. You could just wait for them all to die and replace them with some decent people who know what the hell they're doing. Or keep doing what you're doing now and just keep making the same mistakes that previous generations have made, trusting these stupid idiots to run everything into the ground like they're doing right now. Everything costing 5 times as much, 10 times as much. Don't trust these people. These people are in the job to lie to you. That's their job, is to lie to you and pretend and get your trust. And you know what they do is the second they have your trust, they screw you over. That's what they do. That's their job. That's what they signed up for. That's what they're there to do, everybody. So the great thing is, remember that all these other generations ahead of us, including my generation, are going to be gone soon. We'll all be gone soon. Within the next 20 or 30 years, we'll all be gone. And you guys can take over. You better watch out, though, because you're going to have a huge amount of less population. So not going to be as many people around to, spend their money. There's not going to be people around to do all the jobs and do all the things that we're currently doing. So make sure you don't descend into something like Fallout where you run out of resources and all of that stuff. So I suggest you plan accordingly as well. That's the only good news I got for you, everybody, is eventually all these idiots will eventually die. That's the only thing I can give you a little hope for, is that the stupidity of others you can't do anything about until Mother Nature takes care of it. All those people will be gone. And hopefully all their stupidity and racism and homophobic stuff and being horrible to each other all the time and then perpetuating that terrible, constantly being terrible to each other all the time. Hopefully that dies with them, everybody. Let it die with them. All you younger generation, let that hate and just treating each other terribly die with them. Don't you keep it going. Don't you keep it going. You let it go, everybody. You've got to let that stuff go. Instead of holding all that anger and aggression and whatnot, setting it on your shoulders like you're carrying some big weight, hook that thing off, everybody. Don't carry around the weight of everybody else's terrible behavior. If they're going to be terrible, everybody, let them be terrible. Don't you fall into the same trap as them. That's my big message today, everybody. I'm watching all these idiots running around making it worse for the everyday Joe. I don't care about rich people, everybody. I don't care about billionaires, people who are making, 300, 500K, and then telling everybody else how they should live. Forget those people. You take care of yourself, everybody. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family. Take care of the stuff that's most important to you, and forget all these idiots. Forget all those idiots and whatnot. You go be strong. I want you to join me, everybody. I want you to join me. Let's go. I want to see you put up the big numbers like me, everybody. Come on, put up the big numbers. Get out there. I'm talking, go for 200 steps tomorrow, everybody. Tomorrow morning, when the sun's rising, you get up. Me, I'm already up, so I go walking at the end of the stream. It's kind of like my 3 o'clock in the morning. So when the sun's rising, it's really 3 o'clock in the morning for me. Or I guess it would be, 1 o'clock, 12 midnight, whatever time you normally go to sleep. Or a couple hours before you go to sleep. That's typically when I'm out walking, is when I wake up and when I go, when I'm at the end of the stream. So that's what I want you to do, everybody. Just small little stuff. Small little stuff. Be safe. Just get up, do something today, and just get a win. You could, while you're watching the stream, you know what you can do? Hold your phone, walk up and down your hallway like I did, everybody. I did it for 10 years, everybody. Up and down my hallway, 15 minutes. That's it. 7 minutes and 7 minutes. That's what I call it. 7 minutes, 7 minutes. So like if I walk outside, everybody, 7 minutes there, 7 minutes back, and the minutes in between, maybe it's a little bit over 15 minutes, maybe it's under 15 minutes, doesn't matter. 7 minutes there, 7 minutes back, boom, you're done, on with your day. It should be like something as natural as eating or brushing your teeth, or something you do every day. Or you go to the bathroom, you take a shower, whatever it is. It should become that automatic that you do it every single time. And you do it as much as you can, right? You do it as consistently as you can. If you don't do it consistently, that's okay in the beginning, right? And what you're trying to do is build up to that consistency, right? And so I've been doing it so consistent over such a long period of time that it is finally, it's taken a long ass time, everybody. It's taken me 10 years. I mean, that's a long time to wait for some results. That's like you got to have the patience of the Almighty. I'm talking, that takes a long ass time to get that to where it is now. And I didn't even know I could do it, everybody. I didn't even know until the other day where I said, you know what? I wonder how far, if I just kind of push myself a little bit, can I walk? How far can I walk now? Because I just been doing that same thing over and over and over, 15 minutes. I wonder how far I could walk. So I went out and I started walking. And see, I have a special power, everybody, and it's a really amazing thing. I didn't know that not everybody could do this. I can see stuff in my head. It's very awkward to other people, though, because sometimes when I'm talking to people, I'll kind of space out, right? Like I'll look off into the distance. And I don't look at people when I'm doing it because it's too awkward for people, because I'm not there. I don't even see what's in front of me, right? So I'll start to space out, like I'll look at a window or I'll look off in a distance. And what I'm doing is I'm daydreaming, but with power. So I'm taking that visualization and it's like a screen comes over my eyes, everybody. I don't see anything. I'm inside my head. And inside there, I can build giant factories. I can play through games if I wanted to. I can think of things I need to get done. I can do whole designs and whatnot in my head, in color, and I can see them in my mind. That's not a skill that everybody has, everybody. I didn't know that. I thought that was it. Everybody has that ability, right? Yeah, everybody has that ability to harness that daydreaming and use it for something positive, right? And they're not just daydreaming about, being wealthy and finding things and getting crap and whatnot. You're using it for a purpose. You're designing things. Okay, what if I put this here and I design that there and I put the text here? What if I did this? What if I made this thing on the side? What if I did that? And I've done that my whole life, everybody. I've done that since I was young. Had the ability to just visualize stuff right here. I can build this entire factory right here. Yeah, I'm already 20 steps ahead of us right now. I'm already maybe 30 steps ahead of how many things. Like playing a game of chess, everybody. Most grandmasters, everybody, they're, 10, 12, 15 steps, maybe even 30 steps ahead of the current game that they're playing. They're thinking, okay, if they do this, they do that, and then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, and I counter this, I'm going to do that kind of thing. Now, I'm not that great at chess, everybody, but I am great at visualizing graphics. That I can do very, very well. And visualizing to-do lists, visualizing what I need to do. So when you're out walking, here's the thing. When I start walking, I walk until I walk to where I'm safe, right? Where I can just walk like in a circle, or I can just walk along a path a long way. And then I check out. My body's just on automatic mode. And what I'm doing is I'm thinking, what do I need to get done for the stream? Okay, I want to add this feature. I want to add all this stuff for my subscribers. I want to add all of this for my Patreon peeps. I want to do this on the website. I want to do that. I'm making to-do lists as I'm walking. I do the same thing when I'm walking up and down my hallway. Also, I could be thinking, oh, wow, man, I want to make this base in 7 days to die. So I start visualizing the base. I said, what if I put it like this? What if I put this here? What if I build a modular base? What if I go vertical? What if I go horizontal? What if I go underneath? Whatnot. So you're basically daydreaming, but you're using it for a purpose, a power, right? A power of organizing, and also very relaxing too, everybody, because you find it because you're always rushing, do this, do this. But when you're walking, it gives you time to think about all the things you need to do, and it really is calming. I found it very calming, and also found it very easy to better focus on what's most important. Again, make a list of 20 things. You take 15 of those things and you push it down. You take the 5 most important things and you take the hardest thing, boom, you put it as number 1. And you get that done. And once you got the hardest thing done, everybody, guess what? You got the hardest thing done for your day. All the rest of the stuff is easier. Everything else is going to be easier than the first thing that you did. So you've already got that momentum of doing the hardest thing. Then you do an easier thing. You're like, wow, okay, this is getting easier. Oh, they're even easier. Oh, yeah, okay, boom, 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 knocking those things out. And that's worked for me for my entire life, everybody. I've had that way of thinking forever, and it has been very, very effective. And right now, I'm using that power for my health. So what I do is I start walking, everybody, and I can tell you 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes goes by, an hour goes by. I don't even know. It's like playing a game, everybody. It's like playing an IRL game with yourself. You're walking along, and all of a sudden, it's an hour later. I am that way. Just like when you're playing a game, you start playing a game, and all of a sudden you're like, oh God, the sun's coming up. I got to go to work. You know what I'm talking about. Put a 1 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. If you've ever started playing a game and the sun starts coming up and you started that game at like 6 p.m., everybody. You came home from work, you said, hey, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to play this game for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, sun starts coming up. Come on, I know everybody in the chat's done it. Come on, let's go. Let's see those 1s in the chat, everybody. I know every single one of you have done it. Absolutely. Absolutely have done it. I know you have. I know you, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yep, I know you've done it. Most gamers have. That's when you know you're a gamer, everybody. That's when you've unlocked that achievement. I've been up all night. That'd be actually a funny little thing to do, everybody. Achievement unlocked, gamer achievements unlocked. Hold on. See, when I have these ideas, I write them down, but will I do them? I don't know. All right, there we go. Yeah, when you have an idea, everybody write it down, because at my age, everybody, I'm not going to remember it. I'm not going to remember it, that's for sure. Because it's like a moment of inspiration. You want to write that stuff down. And I have books after books after books. I have so many books where I have an idea and I sketch it. Right, I'll sketch down a rough idea. Now, I'm not making a Picasso, everybody. I'm not, doing it like it's a work of art. I'm just sketching down the idea to get a general idea of the layout or whatever it is. Kind of like when you're doing this, right? You would sketch just the rough outline of that person, maybe with some coloring in the background, when you make a square for the text, and you would just kind of shade it in and that kind of thing. Just basics to get the idea down, so you have that idea for later, because when you're flipping through there, you're like, ooh, wait, I could use that idea on this project. I think the client would like that. And bam, that's what I would do. And I have tons of them, everybody. I have probably thousands and thousands of design ideas now that I can just reference. And sometimes I do. I go in and I flip through and I go, oh, hey, I'm going to use that on my stream. I do it all the time. Like, hey, how about a vault office where it has a chat that slides in and also a monitor that slides in, and 5 minutes of games that I played all on stream. By the way, every one of these games you see scrolling behind me, everybody, I played every single one of those on stream, and hundreds more that are not even back there. This goes for 5 minutes. Look how slow this thing is scrolling, everybody. That goes for 5 minutes. That's slow. That's a lot of games, everybody. A lot of games. Astroneer, I don't know. Maybe it's behind me. Hold on. Is it up there? I sure have played Astroneer. Astroneer, one of my favorite games. An incredibly great game. I played through it, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 times. You can find all of that, by the way, everybody. I'm going to throw it there in the chat. You can find all of that on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is my primary archive, because Twitch sucks at VODs and every other platform sucks at VODs. But YouTube does an okay job of it. So every single stream now is directly, right now, right this second, recording to YouTube. So they also do record to Twitch. So if you want to watch back the VODs there, they stay there for like 60 days, because you can't trust Twitch, because Twitch like screwed up their whole VOD system. So I don't bother over there. But I have over 4,500 videos. I think it's 4,600 now. Videos on YouTube, including playlists of me playing Astroneer. Absolutely. I've seen the latest update they have for it as well, and I'll be playing some more. Don't worry, I'll be back to it as well. I have like a list of the top games that I love playing, and so I'll play them for a little bit. I'll enjoy whatever's new in that game, right? I'll see whatever the new content is, and then I'll stop playing on purpose so that I have a little break from that game. And then when I go play the game again, it's like discovering it all over again, everybody. It's just discovering why you love the game in the first place. And that's very few games, everybody. Very few games have that ability to give you that magical feeling again when you come back to it. And I'll do the same thing with Satisfactory, everybody. I'll play for a while. We'll do this mega playthrough for a while. We're going to go for a long while. Not stopping anytime soon on it. And then I will stop playing it for a while, take a break, and then they'll come out with a bunch of new stuff, and we'll go, oh, what's new? Let's go see, and then we'll play some more. Because really do enjoy those games. But yeah, definitely, you'll see Astroneer. I think Astroneer is up here, by the way, somewhere. It'll come up here in a second. But yes, I have absolutely played Astroneer on the stream, and again, one of my favorite games. And by the way, the Awesome People of System is one of my sponsors too. They give me a bunch of codes to give out. Sorry if you missed out your free Astroneer. I've given, I don't know how many of those have I given away? 20 or 30 or 40? I don't know. Copies of Astroneer. Because when they send me stuff, everybody, I'm old. I don't need stuff anymore, everybody. I get so much joy out of giving you guys stuff. So as a streamer, because you guys have been so kind to me and showed me so much love, I find that my favorite thing is to give the stuff to you. So if they send me a code or they send me a bunch of codes or whatnot, and I usually ask too. And if they say no, that's fine. I don't have some sort of ego like I'm like, hey, I'm a partner streamer. You should give me all this crap. No, that's not a good way to approach life, everybody. That's called being entitled. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. What you do is you go in there, and if they say yes, great. If they say no, also great. That's fine. But, be, humble about it. Don't be arrogant and an a-hole. Nobody wants to deal with you if you're like that. So I'll ask him and say, hey, can I have a few extra codes to give out on stream to all of you? And a lot of times they'll be like, sure, here you go. And they'll give me like a code, 2 codes, 5 codes, 10 codes. And I'm like, hey, free stuff for everybody in the stream. Bam, there you go. Because I love doing it, everybody. I love doing it every single time. It never stops being fun. I also have like the worst RNG, everybody. You'll see it when I'm playing games, everybody. I have the absolute worst RNG, meaning random generating, meaning that if I'm looking for a drop, it's a great example like you're playing World of Warcraft. Everybody, probably most of you have played it. But in the very beginning of the game, me and my team, my guild, which I founded and is still running today, one of the longest running gaming guilds in the world, by the way, and one of the largest as well, 1,000+ members strong. I stopped counting at 1,000, everybody. That's a lot of people with a lot of alts, with a lot of names and a lot of start dates and end dates and all of that stuff. I just, it's too much, too overwhelming for me to do. But I kind of did it when we did, we were playing Throne and Liberty. That was really fun, everybody, until they made it too scaled up and it was too bad. It's just too much grinding, everybody. I'm not gonna subject my team to that. Me, I love grinding. I'll grind all day, every day. But if it's ridiculous, everybody, and people got, lives and things and other games they could be playing, then to just grind that straight vertical grind like that, no thank you. If you put a grind in just to keep people busy, you've lost me. If you put a grind in that's fun and that has a purpose and an end purpose that is worth it, then fine. But if I feel like it's not worth it, I'm later, bro. Peace out. I'm on to the next thing. But yeah, that's the thing, everybody. That's the thing that I love to do it. There you go. Absolutely. So a lot of great games. And you're like, hey, Kismet, what games have you played? Well, here's what you can do, everybody. I do have a bunch of games also on the website here, which I'll bring over here. And I'll show you closer here. You can go into my top games on kismet.gg. I know, cool website, right? You can go on there and you can see what my top games are on Steam, what games I've played. Some of my stuff is not loading. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Yeah, some of my stuff's not loading. Huh. Maybe it's taking a minute. But you can see that one of my recommended ones is Astroneer, and so on. Yeah, that's I have to more stuff for me to check, everybody. I didn't touch anything, everybody. I didn't touch it. I don't know why it's not working. Why is website top games photos not loading? All right, another thing for Kismet to do off stream. I'm not doing it on stream, but that just takes time and effort out of our gaming time. I like to spend my time talking to you guys. I like to spend my time gaming and having fun with all of you. Now, speaking of having fun, let's say hello to the chat before I get too far into it, because sometimes I forget because I'm old, everybody. Let's go. Let's see. Wombat was in the chat. We had Paul in the chat while I was trying to solve all these technical problems, as always. Dragon Wolf in there. I see you in there. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Again, you're in before my little thing got loaded. This thing right here. I love this thing, everybody, because I love to highlight you guys on the stream, too. There's Rotisserie G. What's up, Rotisserie G? We got Tellus in there saying hi, bringing that Kismet love. I like to see it. We got Paul going ding. You know where that comes from, everybody? That comes from Fallout 4. Every time you pass a speech check, you give them one of these. It's a little cheesy, but hey, I think it's funny, and that's what's important, everybody. Every time I do that, it makes me laugh, and that's the important thing. It's okay to be silly, everybody. It absolutely is. Let's go. Helicopter tour coming in. What's up? You got the laser fingers. Who's that from? Who's got the pew pew? Try to see who that is. That kind of looks like Shroud. Is that Shroud? Whose emote is that? The pew pew pew. Whose emote is that, helicopter tour? Let me know. Let's see. One in the chat. Thank you very much, Tab, for letting me know everything's working. Saying hi, Kismet. Hello, Tab. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. That Mr. and on to you coming in with that love lurker train. I appreciate it. Thanks for lurking in the channel. I appreciate it big time. All my awesome lurkers. We got Paul, Circadia, yes, yeah, or Circada, or whatever they're called. I forgot already. What were they called? Oh, man, my ability to remember stuff sucks, man. It really sucks to be old.
Cicada.
Cicada, that's what they're called. Cicada. Helpful. Thank you to the dictionary.com for that assist. Give them a shout out for helping me remember how to say stuff anymore. Yeah, there we go. Getting the dancing going in the chat. Like it. Zoom coming in saying hi. Hello. Welcome. Look, the emote becoming alive right here. Hair Luna with the one. Thank you very much. We got PETA. We got, let's see, Hair Luna again. We got Tellus. We got Zum. We got Rotisserie G. Not so much now, but definitely back in the day with RQ raids and stuff. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Yes, take me. Kismet, you ever played Astroneer? I played it a whole lot. I played it since it came out, by the way, and I've been sponsored by System Era since way back when, everybody. Again, they are awesome. They are a really, really great game. Amazing. I'll check it out. You turned me on to Subnautica a while ago. It's like now my top 5 games. Absolutely. Have you played Subnautica Below Zero? If you haven't, that's another good one. I actually, the first time I played it all the way through. And that's very rare for me, everybody. If you see me play a game all the way through, you know I like that game. Because I don't play games I don't like. I'm that way, everybody. If I don't like something, I just don't do it. Unless it's good for me, like walking. I'm actually starting to enjoy walking now, and that's great. That's great when you finally get to the point where you're enjoying the thing that you have to do, right? So I enjoy walking because I get to see the sunrise and the sunset, which is the only good thing. Beautiful sunrises and sunsets here in Tennessee. It really gives you that feeling of like you're in the, the bubble of the earth. It gives you that kind of rounded out feeling of the actual earth itself because there's such wide open spots to really get that effect here in Tennessee. Beautiful. And I walk where I can see the sunrise and the sunset. And the second the sun gets up past the trees and it starts to hit me, I immediately finish my walking. I'm like, nah, I'm out of here. It's too damn hot. It's 80 degrees at, 8 o'clock in the morning. No, thank you. I'm out. It's not loading on your end, Ealer. Yeah, there's something going on with that website, everybody. I don't know. I didn't touch nothing. Somehow some of those photos are not linking up or something. I'll go fix it later. It's some crap I have to do or relink them or who knows. Who knows what crap they did. So we'll get it going. Used to live in Knoxville. The way the sun hits the Smokies is wild. Isn't it wild? Yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful. You give Tennessee some love for that. And of course, great, music as well. You got to give it love for that. The people are nice, but also up in your business. See, where I come from, everybody in California, you could live next to somebody for 40 years and never meet them once. Because everybody kind of keeps to themselves. They don't They don't come over. They're not bringing you pies over when you move in. They're not that kind of neighborly, everybody. They're all wrapped up in their own crap. Very much wrapped up in their own stuff, and they don't want to be bothered. They don't want to be bothered by their neighbors. They don't want their neighbors to come over and be up in their business and whatnot. I mean, it's nice to be neighborly, but it's also a little creepy when they're sitting outside watching you. Because I found out why they did that, by the way. I always found it was creepy. People sitting on their porch and they're just watching you walk up and down the street or watching you watch whatever you're doing, and they're sitting there talking about you and whatnot with their friends and what you're doing and what you're doing with your family and your kids and all of that stuff. I always found that super creepy because I didn't grow up around that. But the reason why they're sitting on their porch, everybody, is because they didn't used to have air conditioning. That's why they're sitting outside, because it's so damn hot in their house. They're sitting outside so they can enjoy the breeze. That's why they're sitting on their porches. It never even dawned on me, everybody. Never even dawned on me. That's how that got started. So there you go. There you go. So I guess it's a little less creepy, but not so much. And that really happens no matter where you are in the world, everybody. People always want to be in other people's business. I say mind your own business. Take care of your own business before you get in other people's business. I always find the people that are telling you what to do in your business are the people who are not taking care of their own business. And who are like creepy bastards, usually. Creepy, they're not, they think they know everything when they don't know squat. And they're always telling you what to do and how you should be doing it. I'm like, you know what? Go tell yourself what to do. How about mow your lawn, man? You haven't mowed your lawn in 6 months. Get out there and get that done. In fact, I don't even care if you mow your lawn. You go do it. You go take care of your business and stay out of mine. That's the kind of thing I am, everybody. I don't like to be in other people's business. Like sometimes my wife will say, hey, did you see that person's shoes or what kind of clothes they had on? I say, no. I don't look at people's shoes. I don't size people up. I don't look at their shoes. I don't look at their clothes. I don't look at their cars. I don't look at their houses. I don't look at what watches they're wearing. I don't care about what glasses they're wearing or t-shirts or whatever, right? Unless it's a funny t-shirt, then I might see it. Getting older is better because you don't have to listen to anybody's crap anymore. I don't know, some sort of t-shirt like that. That kind of thing. I can't think of it. There's 1,000 funny t-shirts I've seen. I can't think of one at this very moment. I hate that. But you know what I mean. Something that's funny. I like something that actually took thought, right? That took some thought in it, and it takes a minute for it to kick in as to why it's funny, right? There you go. Yes, very beautiful over the mountains. Absolutely. And I give it. Kez, have you played No One Survived? You know how I check, by the way, when you guys ask me these questions? I go check. Some of them I don't remember because I played them for like an hour or whatnot. Because, again, you all have a gaming backlist. You know what I'm talking about. You got this massive gaming backlist that, you got maybe an hour you can play that game. And then you got 5,000 other things you got to run onto, right? So not only am I take care of my IRL stuff, everybody, but then I'm streaming a lot and take care of the stream and always trying to make the stream better and better. That's why we call it the BSE, the best stream ever. I'm trying to make every stream better than the one before. But the answer is yes, No One Survived. I have played it. I have played it for how long? Let's see. Does it tell me? Let's see over here, because I have it in my Steam library. How can I tell? Can I go to the Steam page? And I can't tell you when I last played it. It usually tells you on Steam when you last played it. And oh man, a lot of people have it on their wish list there. It usually tells you when you've played it. And I can't remember where it says that. When you played it and how much you played it for. Oh, I think it's in the info. January 14 to 2023 is when it came out. Maybe I just installed it, but I didn't play it. I kind of feel like I did play it. I can't remember where it shows you that. Properties. I'm looking. Oh, it just tells you right away. See, if it doesn't tell you, maybe I didn't play it. I don't know. I probably installed it, was going to play it, but I never got around to it. That's another one too. Or it just doesn't remember from so long ago. Let's see. But I do own it. I absolutely do. Yeah, it's already in my Steam library. Maybe somebody gifted it to me. That could have been it too. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Yeah, it's kind of like, I remember this one. It's kind of like PUBG meets 7 Days to Die kind of thing. Where you run around and you grab a bunch of resources and you hawk up some zombies. Now, here's the funny thing is I typically am not into zombie games. I typically don't play zombie games at all. And the reason why is I'm not built for scary games, everybody. Just 7 Days to Die, which is not really that scary, everybody. I would not consider it that scary. Let me go ahead and look in my list of games here. Over here. Let's go see. In fact, let's switch to my other screen so we can look together. Let's go. All right, here, everybody. This is my played hours. Most played on the top. Of course, now 7 Days to Die at the top. I actually have to fix that on the website. 7 Days to Die with 3,600 hours. Fallout 4 now with just about 3,500 hours. Astroneer with over 1,000 hours over there. By the way, the Satisfactory one here is not correct because, and the same thing with Fallout 76, is not correct because I also played it via other launchers in the case of the Epic Game Store. So Satisfactory is like 2,500 because you add about another 1,000 or 2,000. Let's call it 3,000 hours of Satisfactory, and the same thing with Fallout. Fallout has another 1,200 hours where I use the Bethesda launcher versus using Steam, so that one's about 3,000 hours live here on stream, by the way. And Throne and Liberty, which actually didn't come out that long ago, has 1,400 hours, so I did play a lot of that. I did play a lot. And Astroneer about 1,000 hours over there. And I could play it for way more than that, everybody, but I only have so much time. I really love this game, too. But if you've never played this game, this is a game they actually stopped development on called Goddess. Incredibly great game. Actually, my most watched video series on YouTube with 30,000 plus views for someone who's a small YouTuber like me. And I don't really consider myself a YouTuber, but I'm an entertainer and the platform is irrelevant. My job is to bring a little joy and positivity into your day, a little funny antics that go on here in the stream. Another fantastic game, everybody, Valheim. There's one you definitely want to get back to. We'll play it again. Don't worry, we'll get back to it. A bunch of New World. I actually played Throne and Liberty for less time, but more hours than actual New World. New World, about 700 hours there. Fallout Shelter is also definitely not correct, everybody. I played that since it launched. That's probably 6,000 hours. Easy. Yeah, since it first came out. Oh, easy 6,000. Because I played on my iPad. And that was before they tracked the time. So we're looking for, I've already forgotten the name of the game. What was the name of the game? No One Survived. No One Survived. Let's go down here and see if I did it for an hour. You can see a lot of these, like Conan, I played it for about 10 hours. Elite Dangerous, I actually played it for longer than that. I played it through the other launcher. That's probably around 500-600 hours, Elite Dangerous. And then I also have another copy on Steam. I had it on whatever else it was on before. This is definitely not right. That's the original Fallout, everybody. It says 6.7 hours, but that's just me playing it a little bit on stream. But that's 10,000 to 20,000 hours. Easy. Without, I mean, it might be more. That was over the span of, 5, 6, 7 years, everybody. I played Fallout through every single way you could play it through, everybody. Every single option, every single way. Instead of, like they have now, or like in Fallout 4, where you can just save before you do dialogue options, and then you can try all the dialogue options, and then load, and then do it again. Now, you had to play through the game, and then you finished it, and then you said, okay, I'm going to play through it again, but I'm going to play through a different way. I'm going to go all melee this time, or maybe I'm going to do this, or maybe I'm going to side with this faction, but not that faction. That's how I did that one as well. This is also a really fantastic game, which I've also played on mobile way more than 6 hours. But Turmoil is a really fun game. If you're looking for a really fun game, it's kind of like a oil extraction game. So you go in there and you're putting your pipes down there. I played a little bit on stream. Where you extract the oil and whatnot. I found it on mobile, and man, I played it a bunch off stream, which is very, very fun. And again, Dune Awakening, another fantastic game. I played for about 6 hours. Again, I've only got so much time. You only have so much time in the day, everybody. Got to make choices, right? You got to make choices. So No One Survived. Let me see if I can find it. Did I play it at all? Again, sometimes like Black Myth Wukong, a game of the year, everybody. Only got 3.3 hours to play it. Lord of the Rings, also not right. Lord of the Rings, that's easily 3,000 hours. Easy with my team over 3 years. 3,000, could be 6,000. I don't remember. It's a lot. It's a lot. I've played a lot of games, a whole lot. Same thing with Fallout 2, more than 2.6 hours. I've played it all the way through. Fallout 3, same thing. Played it all the way through. Fallout New Vegas, played it all the way through. Played it through multiple times, by the way. Fallout New Vegas, I think, has the best story and the best protagonist of all the games because it's very unexpected. Also, same thing in Fallout 1, everybody. There's a lot of unexpected things that happen, especially the ending of Fallout 1. You're like, no way is that the ending. Oh, God, I love this game. That was ballsy, everybody. That was very, very ballsy to have that ending. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You have to play through Fallout 1 and see what it is because it's awesome. Riven, not even close, but I've played that for thousands of hours as well. Same thing with Myst. I've played through Myst, I don't know, 40 times. Again, this is just on Steam. So don't let the numbers fool you, everybody. Same thing with Doom, everybody. I played the original Doom a crazy ton. Let's see. This is before they had all this tracking. What am I looking for? I still keep forgetting. No one survived. No one survived. Let's see. No one. If you see it, everybody, you let me know in the chat. Did I scroll past it? Did I scroll past it? Let's see. I might have just installed it, but I never got around to playing it. Might need to put that one on my list. It probably already is on my list. Whenever someone donates games to me, by the way, everybody, that instantly goes on my list. But I may not get to it for a while. Again, I have a lot of stuff going on. I'm checking out all the new stuff right here. But yeah, it doesn't look like I've actually played the game. You can see I've got it over here. No one survived right here. Trying to think of where it would tell me how many hours. Normally it says at the top. So if you play something like Astronomics, yeah, it says it right here. There we go. Last played time. So yeah, I have it, but have never played it. So yeah, hey, there we go. We might have to get around to it. We might have to get around to it, Dragon Wolf. Look at all these people who have played over here. All my friends, Salty Guns in there getting it done. Valric as well. Who's over here? Hey, Blaring Fire. There you are. Look, you went and you played it a bunch. You played it for about 3 hours. There you go. Who's played it the most? Let's see. Whoa, 271 hours. Holy mackerel. 178 hours, 164. Gijan in there getting it done. Roar's in there with 152 hours. Oh, Rose in there as well, 122. I feel like somebody donated this to me. And if you did, sorry I forgot, everybody. Remember, I'm 55 years old. I barely remember my name, let alone what the hell I'm doing every day. One of these days, my wife's going to have to just put me up here in front of the machine, everybody, and you're going to have to remind me who I am. It's like streaming with Alzheimer's. That'll be my title every single day. Kismet, streaming with Alzheimer's. Where I can't remember who I am or what I did, but you guys can remind me. Hey, you love Fallout. We know you as the Wasteland Tycoon. Your name is Kismet. And you like to play games. You can just remind me of those things when I get to that stage. Humanness. Ooh, let's look that one up too. Ooh, I guess we're just going to be looking up games. Don't worry, everybody. We'll get to some Satisfactory. We got it running in here in the background. This is my favorite part of the stream, everybody. Just sitting around talking about games. I played it for 10 minutes total. Oh, okay. I have played it. Oh, I probably loaded it. I probably didn't play it. If it's only 10 minutes, that means I loaded it like I was going to play it. And somehow I got distracted and never actually played the game. Because what I do beforehand, everybody, before I play any games on stream, off stream, I install them. I make sure they're working. I'll spend, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, whatever time it takes to get it working first, so I don't have to do that on stream. To get all the settings set, to get all of the, the full screen, or windowed full screen kind of thing. All my settings and sound and music and turn off the music and all that other stuff. Typically, I do all that ahead of time before I actually play the game, and then I don't play the game until I'm on stream. And that's why I start up so quickly. It's like, boom, start up the game, and then boom, we're in the game, like that. But yeah, we'll put that in there. You said there was another one, huh? Let's go check the store over here. Ooh, Battlefield. Ooh, now available, 2042. There you go. Human is. Let's go take a look. Man is. Oh, wait. Oh, another zombie. Let's give him a shout out. Here we go. I don't know if I can play this music, so I'm just going to mute the music. Whoa. Very cool. Oh, it's got car armor. Ooh, that reminds me of Car Wars. Oh. Oh, I'm liking this already. Oh, 1,000 kiss caps for the advice or the suggestion, Dragon Wolf, and another 1,000 from Humanis. That is 100%. See, within a few seconds, everybody, I can tell you whether it's my type of game. This is totally my type of game. Reminds me of that other game. What's the other game that we played on console? What's the one on console that has a zombie apocalypse? And I know it's like every other game, everybody. Yes, now in early access. Hold on, I'm putting that one on my list. I probably already have it. It does look familiar. But you know what? Hey, never hurts to do it twice. Never hurts to learn things twice, too, everybody. One of the most annoying things that I stopped doing in my life, and then I find very annoying when I'm talking to other people, is when they say, I know. When you say, oh, well, hey, there's this great game, and they're like, I know. And then they just cut off all the rest of the stuff that they could have learned after that. I just let people tell me the same thing over and over now. Even if I've already seen the game. And this one definitely seems like one I would have on my list. But definitely, that's my type of game. I can tell you 100%. 100% that's my type of game. And I know probably a bunch of yours as well. So thanks for the heads up on that one. Now remember, everybody, you can put these up on my Discord right over here. It might already be over there. Maybe that's where I got it from. You can go on the Discord right here, everybody, and you can read the rules here. You click this little green check mark here at the bottom, and then you can post stuff on there, like under here, the Teamwork Tycoons. You can go ahead, go in there, go to Game Suggestions, and you can see there's a bunch of them in here. I write every single one of these down, everybody. I don't think that I'm not paying attention. I absolutely am. I write this Star Rupture one looks really good, too. Grounded, I have played Grounded before, and this is like Surrounded, or Surrounded. It kind of seems like a surrounded version, or grounded version. Grounded version is when you're really small, like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. They actually have a 2.0 version that came out. Obviously, I'm going to be playing Outer Worlds 2. That's a given right there. That's a 100% chance right there, everybody. I have played Star Wars Outlaws on stream already before. Dune Awakening I've already played a little bit. It was funny because I thought I'm going to go out with a blaze of glory and whatnot. And the funny thing is, everybody, is a lot of times I already have it on my list. I actually had Oblivion early. I just didn't have enough time to play it until later on. I had it like when it was in, when it was in early access. Because sometimes I'm very lucky, everybody, but this is one of my sponsors. So I buzz them and say, hey, can I get a code for Oblivion to show it off on stream? We played a bunch of it, didn't finish it, but such is life. Such is the way it goes. Let's see if it's in here. I kind of feel like it's in here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. No one survived right there. Unforgiven. Now, sometimes, look at it. You can see that Rising Worlds in there like 3 or 4 times. I guess I should make a list of all the games I've ever played, which would be a very giant list, everybody. And then all the games that are suggested. But you know how long it takes me to go in and do this? Like the other day, a month or so ago, when I was starting or 2 months ago, when I was starting my Fallout 4 playthrough, I thought, well, I'll go through and I'll write down all of these mod suggestions, everybody. It took me 5 hours. It took me 5 hours to take all of the mod suggestions and put them into a spreadsheet because you got to take each one and you copy each thing. And man, I didn't realize it would take that long. And the same thing with this, everybody. Keeping this list up is massive. This way people aren't posting the same thing over and over again. But if you do, don't worry about it. I mean, some of these are duh. Some of these are duh. I'm absolutely going to play, what is it? Outer Worlds 2. Absolutely going to play No Light, No Fire. The second I saw it coming out, I knew I was going to play it. Planet Crafter, absolutely, that's a no duh there. that we'll circle back to that one because I've played that one many times. I don't really like the latest versions of Diablo, everybody. I love the original Diablo, the very first one. It is still great even to this day. I played Once Human a bunch of times on stream. Trying to think of any of these that I have. Absolutely going to do Blood Moons. That's a given. That's from Fun Pimps. I played Stardew Valley before. I played The Altars before. Just to give you guys an overview of ones that are just for sure. I played Icarus already. Here's No One Survived Again. Yes, I think I downloaded it and got a code for it, but just never got around to playing it. Definitely going to circle back to Enshrouded. 7 Days to Die. Sunken Land is another one that I wanted to play, very much like RAF. I've played Eco before, and I'm actually an Eco partner, by the way. I've absolutely played that one. That was a really great game. We'll be circling back to that one. Again, not only do I got new ones I want to play, everybody, but I also have ones I want to circle back to after they're updated. Red Dead Redemption 2, I have actually played that. And it was actually 30% off right there, yeah, in December. Once Human, I've played that one. Medieval Engineers, that one is on my list. I had that one on there. Again, here's Rising World again. That one just keeps getting suggested. Wasteland mod, we've tried, which kind of went off the rails. We got to do. Sim Settlements, I'm going to be playing that eventually in this current Fallout 4. The Division I've done. What's the name of that game on Xbox? That is the zombie one. Ugh, I can't think of the name of it. So I should make a list just so I remember what the names of these things are. There's like a version 1 and a version 2 of it. I mean, if that helps. Foundry, I've played that one on stream. Far Cry, I've already played. Again, a lot of these are suggested after I've already played it. And it's hard for them to know what games I've played and what games I haven't played. So maybe that's something I will try to work on in the long run. It's a huge amount of games, everybody. It's a massive list. And I'm sure even if I wrote a list, it wouldn't be a thing. I actually played Star Trek Resurgent. I have played Starship Troopers Extermination. Again, I've played it before these things were suggested. People just missed it when I played it on stream. I have not played the Game of the Year version of Dragon Age Inquisition. That's a good one. I have played Vermintide before. That's an incredibly great game also. I own Jedi Survivor, but I've never got around to it. I know. I love some Star Wars games. Big time. Warframe I've played before. Dyson Sphere Program I've played on stream. Again, all of these, I'm telling you, have a video somewhere. City Skylines 2 I've played on stream. Absolutely. Sons of the Forest. Have I played that one? Let's go look. Let's get up the thing here. Again, you got to think that I'm also playing other playthroughs. Sons of the Forest. Let me go into my library. Over here. Sons. Nope. Otherwise it would be right there. But again, you can see I have Dyson Sphere Program. Dyson Sphere Program I have played for 41 hours on stream. Right there. Easy. Again, how are you guys going to know, though? I mean, you won't know unless I tell you I've already played it. But that's okay. If you throw it in there, and if it's something I've already played, it's okay. We'll work it out. Hogwarts Legacy, I played that all the way through twice. By the way, incredibly fantastic game and massively underrated. Massively, that's just a tragedy in gaming, everybody. It's a tragedy how exceptionally good that is and how hard those people worked. And what a bunch of a-holes that other people were that brought that game down. And really just treated it terribly when so many people worked so hard on that game and it turned out so great. I'm not even like a Harry Potter fan, but it's not like I'm a super fan. I know all the characters and all the stuff. I've watched the movies with my kids several times. But I'm not a big Harry Potter fan. So like all of a sudden, if like a Harry Potter thing come out, I'd be like, I don't know. Okay, I might play it. But that game was exceptional. And I give credit where credit is due. It is incredibly exceptional and pushed forward a whole bunch of stuff. I played this game before. Scum, we played that on stream. It's funny how I can remember games that I've played most of the time. Astral Colony, we played that one. Conan, I played that one. Again. Sometimes for like an hour, sometimes for 40 hours. I've played Grounded before. We've played Plasma. That's a really fun game. Absolutely suggest that. Stationeers. That one sounds familiar. Did we play that one? Stationeers. No. But you can see I played some Starbound, or have Starbound in there. I think I was in the unstable version or whatnot. I've definitely played some Starbound. That's just not showing. I know I've played that one. Played some Starfield too, about 449 hours. Sadly, that's no Fallout 4, if you know what I mean, everybody. Sadly. Sadly, that wasn't as great as it could have been. I've played, looks like I played some Smite too. Yeah, 85 minutes of Smite. And then Rising World. I have not played it, but it is in my library. I just never got around to it. How about I just go down all the games that I have here in my list? How about that? See, Airport CPO. I've played Aloft. I've played The Exorcist. This one's a really fun one. I played that with my team. Apex Legends. Quadago, which is a very cool game. Arise, also another great game. These are all really great games, everybody. Ark Survival, Ark Evolved, Survival of the Fittest, The Ascent, Aragos, Astromedica, Astroneer. Hey, this could be the list, everybody. This could be the list. If you're wondering if I ever played those games, I could just take this and make this into a clip. Hold on, let's start again. All right, these are the games that I have played via Steam, though I have a bunch of other games on other platforms that I've played. But here's a short list. Airport CEO, Aloft, the Ascrasis. I don't know how to say it, but there you go. I played that. That's a really fun game. Apex Legends, Aquatico, Arise, Ark, The Ascent, Astrogo, Astromedica, Astroneer, Astromo, Astronomics. I love this game. Really great game right now in early access. Atlas, Autoforge, Aeronautics, Axis and Allies, The Bard's Tale, everybody. The Bard's Tale Director's Cut. Did not play that one, but I did play this one for 3 hours or so on stream. Batman Arkham Asylum. I did not play that one yet on stream, but it is in my library. Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. We played that for about 3 hours. We played Battletech. We played Before We Leave. Another great game, by the way, if you haven't discovered that one. Bellwright, Beyond Contact. We played Black Myth Wukong, which I knew within the first 5 minutes was a Game of the Year contender. Absolutely. Blazing Sails, we played that for a while. Some Blood of Steel, we played some Borderlands, we played some Breach. Played a lot of Breach. Yeah, that's like an hour plus. Breakwaters, another really awesome water simulation in that game, everybody. Played it for about 23 hours, pretty fun. Builder Simulator, Call of Duty. We have played some Champions Tactic Reforged. We played some Shimmerlin. We played City Skylines. We played City Skylines 2. Cocoon we played. Command & Conquer Collection. I have played all of the Command & Conquers back in the day. And I actually got the collection to replay it on stream. Also on my list. Have never gotten back to it. Conan Exiles. We played that one. What is it? That one we never got to. The Cycle over here. We played that one. We played Cygnus. We played Dark and Light, which is basically like an Ark, but with fantasy spin on it. Played some Dark Souls. Have not played Darkest Dungeon, but I do have it on my list to get to it eventually, even though it's been out forever. Darwinia, one of my favorite old school Apple games or Mac games. Really, really fun game, everybody, if you like that kind of thing. We played Dave the Diver before it was popular. That's right. I played it before everybody else caught on to how awesome that game is. Way before. I had a really fun time playing that in early access before anybody even knew what it was. And I knew right away that it was a great game. See, I have like a sense of these things because I've played so many games. Let's see. We played Dead Side. Death Stranding, never got around to it. I can see no hours there. Death Garden Blood Harvest, which was a very fun game. See, the weird thing is I can remember every game that I played, but all I have to do is see the starting part of it. Never got to DEF CON. Never got to that one. Delta Force for about an hour. Dinkum, we played for 103 minutes. Don't Starve Together, we played for 2.5 hours. Doom, we played for about a couple hours. Dwarf Romantic. Remember, I only have so much time in the day, so to play all of these games, you got to take your precious time, which is your most valuable asset, and set that aside so you can play those games. Dune Awakening, very fun game. Played for about 6 hours. Dune Spice Wars. Dungeon of Sandaria, which is a fun game as well. If you haven't discovered that one, we played Dying Light. We played Dying Light 2, the Reloaded Edition. We played Dice Sphere Program for about 41 hours. We played Eco for 216 hours. Elder Scrolls 3, I have actually played it. These are all the Morrowind and so on. This is a Oblivion remaster. We played for about 40 hours. Skyrim, I have played for way longer than that. I played a lot of Skyrim in there. And then also this version on Steam. I forget what I played it on originally. Was it on console? It might have been on console. But on Steam, I only have like 20 hours. But on console, who knows what it is? A lot. Same thing with Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous, I played it, I think, through its own launcher for hundreds of hours. And then I finally got it on Steam, and it's about 10 hours. So don't be confused, everybody, if it seems like I haven't played it that much, where I have. Some of these I've played a whole bunch. And some of these are accurate. Some of these are accurate, like In Zone here, everybody. Another really fun game. About 8 hours in there. By the way, I'm only in the E's right now. Enshrouded, we played for about 70 hours. Let's see, Exoprimal, which is a beta test, which was really fun. Played it for a few hours. Factory O, totally not right, everybody. It says 2 hours. No way. This is easily 5, 6, 7, 800, 900 hours. Factory O, one of the greatest factory games of all time. If you want to play a great factory game, everybody, that's the one. You want to master that Factory O, because that's the one that set the precedent for every other game that came from Crest. It is the defining game in factory games. So yeah, that's easily in the hundreds to top hundreds to 1,000 hours or more in Factorio, in whatever else I played it in, whatever else launcher I had it separate, and then installed it from disk or wherever it came from, CD. Absolutely played that a bunch. Falconeer, another fun game. Fallout, of course, I played that for tens of thousands of hours. This one, I'd say 1,000 hours. Fallout 3, 1,000 hours. Fallout 4 VR, about 100 hours. Fallout 76, 3,000 hours. Fallout New Vegas, 1,000 hours. Fallout Tactics, how much ever it took to get through that one. That one's not that great. It's okay. It's okay. First Feudal, we played for about 3 hours. Foundation, 3.7 hours. Foundry, 3.5 hours. The Front, we played it for about 80 minutes. Frostpunk, an incredibly fantastic game, by the way, everybody. Frostpunk and Frostpunk 2. This is about 100 hours here. Frostpunk 2, a couple hours because we haven't had time to circle back to it yet. But there we go. Frostflame, did not have enough time to play that one yet. Frostenheim, we played that for a few hours. Galaxy on Fire, one of my favorite games of all time. Absolutely, easily 2,000 to 3,000 hours. Easy. And I played it on the old Mac. On the old Macintosh back in the day. Ganru, and then I played it again for another 45 hours in Steam right there too. Ganru, we played a little bit here. Garden Pause, we didn't get around to that one. Gauntlet, which is the original Gauntlet. I used to own the 4-player stand-up arcade game. I played it until you couldn't play it anymore, everybody. It loops. We played it to like 999. I opened it up and we just kept giving everybody credits. We played it one weekend from Friday to Sunday nonstop. We would just get to a point where we're too tired. We would lay down, sleep. We'd get back up and we just keep playing it because we put so many credits in there that you could just put your character over in the corner and just keep playing while you're sleeping. Yeah, that's how hardcore of a Gauntlet player I am, everybody. I played it. I actually finished it. Never got around to whatever the game that is. Generation Zero, Goddess, easily way longer than that. I'd say, oof, that's a hard one to estimate there. 4,000 hours? Probably more, or on par with 7 Days to Die and Fallout. Maybe 3,000 to 4,000 hours. I played that a lot on mobile. On mobile, it's really fun. I don't think I have it with me right here. What did I do with it? It's around here somewhere. Oh, yeah, it's over here. Hold on. Now, the great thing about playing it on the tablet, everybody, especially like on the iPad, is when you have a pin. See, it's the Apple pin, right? I think it says, has my name on it. Yeah, it does. I don't know if you can see it. It says Kismet right here. There's Kismet on there. Look how special I am, everybody. I've worked for Apple for many years as a senior tech. What you can do is you can go in and you can shape the world. Like, see the mountains over here? You can go in and shape that out. So you can use your pen and you can shape out the world and flatten the world out so you can build houses or farms or, mines or whatever you want to do in that area. So that's what I would do. I would shape out the world, and it was so incredibly fun. I played through the game, I don't know, 50 times. And again, it is my most watched series on YouTube. Because I've played it since it came out in, who knows. Last I played it was on April 17th of 2022, though. Might have to circle back. Goddess Wars, never got around to it. Let's see, Godzilla Voxel Wars, we played that one for about 30 minutes. Going medieval, Golding Mine Simulator, actually very fun game, by the way. I have not got around to it, though. We played some golf with friends. We played some, we didn't play that one yet. Nope, Grand Theft Auto right here. This one I played on Xbox. I played it all the way through. Let's call it 700 hours. Easy. Grand Theft Auto, the legacy version of Grand Theft Auto 5, 104 hours on Steam. But remember, I played also these on console and whatnot. Grim Dawn, also a very fun game. Played that with my team a bit. Grounded for a couple hours there. Guardians of Home, which is kind of like a roguelike game. Harvesta, never got to it. Hero's Song, doesn't look like I got to it. Hogwarts Legacy, 213 hours. Double playthrough in normal mode, and then played it in the hardest mode and 100%ed the game. Incredibly fantastic game, but I think I have it on both platforms. I think I have it on console and on PC, and I don't remember if I split my time between those two, but 200 hours sounds about right. Never got around to playing that one too much. We played it for about an hour, though. Very fun. Hostile Mars, we played that one. That was really fun. You build a base like a tower defense. You build a base. You go around and explore, and you build a base, and then all of a sudden this whole swarm of stuff attacks you. Kind of like 7 Days to Die, where it'll attack you every 7 days. Well, the same thing in this one. Very good. Another game I want to circle back to and play, but again, don't have enough time. Never got to that one. Now, some of these are ones that were donated to me, or I got a code for it somehow. I don't remember. I played Humankind. Wasn't a big fan of that one. It was too complex. It's like Civilization, but it was so complex, especially when you first start playing the game. It was too complex in the beginning. They should make it simpler when you're first starting to play, and then steadily set it up so it's better over time. But who knows? It might be better now. Last time I played it was in 2021. Who knows? Hydra Engineer. Very fun game, by the way, everybody. That one I definitely remember. You're setting up all your different pipes and whatnot. Very, very fun. Again, that's in 2022 as well. Icarus, a survival game where you land with your spaceship. See, look, weird how I can remember all the games, right? I can remember right off the top of my head. I know exactly how I played them, what happened in the game, whatnot. That stuff goes right in there. And I can recall it as well. So this is the beta here, and then this is the actual release version. I never got around to the release version, but I did play the beta for about 20 hours on stream. Now remember, all of these are pretty much games I play on stream. I don't play games off stream that much, everybody. Maybe something like the game I was talking about, which totally went out of my head, of course. We'll probably see it as we're going down. The one where you extract the oil and stuff like that. I'm always looking for more fun games to play on stream. What else? Imagine Earth. We played that one. Indiana Jones. Oh, it's another one I want to get back to. I only played it for a couple hours, and it is absolutely a 10 out of 10 game. Really, really great game, everybody. It just has that a complete feel of Indiana Jones. Highly recommend that one. That's probably one of the best ones that Bethesda's come out with so far since Fallout 4. I would say, and Skyrim and all those. This one's also a really great one, everybody. It's like a survival game. You land on the planet. There's nobody around. You got to go around and it's like a space game. Go around and figure out what's going on. Another fantastic game. We played it for about 30 minutes or so. Jurassic World Evolution, 70 minutes in that one. Kerbal Space Program, number 2. We played that one. King of Seas, we played. Kingdoms Reborn. Kismet. Someone's gifted me this one, everybody. It's got my name in there. I don't know. It looks like a kind of a freaky, scary game with puzzles and stuff. I don't know. A little freaky. Like a VR game. I don't have my VR stuff anymore, so I couldn't play it if it's a VR game anymore. VR is not good for somebody who has a constant dizziness, everybody. We played the lab. This is another really fun one where you could go in and you set up like a little lab to do whatever you want to do. You're making like different items out of it. I remember us going and do that, another VR game, which was really fun, by the way. I played a lot of these VR games when I had my VR headset back in the day. Leap, another fun game. Played that for about 3 hours. Legion as well. We played Lego Worlds for 4 hours. Lies of P. I think we played that way more than 4 hours. We played... I think we played that on console and on PC. Little Big Workshop, another great one. Lord of the Rings Online, that's not even close. That is thousands and thousands of hours. I played that with my team over 3 years. Lost Ark, we played Lumberjack Simulator. We played Marble It Up Ultra is the one I think we did. And Marbles on Stream, we played for about 800 hours on stream. Mars Horizon, Marvel Rivals, Marvel Snap, Marvel's Midnight Suns we played. We played Medieval Destiny. We played The Messenger. Remember, these are all on stream, everybody. I don't think we ever got around to Shadows of Mordor and Shadows of War. I'm sure it's on the list. Miscreate, never got around to it. What do we got? Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin. We played a bit of that. That was fun. Never got around to that one. I don't even know where I got those ones from. What else we got? These are all video editors. I use DaVinci Resolve because it's free and you can use it on every platform. It's awesome. I used to use Final Cut Pro, and Final Cut Pro cost me like $2,000, everybody. Plus, when you work for Apple, by the way, they give you all the Apple software for free, which is cool. Very cool. It's part of one of the benefits of working there, everybody. So they let you download all the Apple products because this way you'll learn them and use them. And so that was a good bonus. Multi-Winner, I've never played this one. This is like a Darwinia version. Never got around to that one. My Time at Porta, such a great game. Again, we played that on console. And then I played a little bit just to show it off on stream on Steam. But I played it on console. Let's call that 300-400 hours. My Time at Sandrock, another fantastic game. We've definitely played it more than 23 hours. Again, played it on console, 200-300 hours. And then about 23 hours over here. Myth of Empires, another fun game. NASCAR Heat 3, we played that one. We played New World for 700 hours or so. Plus, we also played it, I think, on the test realm. Yeah, another 200 hours there. 700 hours here. Let's just call it 1,000 hours. No Man's Sky, about 600 hours. No one survived, 0 hours so far. Again, I probably installed it but never got around to it. 67 minutes on No Rest for the Wicked. That one I don't remember as much. What is that one? Let's go look at the store page. What is this one? Oh, yeah. No, that one's really fun too. Yeah, it's kind of like a Diablo-like game. Where you're going in and wiping out all the people, and you can set up your stuff. Oh, look at the actions. Yeah, that's a good one. No Rest for the Wicked. Let's see, Occupy Mars. That's a fun little game. Definitely fun. Everybody, you want to check that one out? Of Life and Land we have played. That one's fun too. You can set up all these cities and whatnot. I love those type of games. Once Human, we played for about 7 hours or so. On and off multiple times. One Military Camp, Outpost Zero, Outward we played. We played Oxygen. We played Papers. No, we haven't played Pathfinder Kingmaker. We played that one. Phoenix Point we played. I've played a few games here on stream, everybody. Remember, all of these are ones I've played on stream. Pinball we played. We played The Planet Crafter for over 274 hours. Incredibly fantastic game. Highly recommend. If you like Satisfactory, if you like Subnautica, imagine both of those things, but in space, right over here. Definitely show them some love, everybody. This is from just a couple people, a couple developers working together to make a really exceptional game. Very much plays like Subnautica, has that vibe of Subnautica, but not the same storyline. And I really like the storyline of Planet Crafter as well. And they've added a lot of great stuff in there. And another thing that we will do is come back and play that one for sure. That's a given. There's Plasma, we were talking about earlier. Port Royale, we played that one. Portal 2, I have played on console, but I also own it on Steam, as you can see. Proto Ball was another fun little game, very much like you would think it would be. You run around and you're shooting other peeps, kind of like a first-person shooter. PUBG, 130 hours there. and we played a bunch on console as well. So let's call it 400 hours. Quake, I have played Quake for tens of thousands of hours, everybody. Absolutely played the heck out of the game when it first came out. I used to own 16 copies of Quake, so me and all my friends could get together and play Quake. Same thing with, oh man, what's the name of that space game? Where you run around and shoot stuff. I know, that's like every game. Oh man, I can't think of the name of it. Quake 2, I played all of those, everybody. I played a crazy ton of Quake. Raft, 145 hours there. Railway Empire, we played that one. Rain World, we played. Ready or Not, we played. Again, I go through and tell you what every single one of these games are, but there you go. Rising World, have not gotten around to it. Riven, we played a little bit on stream, but I've played it for thousands of hours, the entire series, by the way, and then finished every single one of those. Let's see, Rogue Heroes, we played that. That was fun as well. Wrestler, also fun. Medieval style game where you're running around getting into trouble. Let's see, never got around to that one. Scrapknot, also a very fun game as well. You land and you're trying to scrap a bunch of stuff and you build a bunch of stuff, kind of a building crafting game. Sea of Thieves, about 80 minutes, but totally not true because I've also played that one on console a whole bunch as well. Sea of Thieves is a fantastic game. Kind of sucked when it first came out, but has gotten massively better over time, very much like No Man's Sky. Sirocco, played that on there for 100 minutes. Shadow Gambit, a really great game, everybody. I'm bummed that these guys weren't more successful because this is actually a really great game. It's a top-down kind of rogue type of game, or you kind of get behind people and you can be stealthy, or you have all these different types of powers, and you can play different styles of pirates. Really, really great game. Sadly, did not get enough love. Shelter Manager, which I played for about 80 minutes. Tested that out to see very much like Fallout Shelter style. And I have that game, which I think they took off the market or something like that. They had one that was like Westworld, but it was like Fallout Shelter, but Westworld, right? And they got sued, which I would believe you get sued if you steal someone else's idea. This is another fun game that we played as well. We played Slipstream, which is really fun. That's a whole one where the whole chat can play together. We can all play together in the thing. We had fun playing that one. Small Land, we never got around to. Smite, we played a bunch of that. Soda Story, also very fun. You build a factory that makes soda. You get the idea. Space Engineers, we played that one. We've gone in, built ourselves a space station and all of that fun stuff. Spots on planets we did. Spells and Secrets, we played a little bit of that one as well. We played Splitgate, which is also a first-person shooter. Very fun. Squids from Space, one of my highlights on my stream, where I took on a bunch of people and I killed 3 of them and I survived. It was 3-on-1. I was the 1, they were the 3. Killed their whole entire team, everybody. It was awesome. One of the big highlights of my stream. SRX, never got around to it. Never got around to it. Starcraft, we played that one for a while. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, I own it, but have not played it because time, Starbound, same thing. I kind of think I played Starbound on console as well. Stardew Valley, not even close, everybody. That is easily 1,000 hours. This is one of the greatest games if you like that kind of farming game. Now, I'm typically not into those games, but this game totally won me over. But I bought it for my kids, and I was playing it when I was sick. I had like pneumonia or something like that. And I was sitting in bed, and I was like, hey, what is this Stardew Valley game that I bought for my kids? I bought it on a bunch of different things so they could play it. And so I started playing it on my iPad and absolutely loved the game, fell in love with it. And then I decided to buy it also on Steam and played it, as you can see, 260 hours live on stream. So there you go. Starfield, played about 450 hours. Sadly, it sucks, is the best way I can say it. It just never went anywhere. It never had the magic of Skyrim or the magic of Fallout 4 or New Vegas or any of that stuff. There was a lot of good things in it. I could see the potential there, but they didn't let it cook long enough in the oven, everybody. They should have definitely fixed the outposting. They should have made the outposting way better. The shipbuilding, amazing. The characters were really awkward, and they would go or have like really weird faces and stuff. I don't know what the heck's going on there, but I could see the potential there. You can see that they worked really hard on it. It just didn't capture that magic that it should have. that magic, that what I call the step out moment, right? The step out moment is when you first step out of your ship and you're like, whoa, okay, this is awesome, right? Or when you step out of the pod, when you land in Satisfactory, you're like, whoa, okay, this is cool. Look at all this thing, right? Or when you open the vault and the vault rolls open and you step outside for the first time, right? That big step out moment. They needed more of that in Starfield. When you're going into space, sure, space is empty, but empty space is boring. Empty blank worlds are boring. You got to have some reason to be there on that planet, whether it's in real life or it's in game, everybody. It's not a very exciting thing. And you're building something that's supposed to entertain the player. That should always be your number one goal. Not to be realistic. I don't care if it's hyper realistic, everybody. I don't care if you can carry your power armor around in your pocket like you can in Fallout 76. I don't care. I don't care about that. You know what I care about is that I don't have to go track down my power armor every time I'm playing. I can just take it, put it down, get in my power armor, and then I can get to the fun part, right? I don't have to go walk all the way back, get my power armor, try to figure out where the hell I left it, because most of the time you leave it somewhere you don't remember. And then you go back, you grab the power armor, so now it just costs you all that time, plus your load screen times, which sometimes are like 4 minutes long in the original Fallout 4 or 5 minutes if you have old hard drives or whatnot. So it just took you 10, 15 minutes just to track down your power armor, get in your power armor, and then you could go do the thing that we were trying to do 15, 20 minutes ago, right? The same thing in Star Wars The Old Republic, everybody. You're trying to do a raid? Well, guess what? If you're at the space station and you want to raid over here, you got to jump to here, and then here, and then here, and then there. And you know how long that takes some people? 45 minutes. I'm not kidding. That's how long it took some people. We're sitting here, okay, it's raid time. Okay, I'm on my way. 45 minutes later, because the load screens, they take so long back in those days. And that's something I told them. Look, you gotta put things where you can just teleport right to the raid, bro. This way you got one load and you don't have to do 5 loads in between. Because, hey, in the beginning, that's cool. You want to go and discover it and unlock that waypoint and all that stuff. That's part of the discovery part. But you don't want to make it tedious. If you make it tedious where people have to go for 45 minutes just because they're in some planet before the raid. Now, of course, they could have moved 45 minutes earlier to where the raid was. That would have been great if my members had done that. And I started telling them to do that too. I was like, oh God, this is taking forever. Hey everybody, make sure that you are already there before the raid time. And that's how we secured that problem. But still, 45 minutes for them to have to do it before the raid sucks. You just want to teleport right to it. And the fact that they never thought of that, everybody, was scary. And then I told them and they say, oh, well, we know better for sure. RimWorld. Did I have RimWorld in there? Ooh, good question. Did I see it in there? RimWorld. I do not have it in my library, but I might have played it on console. I do have a PS4 Pro and a Xbox One X or Pro or whatever the hell. Xbox has the worst naming conventions, everybody. That's why they're probably, 5th best. Because their naming conventions is killing their branding. Call it Xbox Awesome or something like that so we know which one's which with what. You know what? Stop calling it X and this and one of that and HD of this. Just give it a name so we know what the hell the name of it is, so we know what generation it is. You know what a PS3 is. You know what a PS4 is. You know what I mean? PS5. You know what that is. It's very simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam. Simple, easy to understand. You know what it is. Not this stupid naming convention that Xbox comes up with. So I have them over there, and I played a bunch of games on those as well, everybody. But obviously, they're not going to show up in my Steam library. So yeah, RimWorld. I believe I have played that before. But let's go take a look. RimWorld. Oh wait, not there in the store. Where do we leave off? We're on Starfield. Let's remember there. RimWorld. Yes. Do I own this one? No. Yes. You know who I saw playing this one, by the way? Banlish. I've watched him play it a whole bunch. That's a streamer buddy of mine. If you've not discovered Banlish, go over there and hit follow button over there on his channel and tell him Kismet sent you. But I've seen him play this a bunch. And this has been on my wish list because look at this, everybody. Overwhelmingly positive to the tune of 100,000 people. Yeah, and again, that came out in 2018, and I think it's been on my list since 2018. It's been on there all of this time. That one's definitely on my list to get around to playing eventually. Again, everybody, you can see my problem, right? You know the problem. You got a big backlog. Again, we're on right here. We also played Starship Troopers Extermination. Incredibly great game, everybody. It really gives you that Starship Troopers if you like the series, if you like the movie, like the movies. I actually didn't know there was like other movies about, and I only thought there was the one, and then I discovered there was more of them, and then I watched them, and I was like, ooh, these are terrible. The first one's good, though. The first one's really good. So Starship Troopers Extermination, really great, really gives you the feeling of Starship Troopers. So definitely try that one out. Stellar Settlers, another fantastic one. I also gave away a bunch of copies of these games, by the way. See all these games that I've played? Just imagine hundreds of those games I've given out here in the stream. Absolutely. Stellar Settlers is one of those. So I've given those out on stream, and I played it for about an hour and a half. Really, this is another one I want to circle back to once they've updated a bit more as well. Storyteller, we've played. Stream Avatars, we have played that way more than 90 things. That's got to be in the thousands of hours. I have that on there. I have my own custom stream avatars that I had done for the stream. I may or may not add them back to the stream. Don't ask me because I don't know. Stream Toys, another fun one that we did. These are like coin machines where you can drop the coins in there. These are ideas I had for when I'm at AFK. You guys can do. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But check that out. It's by Zokya, single dev, everybody. Zokya. And I may add that back. I've been trying to get all of these things back up and going, but you can see that this has not been updated since 2022. So we'll see. Street Fighter, we played a bunch of that. Stranova, another fun game. We did run around, play that a bunch. You can see we played it for a couple hours. Stumble Guys, we played for a bunch. Subnautica, 200 hours. Probably about that, probably more. Again, because I probably played it on Epic Game Store. I think also some of this stuff is split not only between console and PC, but also Epic Game Store or whatever other game store I have it on. What are all my game stores? I have them here on the desktop. Hold on. Oh, I don't think I can. Let's see. What can I do to what is it? Video. See if we can go to windowed. That's not windowed mode. Really? That's your windowed mode? Your windowed mode is this not a window? Really? Yeah, windowed mode, it doesn't go to windowed. Well, hey, I just discovered that. Windowed mode is still windowed full screen. That actually only take effect after I quit and relaunch. Is that what it said? Apply the changes. Yes. Huh. I never noticed that. Well, hey, we just learned something about this. All right, we'll quit the desktop. We'll come back. I'm letting that run, by the way, to make some aluminum while we're talking about other things. But what were we doing? Subnautica. I was looking at what my other things are. Let's see. What else? What are all the other ones that I have? And you see I got a bunch of other games over here that we might or may not get to. What the heck are the name of those things? We got Steam. We got Epic's Game Launcher. We got the Ubisoft Connect. We've got GOG Galaxy. We have the Xbox Game Pass store. Sometimes, by the way, I'll play it on the Xbox app, which doesn't affect Steam, which means that the time is on the Xbox app. Same thing with Epic, Ubisoft, GOG. It used to be the Fallout launcher. Everybody started making a bunch of launchers as well. Blizzard had launcher for a very long time, and a whole bunch of other launchers. So again, the times are off. And then it used to be where they didn't track the time. Back in the day, right? Didn't track how much you were playing games. It didn't say, hey, you played it for this many hours. You just played it for that many hours. Vortex here, by the way, if you're wondering what that little tornado is, that's a mod manager for Fallout or other games like Skyrim. All right, where do we leave off? Subnautica. Subnautica Below Zero. I actually finished that game, and Subnautica, I played that through, got distracted by another fun game, came back and finished that game. The cool thing is this is what's really cool about these devs, everybody, is they took all of the stuff they learned in Subnautica Below Zero, and they took that stuff and they put it back into Subnautica, which is really cool, everybody, really cool. Sadly, they're getting royally hosed over right now, but hopefully they'll resolve that and stop acting like a bunch of babies, because we don't care. We just want our Subnautica 2. That's all we care about. Substance, never got around to it. Summoners, we've played that. Surviving Mars, I've absolutely played that way more than 184 hours. Really fantastic game, buddy. This is also one of my favorite games. Surviving Mars is really cool. You land there and you're micromanaging your resources. You got a bunch of trucks and other things that will go and collect resources and bring it back. You set up your landing pads and all of that stuff. Really is more like a Mars, colony simulator. It's really, really cool. Probably one of my favorite Mars games or space games that is like this. Kind of like a SimCity-like game where you start everything going and it starts to build itself up over time. And you create domes and you get bigger and bigger domes over time. I've actually finished the game multiple times. One time I finished it and I actually covered the entire area. You know what I mean? Like the entire world. I covered the entire area, got every resource. Got everything unlocked on it. Just had an absolute ball with that game, for sure. What else? We got to finish this up. Surviving the Aftermath. We have played Teardown, another fantastic game. Definitely look into that one, everybody. You can blow stuff up. Very, very fun. Different puzzles and things you can solve by blowing things up or taking your vehicle and smashing it in the side and watch the bricks fall down. Really awesome destruction system in there. Tell me why. I don't know where I got that from, and I've never played it. Terraformers over there. Terraria, I played for about 60 minutes, but I've also played it on mobile as well for who knows how long. The Doomed Isles, they are billions and one of my favorite games here. Also, everybody, zombie games where you build up your location and then the zombies attack you. And you got to have your thing built up in time by the time they attack. Otherwise, you die. Kind of like a tower defense, but more like a city defense game. Throne of Liberty, 1,400 hours right there. Ticket to Ride, we played that a bunch. Timberborn, another fantastic game. We played that. We played a bunch of Tony Hawk Pro Satyr on thing. We're doing a bunch of grinds on the railings, whatnot. That's really fun to do those grinds. Warhammer, another fantastic game, by the way, everybody. So many good games, man. So many good games, only so much time. Little Tower of Fantasy, if you like anime style games, everybody, really cool. You can go around, you can play the different characters, you can switch between the different characters. Each of them have different powers. You also can glide in this game. Look, see how amazing I remember all these games, right? I remember every single one of those. For some reason, that sticks in my brain more than anybody's name or anything else. But really fun in the way it is. A lot of crafting, you go around, pick items up. There's a lot of storyline in there. Storylines are really well done with really amazing cut scenes and things like that as well. Towerborn, very fun to run around and get into trouble in that one. Very much like, you gear up your character and you run around and you get into trouble, basically. Townscaper, a very unique one where it's basically you're building houses, and based on how you combine those houses is how they shape. You can build vertically or horizontally. Another really fun game. Tropico, of course, we played a bit of that. And of course, I have the beta one as well. Turmoil, this is the one I was talking about where you can go in and you can, if you just want a game that's just an idle game, you can go in, play it just a little bit, and then go on to whatever you need to do in your day, right? Like you're waiting for your laundry to dry or something like that. You can pop in Turmoil, play that a little bit. Has a lot of great DLCs, by the way. They've added a whole bunch of DLCs to it. I've actually played it more on mobile because that's what I'm doing when I'm waiting for laundry or waiting for wife or whatever. I'll get a little game going on my phone or on my iPad while I'm waiting. And then when they're done doing whatever they're doing, I'm waiting them for, then I turn it off and I go on to the next thing. You know how it goes. 2 Point Campus, we played that a bit. That's very, very fun. The one I really like, everybody, and I played it and then got into it right here, 2 Point Hospital. 300 hours in that one, not counting what I also played on the Amazon Luna. If you're not familiar with the Luna is like a console controller, but you take your phone and you put your phone there, and then you have the controller that sits on the sides, and then you can play it on your phone with the controller. It is awesome, everybody. And again, there's a lot of games in there that you can play. Actually, I think there was New Vegas over there. Didn't I just see that? Where did I see that? Hold on. So what you do is you get, hold on, over here. Put this back over here. Let me go find it. We'll play some Satisfactory at some point, everybody. But I might as well go through it here, and I might cut this down into a list so that everybody will know what it is. Hold on, I gotta find it over here. What is it? It is the Prime Gaming. Yes, right now. Boom. Look at this. You get Amazon Luna. You can play New Vegas, as well as Definitive Thief. They've got Civilization on there. Filthy Animals. That sounds like a fun game. Looks like a bank robbery game or something. Yeah, Heist Simulator. See, I love little silly games, everybody. And again, you get in there, you get all your free games too. Look, I even claimed all of mine. Look at all these free games on Prime, everybody. I already have Midnight Suns and whatnot. I claim all of these every time because, hey, you're paying for Amazon Prime. You might as well get every single game in there. Oh, Civilization 3. Ooh, okay, yeah, definitely. I snatched that one up. I played a bunch of that as well. All right, you get the idea, but also you can play it on Luna as well, which means that you're basically streaming it from the cloud. And eventually, when the internet's fast enough and everybody has fast enough internet, it'll all be cloud gaming, everybody. Why have to install it on your computer? And why need to buy a $6,000 or $10,000 crazy expensive computer when you could have them buy the $6,000 computer or $10,000 computer, and then you can pay $10 a month to play any game you want using their $6,000 to $10,000 computer. I think that is a much better idea. Because what? It costs you less. You don't have to make 20 years of payments like me on my very expensive computers. And you can play it online. And I find that's an awesome, awesome reason to do it. Because again, the computing power is coming on their end. They're doing the computing, and all they're doing is just the screen goes to you, just the video output. So it's just like basically putting out a video stream. So the video stream doesn't cost that much computing power on your end. So you could play it on your phone, you could play it on an iPad or whatever tablet you have, and you could play it out of having the need to have all of that other stuff. You don't need the console. You don't have to pay $900 or some ridiculous thing that Nintendo is asking everybody to buy right now. Ridiculous, everybody. Ridiculous cost. They think everything is 5 to 10 times more expensive, and they think by raising the price of the Switch 2 that everyone's going to be able to afford it. Well, if you can't afford it, buy a Nintendo One. Yeah, bite me. And then, of course, they bring up the prices of all the games and all of that stuff as well. They can bite me, bro. They can bite me big time. In fact, don't bite me. Just piss off. No, thank you. My kids did enjoy the first Switch, but it was more reasonable. It was about $300. Now you got to pay like $900 because you got to pay for the games, you got to pay for the console, you got to pay for all the accessories. By the time you're out of the door on that, everybody, you're $900, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, just so you can play some games. And you got like 3 games you can play. So you spent $1,500 to play 3 games. You can bite me on that one big time. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm going to peace out on that one. And that's how you tell them, everybody. The only way to tell them that that's not right is not to spend your money. Make it fail. That's the only way. The only way they're not going to do it is if you don't spend your money on it. That's how you tell them. It's as simple as that. And because the thing they answer to is the shareholders and to the bosses. If the bosses aren't making money and the shareholders ain't making money, then they're going to change their tune. Otherwise, they don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about your stuff. And they don't care about gaming, everybody. They care about profits. That's the problem with those big corporations. That's all they care about. They want them dollar bills in their pocket, and they think we're just going to put up with that forever. Nope, not going to. So this is a really fantastic game, everybody. I really got reattached to it when I was playing on the Luna. Speaking of the Luna, I started playing on the Luna, and I was like, oh, God, this is such a great game. It's so fun. And then it started to click with me. And I was like, oh, wait, if I do this and I have this layout and that layout, that's way more efficient. And so then I started playing it again on PC. And I actually played it off stream, too, which is very rare because if I feel like playing a game, I usually just turn the stream on and then I play that game. I actually finished the entire game, and I made millions and millions and millions doing it because I love, that's my thing, everybody, is to crush it economically. Let's see, we played some United 1944. We played, not that one, we played a bunch of V Rising. We also played that on console, so let's call it a couple hundred hours. Another fantastic game, everybody. I'd love to circle back to that one. Valheim, about 500 hours there. Again, can't remember if I played that one on console. Probably not. I think that's about right, 460 hours. That's a lot of hours, everybody, with my crew. Valrock, another fun game. We played for about 6 hours or whatnot. Of course, we set up the servers and we went through and we played it a whole bunch. Wandering Village, also a really unique game. Hold on, I got to show you this one, everybody. This one's really cool. So the whole gist of this is that you can see all that flying by. But the gist of this is you're on the back of a wandering animal. And that's why it's called the Wandering Village. And so you're building out your whole village on the back of this moving animal. Really cool. It's a really cool premise. I love the ideas. I love the way that they've done the storyline and whatnot. As you can see, that old school style with a bunch of, different levels, and you have different skill levels. And of course, you're battling it out. You get the idea. Really cool one. Definitely check out that Wandering Village. We played it for about an hour and a half on stream. War Thunder, we played a bunch of that. That's really fun. Warframe, definitely played that way more on console. Let's call that 300-400 hours. Warhammer, we played that a bit. Chaos Gate, you definitely want to check out this entire Warhammer series, everybody. They are also a sponsor of the stream, but I don't shout out people unless I actually like their games. And again, I get like, 99% of the stuff that's sent to me, everybody, I turn down. I turn down all of that stuff. You know why? Because I'm not into it. It's not a game that I'm into. I don't think you guys are into it. So I turned it down. So 99% of everything is a no. The hardest thing in life, everybody, is not what you say yes to. It's what you say no to, right? That is the hardest decision. What do you say no to? What do you want to use your time for? Do I want to play a game that I don't think you guys are going to like or I'm going to like? Then I just don't play them. I don't bother. If it's a game that I really like, then I will play it. And I will, especially if it's something that I want to show off on stream, that might be your next favorite game. And a great example is Warhammer. Warhammer is an awesome, awesome game. Also, I got to play some Warhammer on here. One of the ones that I have installed that I've been trying to get around to. Where is it? Warhammer Darktide Arbites, I think that is. I don't even know how it says. I have it installed. We played it for about 3 hours, but I haven't gotten back to it. And it has an update right now, too. So we got to get back to that one, too. I have it actually installed to remind me to get back to it. So, yeah, Warhammer, the entire Warhammer series is really good, everybody. I actually played the original game, the box game, right? The tabletop game. I actually played Warhammer when it came out, way back in the day. I played Warhammer. I played Car Wars. I played another one called Gamma World, which is like kind of like a Fallout, but way back in the day, before Fallout was even invented. Everybody, that was a tabletop style game where it was like post-apocalyptic. You go in there and you're trying to find your weapons, you're trying to gear up, you're trying to find vehicles, all that stuff. But it was tabletop. It was like Dungeons and Dragons, right? And the same thing, Warhammer is like Dungeons and Dragons, where you have your pen and paper. That's what they call it, pen and paper game. And we played a bunch of that when we were kids, everybody. We had the greatest time playing those type of games. We played a lot of other games as well, like Risk, and we played one called Shogun, which every time we played that game, it was like a 15-hour game. That one goes on and on and on. Some of those games go on a really long time. They really do. We played it, 10 times, everybody, so that's 150 hours of playing Shogun. Remember, you're young. You got lots of time, everybody. You got lots of time, thanks to your parents who pay for all your stuff. Warlander is really a fun game as well, everybody. Go in there and, of course, get in there and get into battles. And you basically are battling against other armies and things of that nature. This is totally not right, everybody. This is 3 hours. I played The Witcher all the way through. This is like a defining moment in gaming. The Witcher, right? Just like Fallout, just like what is it called? Not X-Wing as well, but TIE Fighter. Let's see, whatever. Diablo. There's 1,000 games that are the defining moments along the way that changed those games. That really was a gold standard for games. Witcher 3, absolutely, I recommend 100%. Go play that game, everybody. Incredibly awesome. But I played this one on another launcher where you actually just installed the game and it didn't calculate your playtime way back when. Very cool. Wolfenstein: The New Order, we played it for exactly 1 minute. But I also played that one on console, everybody, way back in the day. And then also a whole bunch of other Wolfensteins. I actually played the original Wolfenstein before Bethesda owned it. It actually was on the Apple II. And it was a white with green screen. And you were little pixels, right? Little white pixels, and you would run along, tick, 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 and you would try to find like an outfit, and then you would find a gun. And let me pull up the original Wolfenstein. It's gonna blow your mind, everybody. Hold on. Original Wolfenstein. I think it was called Castle Wolfenstein, as a matter of fact. Apple II. This is gonna blow your mind, everybody. These are the type of games we played in my day. Let's go. A new tab. This is what it was. Yeah, that's the type of games we played back in the day. So what you do is you'd find yourself an outfit. It was super fun, though, everybody. Find yourself an outfit, find yourself a gun, and then you'd walk behind the bad SS men and then put the gun in their back, and you say, stick them up, and they'd be like, ah! And then you take their bulletproof vest off, you take all their bullets and all their weapons, and then you can choose whether they lived or died. Obviously, you can see this person choose they all died, because that's what that is on the ground, everybody. These are dead bodies right here. And then you're like, boom, and you zapped them, because what you were trying to do is it was called escape from Castle Wolfenstein. You were trying to escape, because you were a prisoner, and you're trying to escape the castle. And so it had this massive replayability, because the puzzles would be different every single time. So you went in and out of different rooms by those little gaps. Those are actually exits on both sides. Sometimes you'd find ladders or stairs where you go up and down. And sometimes you come down the stairs, you gotta be real quiet because there's a guy walking right next to you. And I remember the sound, everybody, was tick, 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 tick. I remember the sound of them walking. That's the sound of them walking with like a tick, tick, tick noise. And they would walk back and forth, and you wait for them to look away, and then you run up on them and stick your gun in them because they turn around and go, hey! And you'd be like, nah, stick them up. And they go, oh no, don't shoot me. And then you grab all your stuff and then you blast them. Because otherwise they'd raise the alarm and a bunch of people would chase you. Now you could also try to sneak past all of the mobs. So that they wouldn't send SS men after you, because that's what they would do. They would send, after you killed so many people, all of a sudden they would start hunting you. And so the SS men would come after you. And so every now and again, you'd be like, Holt, SS. And you'd be like, ah, you'd be hiding. You try to get around there because he'd be shooting at you, trying not to die. And then he'd come up on you, and you come up, and you got to put your gun straight up. And then you go up, you know, again, it's a flat 2D scroller, everybody. So you come up, and you have your weapon aimed up, and it'd be like, freeze, and he'd be like, ah! And then you steal his bulletproof vest and shoot him. And then you'd escape and win. There you go. Yes, let me see if I can find the original thing to it. Oh, yeah, oh, here's a shot right here. Hold on. Oh, you can play it right now. What? Oh, there's an online version of it. Oh, hold on. You guys should go try it out. Castle, Wolfenstein, online version. You know what? I should copy that and probably put that up in one of my favorite games of all time. Another one of my favorite games of all time, everybody. Hold on. Let me bring this up for a second. Make a note. Make a note for myself. Over here. All right. Man, we're just going through nostalgia today, aren't we? So yeah, it looked like this. And again, here's where you can go play it, everybody. You can play it online right now. Let's see. It's the Apple IIe. Oh my God, do I have to type it out, or is it just going to play? Oh yeah, there we go. Press return to begin. Ha ha, it had paddles. Back in the day, everybody, they had paddles, and you had two separate paddles, and one, you know, it's like a turning paddle. If you don't know what paddle is, it's like There's like a little turning thing, and then had a button on the side. The very first gaming console, everybody, had like paddles. It was more like a controller. It had a little wheel on the side. Magnavox Odyssey. You had to turn the little controller on the side, and you had 2 different controllers. Well, the problem with the paddles is when you're playing games, you'd have to work both paddles at the same time, and you can't do that. So you'd hand one to your friend, and then you would do the other one, right? So he would be working the ups and down, and you'd be working the left and right, and there's all sorts of chaos that ensues when 2 people are playing the same game. No, go right, go left, no, go up, go down. No, I'm trying to pick up that paratrooper. I'm trying to drop the thing over here. I'm trying to shoot that thing. Go back that way. Before they came out with the joystick. The joystick actually came out after the paddles and was a revolutionary, everybody, in the day. Because now you could push the button, because you had one big red button, and you had the joystick, which you can go all the different directions, 8 different directions, because you go up an angle, up, down, left, right. Today, it's something everybody knows. But in those days, it was brand new. It just came out. So you would do it with the joystick. So that's how I played it way back in the day with the joystick. All right, K for keyboard. Oh, I gotta press it on the thing here. K for keyboard. Resuming where I left off. Oh boy. All right, we're gonna get off on a little side quest here. How do you point your gun? I don't remember. How do I go down? Oh, X is down. Oh, yeah, I forgot that. When you ran into the wall, it would do that. Okay, how do you pull out your weapon? I forget. I should have probably watched the instructions. Oh, yes. Okay, J. You got to pull your weapon out in a certain direction. Oh, L is to shoot. Okay, I is up. K is left. L is to shoot. How do I aim it the other way? U, I, up, O, P. Dot. Okay, dot is to aim it that way. Very important to know which way your gun is going, because you're going to try to shoot the person when you go up there. And I can't just use my keyboard, by the way. I got to actually click on it. Okay, here we go. Where do I get my gun? J, K, K. All right. Oh, yeah, that old noise. Okay, so you hit A, and then S is for stop. How do I loot the guy? God, it's been so long. Oh, searching. There we go. So searching the box, I found 8 bullets and keys. Too bad I can't make this bigger. I think I can zoom in. Yeah, there we go. So you get the idea. Again, you go around. I shot the guy. He died. He went when he died. It's got some weird kind of wah, 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 wah noise in there. I don't know what that's all about. I think that's the alarm going off in the game. I'm going to mute that sound. But there you go. You go play the game for free, everybody. Go ahead and enjoy. So it had that. And again, like you stick people up like this right here. Let me zoom in. So you go in there and you stick them up and you say, hey, give me your bulletproof vest or whatever. And you would take their bulletproof vest away from them, because otherwise you can't shoot them, because you try to shoot them, it didn't work. And then you take their bulletproof vest and then you shoot them and you grab their bullets and keys, because the keys let you get through the doors, which are right over here as well. Let me get just the image. Can I get the image in another window? Open image in new tab. There we go. So the little blue door up here is why you would need the keys, right? So you go stick this guy up. You would go ahead and now the key, this actually is not blocking anything. I guess if you were in here, that would be blocking. But sometimes this would be like right here. So you have to kill this guy, steal his keys, go in, kill this guy, open the door, and then you can go down to the next level. That's the original Wolfenstein. And I played it when it first came out, everybody, day one. I played a lot of games on day one, everybody. A lot. Thousands of them. Thousands of them. Yeah, Thurbrick had it on his Apple too. You played that once, said Thurbrick. Yes. You rather buy a PC for that price? For what price? Oh yeah, for the price of Switch 2? Exactly, Mr. Why not just buy a PC at that point, right? Well, that's messed up. Also, they never discount their games over there at Nintendo either, everybody. You can buy a game that's like 10 years old, still costs you $70. It's ridiculous. State of Decay. Human remembered what the name of it was. I think that's what it is. Hold on, let me look it up. State of Decay. Is that what it was? I actually have a bunch of highlights of me playing that game. Yep, that's totally it. I played State of Decay 1 and 2 on stream. Hold on. I zoomed in too much now. Let me try to find the image of it. Oh, they got a Juggernaut edition. This one. State of Decay, the first one and the second one. The first one I played with my mods, which was really fun because we all got on console and we were driving through and building up our bases and stuff. And then I played a bit of State of Decay 2 as well on stream. So, very, very fun game. Oh, here it is on Steam. Right over there. Very, very cool. That is exactly right. So I gave you guys a bunch of Kiz caps. Here's a whole bunch. Again, eventually we're going to play some Satisfactory here at some point. Sometimes I get off track here, everybody, but here we go. Okay, so Wolfenstein New Order. I played it for 1 minute. I have played a bunch of the other Wolfensteins on console as well. XCOM 2, another fantastic game. Also played it on console, on PC. Couple hours there. Let's see. Excel. What was Excel about? Let's go see. That one I don't quite remember. Oh, no, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you went, it's like a puzzle game, and you went, you had a whole bunch of crafting areas and whatnot. This is like a kind of a sci-fi fantasy game where you go through and you're discovering all this stuff. You're interacting with different people, and you're going to like different zones, and they have a bunch of like puzzles and challenges and things like that you do. And as you unlock different zones, you unlock more things and more puzzles and more stuff. Fun game, everybody. Very fun game. Only had about an hour and a half to play it, but we played it. Oh, another fantastic game. Zombie Cure Lab, everybody. Now, again, I played for about 25 hours on thing. They are actually a sponsor of the stream, and they put me in the game. That's right. I'm in the game. The Wasteland Tycoon is actually in Zombie Cure Lab on my version because they sent me a model that goes along with my character in Zombie Cure Lab. Now, there's another one that I'd love to circle back to. What's been going on with it? Oh, they came out with 1.0. Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. It's already on my list, I'm sure, but let's just put it on there again. We definitely got to come back and check that one out. Really enjoyed this one. This one's really, really fun. It's one of those games that was in early access that we played for about 25 hours or so on stream. And then wanted to come back when it did release in full version, which came out in May. They came out with some patches in June. And I think I wanted to play it in May. I think that's when I wrote it down. But again, giant list of games, everybody. So there you go. Now you know a lot of the games that I played, not all of them. Now take this many games, everybody, and times it times 100. And that's probably the low end of how many games I've played. I mean, I should probably list all the ones I've played on Steam. I should go in here, take this list. I wonder if there's a way to just select this whole list and put it in a list of I've played these games. And then I would need to just think of the games that I've played. Also, by the way, 7 Days to Die, 3,600 hours, Fallout 4, 3,500 hours, Fallout 76, Fallout Shelter. We played a bunch of First Descendant. We're going to play some more of that. Fragpunk, we had a lot of fun playing. Mech Break, Satisfactory, of course, both 1,500 hours on Steam and another 1,200 hours on Epic Game Store, so 3,000 hours there. This is one we never got around to. And then this one we need to get back to because we want to play a little bit more of that as well. So yeah, that's why I have all of those installed, everybody. So I'm going to get around to those at some point. But there you go. The complete list. You asked for it. Now you got it. Now you don't have to ask me, even though you're going to ask me anyway. Kismet, have you played this game? So we just played a game. Kismet, have you played this game? And I have just answered what games I have played. So there you go. That was the very long list of games that I have played on stream, by the way. Those are the ones I played on stream, plus so many more. And I should go back. I guess I should load up my Xbox and my PlayStation and look at how many games I've played on there. Because there's some games I've played over there that I haven't played over here, like Horizon Dawn. Spider-Man. Oh, God, I can't think of them all. There's just too many for me to think of. We've also played Major League Baseball. That one was really fun. Can't think of any more of them, everybody. I'm already burned out just remembering that list that we just did. And remembering every single game that we played on that list. And then, of course, you can see all the ones in my startup screen, everybody. You can see all of those games that scroll by are the games that I've played before. So if you're ever wondering, you can just watch that startup screen, especially if I'm talking on stream for like an hour. You'll see that thing go all the way by in about 5 minutes. Now, imagine if I put every game I've ever played in that list, everybody. It would scroll for about 50 minutes. Again, I like to play a wide variety of games. Like some people have played Satisfactory. Some people played Satisfactory for 10,000 or 20,000 hours. And I can understand why, because it's an amazing, amazing game. But I find if I do that, I know myself too much that I'm going to get burnt out from it. I'm going to get burnt out from it, and then I'm not going to want to play it. So that's why I kind of play a game. I play it all the way through. I have lots of fun. I enjoy the current update or whatever. And then when that's done, I take a break. I'll take a break from Fallout. I'll take a break from Satisfactory. I'll take a break from Astroneer, whatever it is. And then because the game is great, you know that when they add more stuff and you've taken a break from it and you come back to it, you know you're going to have fun playing it again. It's like playing with mods, everybody. It's like you stop playing a game for a while, like 7 Days to Die, and then you're like, well, there's no new updates, but I could add some mods and play that. Like Fallout 4 is a great example. They came out with the next-gen update, which sucked. I liked the DLC. It was more like Fallout 4 DLC. It's more like, it wasn't like a next-gen update for us, for on PC. But for console and whatnot, they got the, the stuff that PC already had. But because we had all the mods and we had all the PC stuff and we had the PC version, which was more updated than the console version. But they would have been better off fixing all of the problems with Fallout 4. That would have been a way better use of their resources, is to say, look, we made a gold edition or a 25th anniversary edition of Fallout 4. We fixed all the bugs. We made it so your HUD doesn't cause them to automatically go into aggro mode when you're talking to them, because I use the targeting HUD all the time. That's why all the mobs are red all the time when I'm playing Fallout. And this way you can see whether they're faking it, whether they're faking they're dead. All the ghouls, they're laying down and they're acting like they're dead. You're like, no, you're really dead now. I can see you're in there faking. Again, they would have been way better off to do that or remaster Fallout 4. In fact, don't remaster Fallout 4. You know why? I love Fallout 4. It's an incredibly great game. Remaster Fallout New Vegas, you idiots. Sorry, I had to use a strong word. Because of anything that I would be doing if I was the head of Bethesda Studios, and if I was Xbox, the number one thing I'd be doing right now, remaking Fallout New Vegas. This is like printing money, everybody. It is the number one most loved Fallout of all time. Now, here's the thing, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you would buy a really good remastered version of Fallout New Vegas. I own like 6 copies of New Vegas, everybody, and every single platform you can think of, on floppy disks, on CD, on whatever original medium it came from, and a bunch of mediums after that, plus Steam and, the Game Store or whatever, the GOG and Epic Game Store or whatever. I own it on all of those, and I would still buy it again. I absolutely would if they made it in a new engine. Not the creation engine. It's old. It's outdated. Stop making stuff in the creation engine. Stop pretending like you can just put some duct tape on it or some, masking tape over the engine and still use it. You got to get a more modern engine, because now your games are compared to modern games like Satisfactory and whatnot. You can't just linger in the past. You got to bite the bullet and make it awesome. Like, that's what Satisfactory did, by the way. They moved theirs into the most modern version of, because they were working it along the way, and they moved in the most modern version of Unreal. So they're, boom, they're right up to date. Very smart way to plan out your game is to have that ability to jump into the latest version and get all the features of the latest version of Unreal. So very smart on their part for Satisfactory. Because then you can add more features and you can add more things down the line, and they're constantly updating and constantly adding new things to the game. Even though it's taken, I don't know how many years now, 7 years or so, 7, 8 years. When did Satisfactory come out? Hold on. Because I played it on day one, everybody, when it came out. And I knew it 5 minutes in that it was an incredibly fantastic game. And I can tell you just about any game, everybody, I can tell you within the first 5 minutes of playing it, whether it's going to be a good game or whether it's going to be a hit. Like I played Black Myth Wukong 5 minutes in. I knew it, game of the year. Absolutely. Why? Because I can tell how well it's made. I can tell how I like the game mechanics. I can tell how I like the storyline. Within the first 5-10 minutes, boom, you can get that all down within that amount of time. And that's when you got to capture the gamer's interest within the first 5 or 10 minutes. If you don't, boom, they're out. They're out of there. Let's go look it up. Let's see. Satisfactory came out in 2019. So I've been playing the game for 6 years, everybody. Still playing it. Right here. That's how good it is. Still playing it. 3,000 hours in. Still playing it because it's a great game. And they keep adding more great stuff to it. Every update of Satisfactory has been a home run. Very much reminds me of No Man's Sky, everybody. Started kind of rough. Now, Satisfactory was great from the very beginning. That's very hard, everybody. From the first time you play it, you've already fallen in love with the game in early access. No Man's Sky was a train wreck. It was an absolute train wreck on launch. It had a few things there. You could see the potential. At least I could. Not everybody else could. But they just buckled down and said, okay, here, we come up with this update. Look at all this cool stuff. Okay, now we're coming with this update. 10 years of free updates, everybody. Because they said they were going to do it, and they went and they did it. They didn't, say give excuses or blah, 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 blah. They said, nah, we're doing this. Boom, here you go, 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 here you go. Those are the type of people I admire the most. They don't give excuses. They don't give complaints. They don't blame it on other people. They say, look, we're going to do this. We're going to make it happen. And they worked at it, and they did it. And you give people credit for that, everybody, because not everybody does. You know what they do? They do something. Classic example, Google. Google will do something, do it halfway or half-ass as we used to call it in my day. Do it halfway and then chicken out and give up. They don't let it evolve into what it should evolve into. They just say, well, we're done playing around with that. Let's do something else. It had so much potential. It could have been something, but they just killed it. Now, some things are going to die, everybody. I could tell you that Stadia was going to die straight away. Their model of how they were going to do games, the way that they did their games, the way they released their console was stupid. I bought one too. I thought, hey, you know what? I'm going to support them. I'm going to show the love. They never sent me my code, so I couldn't unlock the Stadia. I couldn't play it. So I paid hundreds of dollars, and I got the controller. I got everything with it. I think it was $300, $400, $500, $600, $700. I don't even know how much it was now. For the Founders Edition. I thought, oh, okay, I'll get it and we'll try it out and maybe it'll be something amazing. And I couldn't play it. So I had a big plastic, I have a $500 plastic box that I couldn't play and couldn't use. Because I don't know, if someone's sitting in some closet somewhere at corporate headquarters sending out these codes to everybody via email one at a time, stupid. Smart people doing stupid stuff, everybody. That's the problem with peeps nowadays. I could have told them that I was stupid. All they had to do was call me. I would have told them. So that's the dumbest idea ever. What are you doing? For sure. Okay, again, we might actually get into some Satisfactory at some point, but that's okay. I'm running it anyway. I'm running it on purpose so that we'll have a bunch of aluminum that we need anyway. So I'd really be standing here anyway, just waiting for aluminum to run. So yeah, let me catch up on chat here. All right, where did we leave off? Paul's in here. Humans look nice. Yeah, thanks for that suggestion there, Hair Luna. Definitely. Remember, you can put that stuff on my Discord as well, everybody. I think I might go in there and clear that out and then just put a list of games that I have played and then kind of pin them up there, what I have played on stream, and then suggestions that you guys have. Maybe I'll set that for Friday Or maybe I'll get inspired this week and just go in there and clear that out. So we're not getting duplicates in there, which I can see we're getting. I haven't played my Yes. It was given me a year or two ago. Just thought I'd ask if you played it or not because I wanted to get your thoughts on it. Oh, well, I'll play it. That definitely is my type of game. Absolutely. Very much kind of looks like a combination of 2 Point Hospital with that over-the-shoulder isometric. Also Lineage, by the way. Original Lineage was over-the-shoulder kind of isometric view. Along with 7 Days to Die combined together. By the way, 7 Days to Die is Minecraft and Fallout combined together, right? That's actually what graphic designers do, everybody. They call combining symbols, right? You combine things together to make a uniquely new thing. That's how evolution works. That's how life works in general, everybody. That's how creativity works. You come up with ideas on your own, and then you might think of some other ideas. Do not completely steal other people's artwork, everybody. Do not do that. No, no, no. But you can use their ideas as a springboard. That's what I think you should use AI for. AI should be a springboard of your ideas, right? So you go in and you say, oh, I got this idea. Like I have an idea to do this, everybody. Check it out. I'm going to go over here and find it. And again, everybody, you can go on here and you can put it in the Discord. I have an idea to make a van, everybody. A real-life van. That's right, a Vault-Tec van. And here it is. Here's the layout of the van. You can see a Vault-Tec van up there. That's what that's all about, everybody. You can donate toward that. And then we're going to go in and we're going to use this, the Fallout aesthetic, to build the interior of the van to look like the interior of a thing. And so I used AI to give me some ideas. So I put in some prompts. I said, hey, I want it to be in the style of Fallout. It's like the inside of van. Give me that kind of style. And this is what it came up with. I love the Vault-Tec thing. So what I'll do is I'll take a little bit of this and a little bit of that and then make it into something unique that I wanted to do. Like I love the pipes that are running all across the type. That's very Fallout-esque. You know, when you're going through the vault, you'll see those big pipes that run along there. So what I'll do is not only do I use it for aesthetic look, right? And I'll have it distressed like it's been, through the nuclear war. Or I might just keep it pristine. Who knows? But I could use that for running electrical wires in there. See, run that electrical wires in there, and then you don't have to run them in the walls. So if you ever wanted to fix them or whatever, they'd be run in those conduits. And usually pipes like that, by the way, are not just used for fluids. They're also used for wires, like telephone wires or electrical wires or whatever kind of wires you're running in there. You can run that in there. Maybe it's like an Ethernet wire or whatever, right? In your house, you're running it through a conduit in the wall. That's what those are called, pipes or conduits. Depends on what you have in them. That's why they call them that. As well as another idea I asked AI. I said, hey, AI, give me another Fallout one. I'm probably not going to be carrying away no M60s around in my Fallout van because I'd probably get arrested for that. But it did come up with a cool idea. I do like the shelves up there, though, at the top. I might put some shelves in like that. Also, by the way, you might notice there's a light up here, which is part of Fallout 4's light. I don't know if you can see that. This is actually in Fallout 4, this light that sits in the center and then shines down. But that could be a projector, right? You put a projector up there and have some movie night kind of thing. Then again, over here, look at these shots of AI giving me some ideas of interior coloring, right? That's what this was about. Do it in the style of Fallout with the colors of yellow and blue. And so it gave me some ideas. I especially like the couches with the yellow thing. Again, what you're seeing now may translate into the real world and be the interior of a future van project that I'm going to do. And I'm going to have it where the partition is there, but I can also fold the partition away so you can see out the front and all of that, and then I can fold the partition back in there. And then when I fold it back, it's going to have the Vault 45 there, and of course, all of your names along there. It's going to be inscribed on the van itself, which is pretty cool. And that actually is going to be my backdrop too. So when I'm traveling to TwitchCon or wherever I'm going, I'm going to be sitting there, and behind me is going to be all of you because you're the ones who made it happen. So there you go. So again, this is a great use of AI. Everybody get some ideas to get the ideas and creativity going. Don't steal the idea and say, I did that thing. Don't say, hey, I did this artwork. Don't do that, everybody. And you can go in and say, you know what, AI stole everybody's artwork, and you can say all that, but the cat's out of the bag, everybody. Pandora's box has been opened. You can't put it back in because they went and basically stole the humans' knowledge, and they combined it together for the greater good. meaning lining their pockets. That's why they did it. But believe me, they ain't doing it for humanity, everybody. ChatGPT ain't doing that for humanity, everybody. They're doing it to make a buck. You can't fool an old man like me. I can tell you exactly why they're doing it. I'm sure some of those people are there who are the average Joes who are doing it for humanity. But the top people who are running that over there, they're doing it for profit. Otherwise, it would be a non-profit entity. Yeah. Yeah. See, when they switched to profit, everybody, I knew what they were all about. I knew what they were all about because they were a nonprofit. And a bunch of people gave them a whole bunch of money to develop it. And then they said, you know what? Stick on the profit button. Now, we want to make money. And so that's what they did. And that's when you know they're scummy. You know when they gave up on that whole nonprofit thing. You know that there's just a lot of people, everybody in the world, by the way. They'll act like you should trust them and whatnot. Politicians and lawyers and liars and everyday Joes who will be your best friend, who will promise you the world, who would say everything to you. Hey, we're going to do all of this. We're going to do all of this. And then when the going gets tough, or if they just feel like it, they'll backstab you straight away, right? You know all these politicians just backstab each other all day, every day. And you know they'll backstab anybody, anywhere, ever. Because if they're backstabbing their best buddies that they got into the politics or whatever, you know they're going to backstab you. You think they, when they're backstabbing each other, that they wouldn't just backstab some random person in the world? Oh man, you gotta wake up to that, everybody. You got to wake up to the fact that any of those politicians on any side, anywhere, their job is to lie to you. That's their job. That's their job description. Are you a good liar? Do you like to manipulate people into doing what you want them to do? Are you great at convincing people of this when you really are this type of person? That's their job, everybody. You got to look at the reality of what that's all about. What is their end goal? Always figure out what people's end goal are. Is it money? Is it fame? Is it power? Is that what their end goal is? Is it about them? If it's about them, then you know they're a scumbag. That's it. You can do that with an average person or the richest person in the world. Or is it all about them? Do they constantly talk about themselves? Do they constantly say, hey, trust me. Hey, I'm the person that's going to do this and that. No. Because you know if you're that wealthy, everybody, that you had to step on a lot of people to get there. Think about that. How many people they've screwed over along the way to get where they are now, right? How many people have they screwed over and they will screw you over without a second thought because you mean nothing to them. You mean nothing. You're just an ends to a means, everybody. Just like when you're collecting iron, do you care about how the iron feels? Do you care about that copper node that you're collecting in Satisfactory? That's how they feel about you. You're just a resource. That's it. You got to wake up to that, everybody. You got to wake up to that reality of life, that you are just a simple resource to them. So yeah, look out. Look out. Yeah, you've not played it, but I played it for 10 minutes total. There you go. You played it for 10 minutes. I see what you mean now. I see. Planet Craft is a really good game. It absolutely is. Thank you, Human, for that State of Decay. I miss Goddess so much. That game was awesome. You can still play it. You can play it on mobile and on desktop. Absolutely. The desktop version actually plays different than the mobile version, by the way. If you haven't played both, I would suggest to play both. Because on the PC version, there is a Tower of Sacrifice, or whatever it's called, Tower of Doom. We can take all your little settlers and you can sacrifice them so you can get coins or diamonds so you can buy more powers and stuff. So you can just sacrifice all your people. They don't like it, but you can sacrifice them all in there. And then, of course, get more benefits by sacrificing your people. On the PC version, you can do that. Can't do it on the mobile version, but on the PC, you can. You need to come back to Occupy Mars. It's not anywhere near the game you play tested now. Oh, really? So I need to check out Occupy Mars again, too. All right, I'll put that on the list. Yeah, I think that game had massive potential as well. Again, I know some of these games I play, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a good game. I just know it right away. Now, the fact that I didn't play it for 1,000 hours doesn't mean it's not a great game, everybody. It's just the fact that I didn't have enough time, or I was playing something else in the time. So there you go. Res Juno says, hey, kids, did you see the new trailer for the Fallout show? Not only did I see the new trailer, I watched it about 5 times, and then I retweeted it earlier before I even started the stream. Feel free to check it out on my Twitter, twitter.com/KismetBP. You guys can go up there and watch it right now. In fact, how about I make it super easy on you, and I'll just go ahead and put all those links in the chat for you, and you can just follow that Twitter link right there and go watch the latest trailer from the Fallout show. How many of you are going to be watching the first season before the second season? Put a 1 in the chat if you're going to watch the first season right before, because that's what I'm going to do. It's coming out in December 17th, I think it said. But December's a bit away, but it's not too far away, just enough. Where, we're in August, end of August now, September, October, November, December. It's a bit of ways, but, it's kind of like when you're playing Fallout Shelter waiting for Fallout 4 to come out, right? It's a while, but at least it's not 2029, like some of these things, right? So yes, I saw the trailer, watched it about 5 times. It's in New Vegas, everybody, because people are going to absolutely lose their minds. If you didn't see some of the factions in that trailer, watch really closely, watch it again. There's some special factions in there, because what everybody wants to know is what is the canonical ending, right? How did New Vegas actually end? See, because you have the option to choose what happens in New Vegas, right? Who you side with. Is it, the New California Republic, the NCR? Did you choose the Legion? Who did you side with, right? And, if you played Fallout enough as I have, you sided with everybody because you played it multiple times. So you can see what would happen, right? That's one of the great funs of Fallout, everybody. What the heck is going on with my thing over here? My Discord got broken or something. I don't know what the heck was going on there. Reloading my Discord. It got busted. All right, there we go. Sure, I closed everything else. Yeah. All right. So basically, you could go in and watch the whole full first series, everybody, before the next one comes out. So if you haven't watched it yet, it is excellent. It is incredibly good. And I'm a Fallout fan, everybody. So I have a little bit of rose-colored glasses. But if it sucked, I'd tell you. Because I'm old, everybody. I don't answer to anybody. And that's why I really love my sponsors, by the way, too, everybody. They're sponsoring somebody who would just tell you if it sucked. And that's why I love Bethesda for that. And I love, Fraser, and I love all of my sponsors down below, like Elgato and all of them. Because if it sucked, I would just say, this is what I like about it, and this is what I don't like about it. And I like that kind of honest, approach to things. Not where you're just shilling stuff and trying to make money and whatnot. I'm too old for that crap, everybody. I'm too old for that crap where you just shill whatever random game and you didn't even like that game. You're just trying to do it so you get a paycheck. I'm not that guy. This is not that stream, and will never be that stream, everybody. Will never be that stream. If I don't like it, the answer is instantly no. And I have turned down thousands of games that people have sent me a code for. Now, they don't pay me to play games, everybody. They're not like, Satisfactory says, hey, Kismet, we're going to give you $10,000 to play Satisfactory. I think I'm not that big a streamer, everybody. They do that with the big streamers, by the way. And some of those big streamers are a little sleazy about those sponsorships, which I don't really like. It's not my thing. They don't actually say, hey, this is a sponsored event. I'm playing this game because it's sponsored. I always tell you if it's sponsored. I say, hey, I got a code, or this is a sponsored event, or I'm doing it as part of this other event, like, say, Fallout for Hope or something like that. I'm playing the game because of, trying to raise funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital and stuff like that. So I always have it in there. I have it in the title. I have it in the thing, whatever it is. I like to disclose it. And you're supposed to disclose it, too. But some of those peeps are real shady, everybody. And these are people who are millionaires from being streamers. They're the top of the top. I'm not going to name any names, but there are some pretty sleazy sponsorships that some of those people do, and they don't say that the reason why they're playing that game is because they're sponsored, right? Because they sent them money to play the game. I always disclose that every single time. I think that's a sleazy thing to do. Yes, so RimWorld I have not played, but I think it's in there already in my suggested list as well. One of the greatest colony sims ever created. Really? Oh, I got it on my list. I've seen it multiple times. I've watched Bandless play it a bunch. He plays it a whole bunch. Have you ever played the game Banished? It's not on my list, but let me go see. Banished. Gotta think, I played thousands of games, everybody. You think I'm gonna remember the name of every single game? I can't even remember the street names, let alone and people's names, let alone remembering every single one, but I can remember a whole bunch. It's not on my Steam list. Let me see if I've maybe played it on console or something. Man. See, a lot of these look familiar because they look like other games that have the same kind of thing. Yeah, it's a city builder. Oh, that's totally my type of game. That's 100% my type of game. Did you put it on my Discord? Again, that's the best way, but if you just tell me in the chat, I'm not going to remember. But I do make a list of it. Let me look it up. Banished. Oh, there's the happy ending. Where's that out? Oh, did I pin that one? Oh, yeah, it's pinned. I sidetracked everybody. Sidetracked. Here's the happy ending of Fallout 4, everybody, where 3 out of the 4 factions like you, and one of them really doesn't like you a lot. Right here, I have it pinned up here. So before completing reunions, you complete all the main quests and side quests and everything. You can read all of that, everybody. Oh, and here's all these in here, too. I can take those out of there now. Those are for Fallout 76. Remove it, please. Yes. Over here, remove all of that. I used to do a thing each week that would tell you what's going on in Fallout 76, and then put those in there as well. So Banished, don't see it in there, but that doesn't mean it's not in there somewhere. Yeah, don't see it. You know what? I'm gonna put it in there again. I'll just save you the trouble and put it in there myself. Holy mackerel! I do need to take a break though, because 3 hours have gone by. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm going to Teamwork Tycoons, game suggestions, and then Banished. See, I take suggestions, everybody, but don't expect me to play it like tomorrow, because again, I only have so much time to play. So tab 750 suggested. Banished. Also, note who suggested it most of the time. All right, cool. Put that on the list. Again, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe 500 years from now. I don't know. Remember, I only got so much time in the day. Only so much time. Change resolutions and it will shrink. It shouldn't do that. It should automatically go into windowed mode. Even if it's at full res. Hello, Obama. What's up? Hey, Banana Bread. Thanks for coming in. I'd rather buy a PC for that. Exactly. Forget that Nintendo Switch 2. Bite me. You played that one. Yes, the original Wolfenstein. You like that, human? Yeah, the original Wolfenstein is awesome. Yeah, I had it on the old Apple II as well. Man, I played the heck out of the game. It was really fun. Remember playing Wolfenstein 3D with my brother on our Mac back in the mid-90s? Yes, I played the very first version of Wolfenstein 3D on the day it came out. Yeah, it was a massive upgrade. And actually, that's another defining game, everybody. Wolfenstein 3D is the reason why we have these games today. Absolutely. It's like the godfather of all of the first-person shooters. I've seen we've gone from Satisfactory before we even started. You like that? Yeah, way off the rails. But hey, this is my stream. So if you like the craziness that could ensue at any given time, you're in the right stream. Whenever you jump back to No Man's Sky, you got absolutely blown away. They've had a ton of updates since you stopped playing. Oh, absolutely, Wombat. I've seen the updates. I get on my Discord, I have all of the updates that come down and put it on the Discord. So every time there's an update, I get an update and I go look at all the new features every single time. I've watched all the new features along the way, but do I have enough time to play it? Not right now, but again, I could always circle back to it. What game are you referring to that needs a new engine? Any engine, anything that Bethesda is doing. Their creation engine sucks. It's out of date. Stop making stuff in a 15, 20-year-old engine. Because what happens is you have a game like Satisfactory and you have games that are playing in that Unreal 5 or whatever modern engine you would like to say here. And their engine is so old and so out of date that a lot of the new features that they should be implementing, like Hogwarts Legacy does, like fast loading between different areas. If you play Hogwarts Legacy, everybody, you're in this ginormous castle, everybody, absolutely huge castle, and you're going through and you got all these puzzles and you got people walking around and you got NPCs you can interact with and you're finding puzzles and things and upgrading your skills and going to class and doing all this stuff, and then you're in this big massive castle. Now back in the old day, if it was a Bethesda game, one, the graphics would be a lot less, the action and all of the things that you could do, you would have a lot less of that as well, and then when you walked outside, it'd be 4 minutes every single time you walked outside. And then you say, oh, wait, I forgot something. Then you got to go back inside. Well, guess what? There's another 4 minutes. So now you spend 8 minutes, one running out, and then you realize, oh, wait, wrong thing. Now you spend 8 minutes going back in. That was another problem with Starfield, is that you would go from area to area, and the load screens were so long. They would take so long to load that by modern standards, people are getting used to it. It's kind of like going back to an old square TV right now, everybody. Going back to a black and white square TV right now. That's the way that their games are getting now. So if they don't get to a modern engine, then they're going to be just left behind and a lot less players are going to play it. Now, of course, if it has a compelling story, if it's really fun to play, well, most people overlook it to a certain degree. But you got to stay competitive with the rest of the gaming thing, everybody. Now, you don't put graphics in there for graphics' sake, but you got to stay with the times. Otherwise, people will stop playing your games. And I think Starfield suffers from that. It suffers from the fact that it uses not that great of an engine. It's janky, like most Bethesda games are. And they didn't really finish it up. They didn't finish up the way that the outposts are. I can tell the outposts don't have foundations. You can't build it. The people who made the outposting are not people who play the type of games where you would make an outpost. Right? I'm the type of person who would make a big factory and outpost and whatnot, and I played the heck out of that factory and outpost making that they did, and they had some good potential there, but they were not people who played that type of game. The people who made the system for customizing your ship, those are people who actually played games that allowed you to customize your ship. You can tell in the quality of what the output was, right? You know those people knew shipbuilding in and out. It's probably the greatest feature in the entire game is the shipbuilding itself. Really well thought out, really well done, well implemented, really fun to do, to switch your ship around and add cargo and whatever else you want to do, and guns and bigger this and bigger that, and build yourself a big old massive vehicle. Which is very, very fun. That was probably one of the most funnest things to do in the game. And then you have different vehicles for different reasons. You have this vehicle so you can go really far in space. You have this vehicle which is more of like your tanky vehicle, so you can take a lot of hits. You have this vehicle which was smaller and nimble and faster. You could shoot all the baddies and then get the heck out of there. So that was the brilliant part of it. The rest of it, meh. Meh, because it was in an old engine. If it was a new engine, you could have had all sorts of new mechanics and new ways of pushing the game forward, I think. And the same thing, again, that creation engine has got to go. And if they bring Elder Scrolls out in that creation engine, bro, I feel bad for them. I feel bad for them, really bad. They should not do that. I hope they're not building it on that right now. And they'll say, oh, it'll be just fine. But remember, that game didn't come out for 5 years from now. Imagine where all the other games are going to be 5 years from now, everybody. Imagine what we're going to be doing, everybody. We're going to be doing this stuff. Hold on. Let me go see if I can find this. Hold on. This is what I want to see in Fallout 5, everybody. I'm going to go find it. Oh, yeah. It actually got one right here. But I'm going to give these guys a shout out. Check this out, everybody. This blows my mind. This is a great use of AI right here. I'm gonna wait for the stupid ad to go through. All right. I probably can't play the music and all of that, but we'll go ahead and move it over. And check this out. This is AI. Oh, let me break this out thing. AI Fallout 4. Check it out. So he's interviewing the NPCs in Fallout 4. Now, this is the type of graphics I want to see when I play Fallout 4 Remastered. Look at that! That's Piper. That's awesome, everybody. Over here. Awesome. Interviews, that's Kate in Fallout 4. That's amazing. Preston. So somebody went in and they took the characters and they made it funny too. Look, Mama Murphy in the back there. Oh, wait till you see Mama Murphy. Hold up. I love these. This is a great idea. This is a brilliant idea to bring them to life. I think that's Kellogg right there. Or no, that's Paladin Dance. Paladin Dance. Yeah, look at Mama Murphy. She actually is a lot less creepy there. Isn't that amazing? See? And there's Father. See, this is what they should be working on. This is what they should be working on. Don't make it AI slop, though, which is the new term right now, everybody, because you get a lot of that crap. You get advertisements now that's all AI made. It's like, the doctor says for you to do it, and then they have some doctor in the background who's pretending to be a doctor, but he's an AI guy. For all you older folks who are watching my stream, that's not real. Those aren't real doctors. Those are AI doctors. They're trying to get you older peeps like me, but I know it's AI. I can tell right away. But for all of you who may not know the difference between AI and real life, watch out. A lot of those ads are a bunch of crap, number one. I don't know why YouTube even allows a lot of those scams that they have going in their ads all the time. And watch out for AI trying to trick you into believing that some doctor said something about something else. So watch out for that. But that's cool. And if you like that, put a 1 in the chat. I think that's amazing. Just like how you have crossbreed crops, exactly, or fruits. That's what you do. You combine ideas. Combine ideas. It works great. Hey, Kismet, what makes a spaghetti factory and Satisfactory and how to fix it? What makes a spaghetti factory? A spaghetti factory is this. I can show you right now. I got one right here. Right here. See, unless I took it out. Hold on. Spaghetti is just when you just, you don't think it through. You just run a bunch of lines because you want to do it in the moment. And you're not thinking it through. You're not keeping it clean like this. See how this is all clean? It's all together. Even this is a little spaghetti. But see how cleanly all this stuff is run over here? Let me take this out here. See how I have, this is producing the compact coal. And then right next to that, I have the turbo fuel. And then that turbo fuel is then run over here. And you could consider this a little bit of spaghetti, but it's nothing like you could really do, everybody. This was all thought out, right? It was all thought out. Okay, I'm going to have this here, there. It's when you think it out and make it try to look beautiful, that's when it's not spaghetti, right? When you've kind of thought the whole process out, you're thinking about your 90-degree turns, you're thinking about your angles or curves or whatever you're doing. Now, when you're not thinking about it and you're just slamming everything wherever you can do it, this is spaghetti, everybody. The reason why is because, like spaghetti gets all mixed together. That's spaghetti right there. And sometimes you got to do spaghetti. Do a mixture of spaghetti and thinking it out, right? When you're doing your trains and doing all of that stuff, especially in the middle to the late game, you want to be thinking out the processes a little bit more. But when you first play the game, everybody, don't worry about it. Just play it however you want. Run the things wherever you want. It's your game. You do what the hell you want. So whenever I need something in the moment, I will do what's known as offline production. That's this right here, where I just will run a bunch of automated wiring because I need a bunch of that for whatever reason, maybe to progress the phase. And then I'll just take all that out. No big deal, because I had a bunch of it backlogged in these boxes, and then I could go ahead and just use those resources up, because they don't do me any good sitting in the boxes. You could have 50,000 resources, but if you never use them, they were a waste to make those resources the first time. That's why sometimes people come in the stream, Kismet, I'm making 100,000 plates. Okay, why are you making them plates? Oh, I made it just because I could. Okay, awesome. But if you never use them, and they never serve a purpose, why did you do that in the first place? I mean, it's cool to do it. I mean, hey, if that's you got enough time to just do stuff for no reason, you go ahead. It's your factory. You do what you want. For me, I always like to have a reason for what I'm doing, everybody. It's called efficiency first, because that's your mandate by Fix It Corporate, is to be efficient. So this would be considered spaghetti. And of course, you could do this to a massive degree. If you see at the beginning of this playthrough, which you can go back and watch on YouTube, youtube.com/KismetBP, you can go back and watch the beginning where I'm just doing a bunch of spaghetti, where I'm just running the lines however I need to in the moment. And I'm not thinking it through. Should I put all my lines in things? Should I put them underground? Should I put them up above? Should I lift them up? Should I keep them off the ground so I can drive by on my vehicles? And I always do a little bit of planning, even at the very beginning. And you can tell because I have it color coded, right? So the yellow typically is my roads. I typically try to keep that clear so I can move up and down between those areas. The blue is just general stuff like blueprinters and things of that nature. The purple is always where I put my hub and all the things that I'm typically using all the time, workbenches and things of that nature, and storing all my resources. Resources typically in blue because those are my storages, typically in blue. Sometimes I use colors just to differentiate that these two go together and those two go together, not necessarily for a specific reason. Red is for trains. Over here on this other train station, the purple here is because it's quartz, and the yellow there is because it's sulfur. So I actually used it to go along with the actual thing that's on there versus just putting it randomly in. And you get the idea. And again, I have like power built into the roads, into the blueprints. I have orange foundations. Those are for factories. And typically that's where my factories will be. Notice there's a road right down the middle of here. And I just kind of threw all this down here. You know this is going bye-bye because this is a road. And so that road needs to be cleared out. So I can go ahead and run that along that road. So yeah, everybody, if you want to watch that video, by the way, I'll give them a shout out. What's the name? Impossible AI. Fallout 4 AI, awesome AI. Right there. Give them a shout out. I'm not affiliated with them in any way, but those are the type of games I want. But I want that. I want Fallout 4 remade to be like that. And you totally could. You could totally do it. They could go in, remake Fallout 4 using AI, and make it look like that. Because what you could do is just make it a cutscene, right? So you're playing the game as a thing, but then when you go to do dialogue, then they become realistic, right? And so you could start with that. Instead of just having the whole game realistic, which might, take so much resources, it might not be possible. You could just go into a cutscene where it's AI, right? That'd be a great use of AI. Now, I'm a big fan of using actors, everybody, and voice talent and all of that. You don't want to replace the human beings, because if you replace the human beings, then they don't have any money to buy the game. Just throwing it out there. If you replace human beings with robots and with AI, they don't have any money to buy the things that you're trying to produce. So you're actually eliminating your client base. So keep that in mind, everybody. If you do replace people with AI, eventually you'll get to the point where AI just replaces the humans, and all of the stuff you're making for humans is obsolete. So your business is going to go out of business because the humans no longer need them, because all that's left is AI and robots. Just like Fallout 4 goes in and explores that very thing. If everybody was a synth, you wouldn't need food, wouldn't need water. You wouldn't need sleep. You wouldn't need all of the amenities that humans require. So why do you need humans anymore? Yep. Something to think about. Because it's too real, everybody. It's way too real. And remember, this game came out 10 years ago. I think it's going 11 years now. So they were way ahead of the game for sure. Oh, hydrate. All right, let's hydrate over here. Mr. saying, Kismet, you need to hydrate. So that's what it is. Now, how to fix it, just go in there and clean it up and think the processes through, more through, right? So you start using blueprinting like this. You start using blueprinting so you can very much organize your stuff instead of just running, instead of just having them all out like this. Now, the reason why I do this is because I don't have the bigger blueprinter. Right, this is actually using the blueprinting, by the way. Over here is this side over here where the turbo fuel is. This is actually using blueprinting, but since the blueprinter is only a 5x5, I can make 3 of them, and then the other side I just make manually. And then I make 3 of them again, make the other side manually, and so on. But eventually, there's the really big blue printer, and that you can actually make more and organize it more. You can put belts on there. You can put foundations on your blue printer. You can do a combination of a whole bunch of stuff. Now, by the way, if you're one of my patrons, I give you all of my blueprints. I sure do. I go and put a file up there. You can take it and put it right in your game and use my blueprints, especially in the earlier game. We made a bunch of Mark 1s. We're making Mark 2s right now for the middle of the game, where we're doing belts level 4s. And now that we've been talking all this time, I think it's finished. Let's go over here and see if it's filled this up with a whole bunch of stuff. Again, we've been letting this run. Where's this been running to? That's a good question. Right here, and it's been going into here. And where are we going? I honestly can't remember where I was setting it from last time. Over here, aluminum sheets. Okay, so how many aluminum sheets have we made? Oh, wow, we made a bunch. Oh, there we go. Okay, so 2.5 boxes. Now, all that time we were talking, everybody, we're talking about games, we're talking about stuff. The factory has been running. I only let it run when I'm on stream. Now, when I'm playing on the server, I let it run 24/7. But this particular playthrough is a local playthrough, so it's only running when I'm on stream. So even while I was talking, it caught up and it made a whole bunch of aluminum sheets, which means we can do our next level belts now, which is awesome. So you want to start using blueprinting. You want to start cleaning up all of those random lines that you ran everywhere. And again, then you're starting to think about the aesthetics of what you're doing, right? Like a nice 90-degree angle here, you can see I did. I could have just did it across and then over to the thing. It would have been shorter, took less resources, but it looks cooler when it's at a 90-degree angle. Or I could have done a curve too, so I could take this out and I go in and I can say, because now in 1.1, you can just say curve. So now it's a curve. See? I think curves are cool, everybody. It makes it look really, really cool when you do it like that. So again, a lot of great new features in 1.1 to clean up your spaghetti mess. For sure, for sure. All right, there you go. I should probably remind myself, hey, Kismet, go back and get that list of all the games that you've played on Steam so far here on stream. There we go. Remind myself. Okay, now I've missed my break by who knows how long now, by an hour and 15 minutes. So we're going to let it run a little bit more so we can get more of that going. So we know we're being at least efficient, and it's also running in the Dimensional Depot. Want about 3 boxes roughly, and then we're going to start to replace all the things that we have. Because now our belts are faster, so we could combine a lot of our stuff together. So instead of running multiple lines of like copper or coal or whatever, we can combine multiple extraction machines into a single line, and thus you're reducing your overall spaghetti, your overall amount of lines that you need, all of that compacting of your factories, so you can be more efficient, and it uses less resources and it goes faster, and you can make them quicker and quicker and quicker, right? So you're trying to be more and more efficient over time. And that's where we are now. Hey, Cinnamon, what's up? You should try Star Citizen. Such a fun game. It looks good, and it has 1 loading screen. Let me dazzle you, Cinnamon, over here. Let me show you. Watch this. Let me go ahead and dazzle you. Let me see if I can find it. Over here. Let me dazzle you. This is my ship in Star Citizen. Right here. It is the 890 Jump. I also have the Constellation Phoenix. And I also am a High Admiral of Star Citizen. I spent $2,000, everybody. I know, that's when I had money back in the day. Now I got $10 in the bank because I got real sick and I had to quit working at Apple and all sorts of terrible, horrible things that have happened to me in the last 11 years. But this is my vehicle that I'm going to be playing in Star Citizen. Because I was crazy and I said, hey, they're going to develop a game without a stupid publisher, which means they're going to go and actually be able to create a great game. So they got me. I drank the Kool-Aid and paid $2,000 to support their development. Now remember, not just buying a ship, everybody. You're supporting the development of the game. Now, I didn't know it was going to be 10 years later. But I told them, hey, make it great, because that's what you should do. I don't care how long it takes, everybody. I don't care. I don't care if it's been going on forever, which it has. Let's see. They started, let's see, Star Citizen. Hold on. I got to go back to the wiki. When did it first come out? I was like a very early backer of it, everybody. Let's see. No, not wiki, Wikipedia. Wikipedia. Here it is. Let's see. They did it in 2017. So how many years has it been? No, that's not it. That's early access. That's not it. It's way earlier than that. 2012. Yes. Hey Siri, how many years has it been since Hey Siri. How many years has it been since 2012? "12 years, 7 months, and 20 days. That's how many years ago I spent $2,000. It was like 12 years ago, right before I got sick, which really sucked. So yeah, I dropped a bunch of cash on there. I think it was between 2012 and 2014, and I got really ill in 2014. That came out, and I bought the Constellation. Then I bought the Constellation Phoenix upgrade, which is the luxury version of the Constellation. And then I saw the 890 jump, and I'm like, oh, party boat for the guild. So then I went and got the party boat for the guild as well. Let's see. Let me see if I can find Star Citizen webpage here, which is actually called Robert Space Industries, which I think is stupid. They should call it Star Citizen, but that's just me. Let me see if I can sign in over here. I sure can. Oh, I got to go through the whole check my email crap. Hold on. Not even worth it. Not even worth it, but whatever. My device name is? Why are they asking me that? God, I don't remember. I better hide that. I better hide my users. What is the name of this machine? Good question. All right, there we go. And ask a lot of weird questions. All right, where is it? Where would it say? Wow. Got 750,000 Rex over here. Trying to find it. Oh, they gave me a bunch of stuff I haven't looked at in forever. I just let the game develop, everybody, but they gave me a bunch of stuff over the years, which I don't even remember. I'm trying to see when I got that 890 jump. Let's go all the way to the end. When did I get it? 2013 was when I did it, about a year after they started, or 6 months after they started, I think. And then I got the Constellation, and then I got the Phoenix upgrade in January of 2014. Yeah, and then I got the 890 jump when it came out. Yeah. Oh, and I have a Aurora there too. Oh, I forgot. I have the starter ship. I think that's because I made a second account. I made a second account. I actually bought a second account for my wife too. Yeah, and I have the 890 jump with the lifetime insurance. And I also have the M60 too. Oh, I forgot I got that too. Yeah, man, I got a bunch of stuff in here. What I'm doing is they have a thing where you go on their website. I'm not even looking at it over here, but I'm going their website and you can go into my hangar and it tells you all the things that you have. So yeah, 2000 since 2013, 14, right before I got ill, and that's when I had money. Everybody, that was money I could waste money on $2,000 on video games. But it's been a lot of years. 2012. Hey, Suri, how many years since 2012? 13 years. I already forgot again. Yeah, 13 years ago. I sponsored this game. And this game right now has made nearly $1 billion. 1 billion, everybody. Let's see. 800 million they're at right now. It's the most expensive video game of all time. And it's still not out 13 years later. And you could say, it's a scam, Kismet, or it's a this or that. Well, see, the problem now, everybody, is there is no way they could ever live up to the hype of $1 billion game. There's no way. The expectations would be so astronomical no matter what they do, no matter how amazing this game is. It will never be able to match $1 billion game. And that's the same thing with movies, everybody. If a movie cost $1 billion and you went and watched it, there would be no way it could live up to that expectation. And that's the problem. That's the problem with this game. So I don't give it high expectations. I just say, hey, make it great. And when it comes out, it comes out. And if it don't, it don't. Because this still hasn't released. This is still in early access, but it is playable. I did try to fly my 890 jump, but they stupidly made the entrance and exits of the hangars in a very dumb way that they wouldn't really do in real life. You would not make it where you had to go in and the size of the entryway where you park your ship is about the same size of your ship. They would make it much larger so you don't accidentally hit the sides, and they would also make it where you landed on top first, and then you would go down into the thing. So you wouldn't accidentally bump into the sides. That's why aircraft carriers don't have walls along where the landing strip is. It's open just in case they're a little left or a little right or whatnot when they're coming in. And then, bam, they can go ahead and hit that tow line, which will then, of course, stop the vehicle and they can get off of there. You would not make it the exact same size of the ship if you were landing on atmosphere landing. Now, if you're doing it in space, that's different. If you're on a space station and you're coming down and you're landing, well, then you have 0G, so it's a lot easier to maneuver your ship in there. But a ground landing, you would never do that. And so I spent 16 hours off stream and then another 8 to 10 hours just trying to travel. When this first came out, they finally put it in game, just to travel to where I needed to get my 890 jump. And then once I was there, again, it took me 16 hours to get there off stream because I was just going to do it for an hour or so to get there ahead of time before I went and streamed it. But it took me 16 hours. It was so frustrating because just the slightest tap, boom, and your ship would blow up and you would die. Because, again, it's an early access. Everybody's still in development. So, you give them a slide. But I did it like 9 times just trying to fly there. And, of course, it flies there in what feels like real time. And they did fix all this stuff later, by the way, everybody. And then I just kept trying to land. I couldn't land. My Phoenix kept getting blown up because I was trying to drive my Constellation where I get to my 890 jump. So, after all of that time, 20 plus hours of trying to get to where my big ship is, we went and we took a tour of the ship. You can see it on my YouTube channel too, by the way. You can search up Star Citizen. And so I went around and I showed a tour of my ship live on stream. Awesome. They did an incredibly great job on it. And then I thought, okay, let's take it out for a test drive. So I spawned it in the hangar. I go in the hangar. There's already a ship in the hangar, and it's in there just bouncing around, so I can't fly it. So I was like, okay, I'll despawn it and try to spawn another hangar. So I did that for hours on end. I never got to fly my $2,000 ship, or really, I think this is an $900 ship or whatever it is. I don't know how much it was, $1,200, something crazy, something stupid, or whatever. But really, when you're doing that, everybody, it's like a gamble. You're gambling your money because what you're doing is you're investing in the development, not in getting the ship. The ship is like an extra thing that they throw in. What you're really doing is saying, look, I don't want you to have some dumb publisher, and we're not going to mention them, but you know who they are. The ones who push out games too early, who say, hey, this has got to be done. Now, there's a certain good thing about that you have a timeline and it doesn't go on for 13 years like this game, but also you don't want to push it out when it's a piece of crap. So this is Star Citizen's biggest problem. One, I paid a lot of money. I can't fly my ship. That's not good. You want to fix that problem first. And they have gone in and fixed it and made it way better. I've still never flown it, though. I've still never flown it to this day, even though it's 13 years later, or in my case, 12 years later. I've still never flown the ship that I paid for. But I will eventually. I'll come back to it, when they get it working. It can never live up to that hype now. It can never live up to it. There's no way, and it can still fail. And the reason why they don't come out with it, everybody, and you can say, Kismet, it's because of development or whatever. The reason why they don't come out with it is because it will fail. It will fail 100%. 100% chance. It's going to fail to live up to expectations. Not fail as a game. It might be an amazing game and everybody loves it and they start playing it and whatnot. I hope it is, because I don't want them to fail. I don't want game companies to fail, because you know what happens when they fail, everybody? We miss out on great games. I don't want them to fail. I'm not rooting for them to fail, right? I didn't go in there and get a lawyer and say, hey, give me my money back. I said, hey, go do your thing. Make it great. That's it. That's all my requirement is make the game great. And whether it takes you 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, apparently, on this game, it's going for the record. Right now, I think it's Duke Nukem Forever took forever. It was like 17 years in development. Let me go look. Duke Nukem. Man, we're going on a lot of side trips today. Duke Nukem Forever was, how many years did it take? 14 years. So if they go one more year, Star Citizen, without releasing their game, they have the record for the longest development time and the most expensive game of all time. One more year, everybody. Yeah, 14 years. So it was 14-year development of Duke Nukem Forever, because they started it over and over and over again, which is the same problem with Star Citizen. They keep kind of starting over and over again with different technologies and different stuff that they have to make, and they keep starting over and over and over. And then they have all of these expanded goals that they added, and all of these things. They're putting in the first-person shooter. They're putting in the space flight, the giant ships, the cargo stuff. All of that stuff in there along with the storyline, and they got the standalone squadron game, and then you have the other game, which is the the world game, the multiplayer world or universe, and whatnot. And they're pushing the boundaries of all these things, but you've let it go so long, everybody, the expectations are just going to be so astronomical that you're never going to meet those expectations. You just can't. It's just not possible. There's not enough development time to make it, even in 13 years, to make it live up to $1 billion game. It's just, no. So what I think they're going to do is, at some point, just push it out, and then let people play it for a while, and then close it down. That will happen eventually. Maybe it'll go on for 5 years, or 10 years, or 15 years that you can play it. And then at some point, it'll be like, okay, we don't have enough users to sustain this game. We're going to stop paying for the servers. And this is why they should have private servers like 7 Days to Die does and all of that. That would be my biggest suggestion, is make sure that you do have a lifespan idea for when it comes to the end of its lifespan, because it's already 15 years development, probably, if I had to guess, that 15, 20 years maybe, before it actually comes out. Then you say you have 5, 10, 15 years of actual play, and then that's it. It's game over. It's game over, and then the game's over. But now, when it comes out, 100% going to play. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, everybody. And I'm not going to get on forums and say, oh, you suck and it's taking so long. You got to bring out the game or whatever. Not my job. Not my job to police them, everybody, and say, you got to hurry up and do the thing. I don't want them to push it out. I don't want them to push it out too soon to where it sucks, where it's an unfun game to play. I want them to make an exceptionally great game, and I want to be able to play that exceptionally great game. And I want that for every developer. I want that for every game developer to stop making the same mistakes that all the other game developers keep making. Listen to your community. Listen to gamers. Listen to people like me who've been gaming for 50 years. I can tell you within the first 5 to 10 minutes of your game whether it sucks. And I will tell you if it sucks. I'll tell you what I don't like about it. I'll tell you what I do like about it. I'll tell you the honest deal. Instead of having all these kiss butts who just come in and kiss your butt. Oh, Mr. Guy, let me come in and kiss your butt. I'm not that guy. I'm to tell it to you straight because that's the most respectful thing you can do. Do it respectfully. Don't go in there and say, you suck, like that, without giving some solutions. See, the true people who want a game to be great are the people who say, I don't like this. It would be better if you did this. Or I have these ideas or these suggestions. This is how it could be great. Those are the true people that you're looking for. Those are the people that the game devs should be listening to. Now, all the people say, oh, I don't like this, or this sucks, or this game sucks, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe they're just a baby. I don't know. I don't know what their deal is. 50-year-old baby going in there and writing a big, monologue in there about how this game sucks, but give no solutions on how to make it better. Game development's hard, everybody. It is not easy. It's not easy. They're not just, popping in AI in there and then all of a sudden it works. You can't actually make, by the way, programs from AI now. You can go in there and say, hey, make me a snake game, and it will make you one with a little snake where it gets the apple and gets longer and longer until you eventually run into your own tail. You could totally go in and do that. But it ain't going to make this game for them. This game is crazy huge. One of the biggest, most ambitious games of all time. Crazy. I want to follow up here in 300,000 content. My wife and I hit it this year. It's not a whole lot different than 150 felt 3 years ago in the suburbs. They say 100K is the new 50K. Add on 2 kids, 300K after tax really isn't a lot. After bed, exactly. That's right. It's not a lot. Me and my wife survive on like 30K a year. I'm not kidding. With 3 kids, barely survive. And I'm fully disabled, everybody. But I don't take disability. Why? Because I don't want to die. I don't want to give up. This is what I do. I get up every day. I do as much as I can. I try to keep this stream going. I try to, convince awesome sponsors to send me stuff so I can give it away to you. This is what I do all day, every day, because I don't want to die. I refuse to die, as a matter of fact. It's all about how you look at it. I refuse to go quietly into the night. It's better to burn up than to fade away, as they say. So, yeah, it's really not that much. But, yeah, me and my wife just pinch those pennies, everybody, every single day. The real enemies are the people with generational wealth, $10 million a year. They give nothing back and abuse their employees. Exactly. And they pay them less. They're going to replace them with AI and robots. And they're going to wonder why nobody has any money to buy their stuff. They'll realize it just a little too late, as they always do. Short-sightedness on the short-term profit and not the long-term of their business. They probably manually detail the next-gen PS5, Xbox if they put their minds to it, judging from Death Stranding 2 and the other two. Exactly, Rotisserie G. Yeah, I mean, they could really get things going. But yeah, that's my ship, everybody. That's my ship I paid way too much for, and probably a very foolish investment. But you never know, everybody. Sometimes investments are over a very, very long thing. Oh, also, hold on. Let me find the other thing. Where is it? Organizations. Let's see. Man, I forgot what I called the organization. It's probably Ring of Destiny. That's so long ago. Where is my organization? Yeah, it is. Wow, I forgot. It's been so long, bro. It's been so long. Holy mackerel. Yeah, you know that's really long ago, everybody. This is actually used to be the name of my channel, Kismet Ring of Destiny. My guild name was Kismet Ring of Destiny originally. Now, I don't know how it evolved into my name. It was like because I had a prince, his name was Prince Kismet, right? Which is the leader of Lineage, my Lineage guild. We had like 300 members. So everybody just started calling it the Kismet Guild. It's kind of like, what's the name of that place where you sell stuff? What do they call that, everybody? Come on, chat. You know what it is. It's like somebody's name. It's like their name something. Oh, God, I can't think of it. Craigslist. There we go. Craigslist. It's kind of like that, where everybody just called it after the founder, and his name was Craig. So that's what happened with my guild, everybody. Everybody just started calling it the Kismet Guild, and then we shortened it to Kismet, and then we became part of a larger alliance of people, and one of them was called One Ring, for one ring to rule them all, like Lord of the Rings, right? And of course, this wasn't in a Lord of the Rings game. This was in a Lineage game, which is very much like a kind of like a earlier version of what's that other game? Ultima, games like that, right? Where you have your little character and you're running around, you're punching trees and getting wood and crafting things and getting drops. You're killing big boss mobs and getting it very much what World of Warcraft became much years later. But this precedes a lot of that. Ultima was actually, I think, first before Lineage. But Lineage was like 2012 or something like that. It was way before World of Warcraft. It was way back there. So then I started calling it Kismet, and then they became One Ring. The other people became Ring of Water, Ring of Fire, and then I started the largest of all of our guilds, by the way, Ring of Destiny. And that's where that comes from. So I started Ring of Destiny, and then our guild, everybody else's guild, they had 20, 30, 40, 50 people in there. We had 300. We had so many that I had 3 different princes so I could have enough people in the guild. And then I spent, man, way too much time. Because when you died in that game, you lost 8 hours of XP. 1% was 8 hours of XP. So if you're trying to get 1%, you have to spend 8 hours, and then boom, you got 1%. Then you spend another 8 hours, and then you got 2%. I'm not kidding. And it went up to 100%, everybody. It was absolutely a grind. It was the most ultimate grind you've ever seen. Especially when you're at my level, which was the highest level prince on the server. And across all of the US servers, by the way. People in Korea had already hit 50, but not me and not people on the US server. So I grinded it and grinded it and grinded it, and I was one of the very first people to hit that magical level 50. Because when you hit level 50, you can then have way more people in the guild, and that's why I did it. And then I could combine all my guilds into one, so you wouldn't have people in separate guilds or have their alts in separate guilds or whatever. You could combine it all into one guild, and that's what we did. And I had to have members sacrifice themselves. So you had to have some people who are very high level who will die for you and the rest of your guild members so that they could unlock that level 50 benefit of doing the thing. So that means 3 people had to lose 8 hours of their time of hard grinding to level up their character, and they sure did, and they become one of the first highest level awarded members in the guild, what's known as the Kismet Star. And they're actually on my website, by the way, right here. Hold on. Let me find them right here. Oh, wait, I got it over here. I already have it over here. They're actually on my website for all time. For doing that, and a whole bunch of other members as well. They're right here. The legendary members, everybody. These are the peeps that are in there. Right here, Pi was one of them. Was it Sar? Oh, I forget. Oh, it's so bad. I forget. It was definitely Pi. I remember Pi was there. I can't remember the other 2. It's my bad. But they're in this list. I think it was Soloris down here. But these are the members, the highest awarded members in the guild, everybody. You got to be in the guild for 5 years. And then you have to be nominated by the members itself, and you still might not get it. And then eventually when I see enough votes for that particular person, and they have earned all the other rewards first, then they get their Kismet Star. All of these people have done that. All of these people were in the guild for 5 years. All of these people got every other award. All of these people spent thousands of hours helping other people, and all of them earned the Kismet Star. Think of the scale there, everybody. Think of that scale of how amazing all of these people are. Think of that. I think that's pretty amazing. And that's what I do, everybody, as the leader. I facilitate the greatness of my members. I think that's what you should do. Big time. So yeah, so that's why it's called Kismet Ring of Destiny. Now I would call it the Teamwork Tycoons, because I changed the name to Teamwork Tycoons because I'm known as the Wasteland Tycoon, because I kind of think Teamwork Tycoons is a better kind of overall thing. So I'll eventually change this to Teamwork Tycoons, definitely. But you can see it says Kismet Ring of Destiny, and of course Kismet, I am the founder and whatnot. And I honestly don't even know who's members up here because I haven't looked here in forever. Yeah, look, there's Tellus. Tellus is a member over there. Ang is up there. He's one of my longest running members as well. Kevin, Ethan, Pure. We got Anion up there. Captain Jack, Electral, Assassin, Treble as well. If you guys would like to become a member, if this game ever comes out and we ever play this game together before I die, you can go over here and become a member. I think it's also down in the panels down below there as well on Twitch. Star Citizen. Now that I think about it, I wonder if anybody's actually has anybody, I gotta hide it so it doesn't show anything I don't want it to show. Has anybody actually gone in and requested to be part of the guild in a while? I have not checked it in a long time. It's supposed to send me an alert if somebody is requesting to be part of the guild. Honestly, I can't remember. It's been so long. Oh, no, I do have an application. God, I hope it's not from like 5 years ago. Oh, Rotisserie G. Yeah, Rotisserie G in there. There he is. Is he going to say anything I don't want to say? No. Okay. Yeah, there's Rotisserie G right there. That was January 16th of 2024. My apologies, Rotisserie G. Again, you can see how often I go in and look at this. Obviously, I haven't looked at it in a year. But I do check it yearly. I do check it. I'm checking it right now. Let's see. January 2024, January 2025. That's actually more than a year. Year and, what, 8 months? My bad. All right. Accepted. You're in. You're in, Rotisserie G. Welcome to Kismet Ring of Destiny. Eventually we'll be the Tycoons, Teamwork Tycoons over there. Now 12 members. Look at that. Now, my members are, you know, they're like, yeah, Kismet, when it comes out, let me know. Yeah, size is 12 members. The age is 4,228 days. Hey, Suri. How many years is 4,228 days? That's 12 years. 12 years I've had that organization, everybody. So yeah, 12 years that's been up there. And we're just waiting around for this game, everybody. We're waiting around. I'm not going to play it in a half-assed, junky state it's in right now. I don't think it's worth my time. And if they make it too PvP-ish, like, what's that other game where they just screw each other over all the time? What's that other space game, everybody? Very popular, big space game. They call it the spreadsheet game. Went out of my head. It's a spreadsheet space game. What's the name of it? You know what I'm talking about, where people spent like hundreds of thousands of dollars and then people infiltrate their like their guild and then like steal all their stuff and then like destroy the whole guild from within with all that sabotage and stuff. Yes, see? Look, I don't even need to tell you what the name of the game is. You know what it is. EVE Online, exactly. EVE Online. I've seen so many people do that. Now, if Star Citizen becomes like that, I will not play it. Even though I spent a lot of money on it. I will not play it if it becomes like that. I want to go hang out with a bunch of awesome people, explore the stars, run around on our ships, get into ship battles and stuff like that. But if the whole game is like that, where it's just nothing but PvP and people are sabotaging your guilds and stuff like that, because, you know, it always plays toward the worst instincts of people. People become the worst versions of themselves when they have that anonymity. Oh, man, I barely could say that. Behind the screen. Because if they say that kind of stuff to you in real life, in my day, you get stabbed or shot. You don't go into a biker bar and say, hey, people who ride bikes are a bunch of pansies. Yeah, go try that, everybody. In fact, don't try that. Don't try that. You're going to die. Don't do it, because they're not going to put up with your crap. All these people whine online, everybody. In real life, they don't put up with your crap. They really don't. I grew up with a bunch of delinquents, everybody. They will kill you. They will kill you for being disrespectful to them. Not the 12th time or the 15th time. The first time you're disrespectful to them, they will kill you. That's it. They don't put up with your crap. They don't want to listen to your crap, and they don't have to. So look out. Yeah, that was about the last time I remembered to check it, too. There you go, Rotisserie G. Well, guess what? You're in the guild now. So there you go. You can thank Cinnamon Soda over there for reminding me to check that now a year and 8 months later. Again, I'm just letting them, I'm not watching the, see, and when it first came out, everybody, for like the first 5 years, I watched all the news and I would watch all of their videos and what the latest thing was and whatnot. But after you do about 5 years of that, you're like, okay, well, just come out with a game already. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to sit here and every time you send me some little tidbit of news for the next, who knows how many years, decade. See, if I was still doing that, but that would have been 7 more years of watching that. I'm just like, you know what? Develop the game. When the game is done, let me know. Then I'll come take a look at it. Otherwise, I'm not going to bother. And the fact that you have $800,000 and you don't have enough resources to finish the game stuns me, everybody. It absolutely stuns me that they don't have enough resources to make that happen. But yeah, EVE Online, you got it. When I tried to run Star Citizen on my old PC and the computer said no and just ran and hid. Yes, yeah, my original PC did that. I launched it and the first thing it did when it opened up, crashed. That was my first experience with Star Citizen, opening it up and it crashed right away. And so then I had to adjust my settings and turn my settings all the way down. I finally got the launcher. No, that was a super early version of the game though, everybody. But I do have a funny video. Hold on, let me find that funny. We're just totally off the scales today, everybody. But don't worry, we're making aluminum while we're at it. We're making lots of aluminum. That's what we're waiting for anyway. Let's see, YouTube. Let me go to my YouTube and find it, everybody. This is how janky this game was. I think I called it Herbie. Did I call it Herbie? Herbie Goes Bananas. Now, if you've never seen that old TV show, everybody, or TV series, it was Herbie the Love Bug. You know, the little VW Beetle. Wow, I got the old intro in here, too. Check it out, everybody. I got the old Ring of Destiny intro there. That was the old guild name, honor, loyalty, respect. All right, so there I am playing it. When was this? Hold on. When did I bring this out? This was 11 years ago. Right here, 11 years ago, and I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to watch the whole thing. I'm just going to show you, a couple seconds of it here. Right here, old school Star Citizen. There you go. Enjoy. But here I am in the game, so I'm playing the game. Let me take the thing off the top here. Here I am playing Star Citizen way back in the day. And this is a Constellation, by the way. If you want to know what ship it is. And there I am flying it, and I'm learning how to fly the ship, and we're running around the old hangars and whatnot in here. You can customize it. You can shoot all of these things. Now, they don't have a lot of this anymore. They took a lot of this out. But I got this thing, right? I got this little buggy, Herbie Goes Banana pre-patch 11. I don't even know what patch you're on now, but here we go. Oh, I got to turn the sound on. This is how the game played then, everybody. So if you try to put it in the lift, it would just bounce around.
Also, Herbie doesn't like it that there's such a small door and he can't get to the second level. Let's see if Herbie's calmed down after patch 11.
Man, my voice
Nope,
is, my
same
volume's
old
really
level
low on that
himself.
one.
Whoa, look out!
Just having fun, everybody. I did this on stream, too. So if you're gonna have a buggy and you're gonna have a lift, you should have a lift where the buggy can come out of the top, but you can't come out of the top because there's a doorway there. It's not an entrance where you can bring your buggy up to the upper level.
They greatly improved the physics and animations.
See, this is 1,000 times better now, though, everybody. See, you can knock stuff over, a bunch of containers and stuff. I made myself a little obstacle course.
I'm a complete menace. My whole crew is running for the exits.
Yeah, I am a menace, that is for sure. There we go. So, yes, I have played Star Citizen. I played it before anybody played it, really.
And the
way back in the day.
Sound effects are great.
Clank.
Oops, was there a panel here on my constellation before? I hope I didn't knock it off.
Yeah, I might have. So yeah, I'm just running around getting in trouble. You can watch the whole video if you want over there on YouTube. Yeah, that was so many years ago. How many ever years I said. So there you go. Enjoy. Okay, have we got our... Oh, we still haven't taken a break. Still have not taken a break. Well, we might just do the laundry tomorrow. Such is life, everybody. We started way too late on it now. Oh well. How we doing? Oh, that's the wrong one. Over here. Oh, we got our hover pack too. I forgot. Yeah, we did that right at the end. All right, we got here. How much are we there? We're almost 3. Oh, we're done. Okay, we're up to 3. So again, everybody, I just keep busy while I'm waiting for stuff in the game. There we go. Okay. What an incredibly great start to the stream, everybody. Showed you all sorts of stuff. Games that I've played, things in the past, big good conversation in the chat. I love good conversation, everybody. There's one thing I should never do is disrespect a biker no matter what the situation. Exactly. You shouldn't disrespect anybody. You know why people are always so mad, everybody? Because they feel like they're disrespected all the time. Whether it doesn't matter whether you're tall or skinny or what the color your skin in or where you come from or what you're doing. When people are disrespecting you and making you feel bad, that's what people don't like. Stop doing it. I don't know. It just seems like an obvious thing to me. Stop treating people badly. And stop allowing people to treat you badly, everybody. There's another one, too. Call them on their bullcrap, right? So if they come in and they're saying, oh, you got to do this or you got to do that or you got to do that, you got to be strong. You got to stand up for yourself and say, I don't got to do a dang thing. You don't own me. You don't tell me what to do. I'm a grown-ass adult. I'll do whatever the hell I want. Because, again, everybody, I don't care if I die. I care about not living now. That's what I care about. Not just being alive, but not being able to go anywhere or do anything. You see, all that other stuff, it melts away. All that other crap that you were thinking about your whole life, being famous and making lots of money and getting lots of things, and I've done some of those things. But it all melts away. It's completely irrelevant. It's completely unnecessary. You spend way too much time worrying about what other people think or whatever. You got to get inside here and you got to say, I like who I am. That's the number one thing you got to do in life, everybody. If you're trying to find meaning in your life, I would start with that. You got to like who you are and what you do every day. And don't let other people tell you who you should be or what you should be doing. If you're an adult, you should be doing your own things. Because your parents should have, by the time you're 18, 20, 21, 25, in those areas, depending on how good your parents were, they should be transferring all responsibility to you. When you're 18, you're now responsible 100% for yourself. Your decisions, your mistakes, the money you spend, the money you earn, your mental health, your physical health, your spiritual health, your financial health, all of those healths, all of those things, the top 4 of all the things you should be working on are your responsibility. Not your parents, not your neighbors, not your government, not whoever, not your cousins, sisters, aunts, brothers, sisters 3 times removed. None of those people. It's your responsibility. My health is my responsibility. And I can blame the system, and I can blame this, and I can blame that. But there ain't nobody who's going to get out and go for a walk for me that's going to help my health. That's only me. I've got to be responsible. Get up, go for a walk, no excuses, go get it done. And then make it a habit. You do it every day. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever you got. And then you can't cop out of it. You say, well, I can't go to the gym today, so I can't work out. Sure you can. Work out at home. Sure you can. Sure. do some stretches, do some stuff, do some push-ups, do some sit-ups, get yourself some simple weights. You could be doing that. All those excuses is a bunch of bullshit. And I know because I've told myself all those excuses before, and now it's time to get rid of the BS. All the BS must go. So no matter how much you say, if this old disabled man can get out there and do it, everybody, you got no excuse. You got no excuse. There you go. You saw my twin train today at the food bank. Had the fashionable glasses and everything? Really? Did you take a picture? Man, it's like that time I was at TwitchCon, bro. That was so embarrassing. But it was funny. I embrace the awkward moments now, everybody. I go in there and some guy had walked in and he had a suit on. And he looked just like another streamer that I knew, and I forget what his name is. I'm sorry. He has like a name that's not like, you know, a name you would call somebody. And he come walking in, and I thought it was him. And so I was like, "Oh, hey, da 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 da," and I said his name, and the guy looked at me like, "What are you talking? Why are you calling me this weird name, right?" Because you know I was saying his streaming name, everybody. I forget what his name is too. I'm sorry. I forget what his name is. But I swear he was a dead ringer for him. And I'm like, wow, that's weird. This is like a dead ringer for him. And I said, what's your name? And his name was like Steve or something. And I'm like, oh, you're not a streamer or whatever? He said, no, I came from the office across the street. I need to come in and do some copying. And I'm like, okay, I know this is a really weird request, but you mind if we take a picture together? Because I know somebody who looks just like you. You will not believe it. And he's like, no way. And I'm like, oh yeah. And it was like, he's going to make him laugh. And so went in there and we took a photo together and then I sent it to him. And then he sent me back the Spider-Man meme where all the Spider-Mans are aiming at each other. I knew he got the joke right away. I knew he got the joke just straight away too. I forget his name. I feel bad, but I'm old, everybody. You got to give me those ones. You got to give me those ones. Remember, I get like a 30 minutes of sleep a day, everybody. Not physically, but that's what it feels like. If you've ever like worked a really long shift for like 24 hours, and then you've gotten like 30 minutes of sleep, and then you have to go back into work again, that's my every day. Every day, all day, for 11 years, everybody. That is my every day. So there you go. Mega, who's Mega? Mega, your dog? Or is it Megan with an N? He's a oh, he's your brother. Okay, I get it now. Or is it a dog? I'm confused because there's the dog in this story. Oh, Megadeth. Oh, I know Megadeth. Yeah. Oh, I see. You're talking about Megadeth. So you gotta clarify these things because I'm not gonna know the reference of what you're talking about. He would technically be your stepbrother. Cool. Hey, always good to have another brother. My brother is a mess. My brother, sadly, is a mess. Still love my brother. He's my brother, and I'll always love him, but he's not trustworthy, so you got to watch out. So you're still hoping for people, though, everybody. Doesn't matter how many years it goes on. No matter how many times they screwed you over or they screwed over your family or friends or whatever or crazy things that they did, you're still rooting for them. You still root for them. I do. I don't hold on to that negativity forever, everybody. You got to be smart. You got to protect yourself against people that are like that. But you still hold out the hope that one day they'll snap out of it. You know what I mean? That they'll finally learn their lesson. That's not how you treat people. You hope, everybody, but it doesn't always happen. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes they just never do. They never catch a clue like the rest of us, right? You're not supposed to treat people horribly. Not supposed to lie, cheat, steal, all that stuff they try to teach you in church. No matter what religion you are, they're trying to teach you how to be a decent human being, everybody. That's what religion's about. If you don't know that's what it's about, then you missed the whole point of it. The whole point is This is how you be a decent human being. Don't sleep with other people's wives. Don't lie. Don't cheat. Don't steal. Don't manipulate people. Don't treat them badly. Don't kill them. I mean, it should be obvious because there's so many religions at the same exact point. Of course, they have all their other stuff as well that goes along with it, dogma and whatnot. But that's what you're there to learn. You're to learn, hey, how can I be a decent human being? That's it. My kind of thing is, instead of going in and doing bad things and asking for forgiveness, don't do the bad things. I know. It's kind of like preemptively thinking it out, right? You think it out ahead of time so you don't need the forgiveness. That's the way I live my life anyway. I don't do things where I need to ask forgiveness for it. So there you go. That's quite a paragraph there. Try to absorb it all. Oh, dog, huh? Yeah, I'm the same way, except for I'm at the age now, unforgiven, that I have done 10,000 things for family, friends, and strangers. And now I'm to the point where, all right, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to help people move. I've done it 1,000 times. I don't need to help people fix their phones. I don't need to help people fix their computers. I don't need to help people do this or that. I don't feel obligated to be the nice guy anymore, the person who goes in and helps people with all of their problems. I now am going to transfer all of that responsibility back onto the people who should have solved the problem in the first place. They should know how to solve their own problems instead of relying on me to solve their problems for them. So it's their responsibility. Their stuff is their responsibility. Their problems are their responsibility. Don't put your problems on my shoulders. Anything that is yours and your issues are on you and not on me anymore. I don't take on other people's issues. But I'm still a nice guy. I might help. But I have the option to say no. That's the hardest thing to do in life, everybody, is to say no. People say, hey, can I borrow some money? And you say, nope. No, thank you. You're just going to take it and drink up that money anyway. You're going to go buy alcohol and that'll be into that money. That's not going to do you any good. Again, you got to find a thing. Now, I don't mind if I have some food left over and I'm walking along and some guy says, hey, man, I'm really hungry. I say, here you go. No problem. Right? I don't mind doing that. I don't mind going and buying them a meal and bringing it to them. I'll do that too. If I see they're at a gas station and they got a gas can in their hand and they're trying to get some gas, I say, come on over here. Here you go. I've done it many times. Filled it up. There you go. Never even knew their name. Take it easy. Give them 20 bucks of gas. Off they go. Or people come up and say, hey, I need 10, 15 bucks. I kind of suss them out. Is it for drugs? Is it for alcohol? Is it for some shady stuff? 50-50 chance, right? If it's more 50 in the good side, here you go. If not, nope. No, thank you. I know what you're going to do with it. Again, I'm at that stage in my life, everybody. I'm 55. I've been the nice guy my whole life, and I don't feel bad anymore. I don't feel bad to not help people anymore. I mean, if people are in a dangerous situation, if they're, sick or dying or something like that, obviously I'm going to help them because I'm that guy. If I saw somebody having a heart attack, I would 911, hey, someone's having a heart attack, they need help right this moment, and whatnot, that kind of thing, right? That's no problem. But if someone says, hey, can you come over and help me move? And I'm like, has this person ever helped me move? Has this person ever done anything for me? Or will they ever do anything for me? No? Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Have I already done tons of kind things for this person in the past? Yes. Okay, no, I'm going to opt out this time. So the problem is when people ask you to do stuff and you don't have the option to say no. Because if you say no, then they get all upset. So that's not a true option, everybody, because they're going to get upset. And that's not really being honest about their intentions either. If they get mad at you because you say, hey, I've helped you 100 times, I've helped you 1,000 times, I've helped you 10,000 times, and this time I don't feel like it. And if they're not cool with that, then they're not someone you want to be around. You want to get them out of your life. You want to get out of there for sure. So there you go. Yeah, I never got into drugs, and I never drank a lot of alcohol. I've drank some of it when I was around my friends, when I was really young, before I should have been drinking, way long ago. But alcohol tastes terrible, everybody. A lot of alcohol tastes terrible. I don't know how people stand it. It's really just to numb yourself, everybody. A lot of people drink to numb themselves and to get that buzz, to get that high. That's why they do drugs and all that stuff. Because they're escaping their reality. They gotta, life is a difficult, hard grind. It is. Everybody knows this. Even the richest people in the world, they can't escape it. Doesn't matter how much money you have, everybody. It doesn't take away life. It doesn't take away the ups and downs and the health problems and the issues with family and friends and people who are doing stupid stuff and making bad choices. It doesn't take that stuff away. You still have to live. Even if you're the richest person in the world, you still are living day to day to day. So that doesn't bring you anything. What brings you a sense of peace, everybody, is to get a little happiness each day, a little pocket full of happiness, everybody. Do what you love to do, right? Whether it's playing games or music or dancing or yelling out your back window because you're so frustrated, it makes you feel better, right? Just going out to an empty field and screaming and screw you world, whatever it takes, everybody, to get a little bit of, a little bit of peace in life. And that's what the U.S. is based on, everybody. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So you want to have your, life be your own. You want to have liberty so you can go from state to state to state or do whatever the hell you want without other people telling you what you should be doing. And a little bit of happiness. You're not going to get happiness every minute of every day. That's not the human condition. Whether you have all the money in the world or whether you have no money in the world. That's not the human condition. You're not going to achieve it. It's not going to happen. Again, and sometimes when you do temporary happiness, it causes long-term pain. Drugs are like that. Too much alcohol is like that. Too much food eating, which is my problem, right? Too much candy and ice cream and cakes and all the bad food that you start eating as primary food, right? You stop eating the primary food, which is like steak and, salads and all that stuff, and you start eating junk food as your primary source. And that's how you gain 10 pounds a year for 10 years and you get 100 pounds like me. Because I just started eating a bunch of junk food because we didn't know it was bad for us. We didn't know fast food was bad for us. We didn't know playing lawn darts could make you lose an eye. We didn't know these things. We beta tested all of that stuff for you. You're welcome. And previous generations beta tested alcohol and cigarettes and other things that are bad for you. They didn't know cigarettes were bad for them. They thought it was something cool to do with their friends. Look at me. I'm smoking my cigarette. I'm so sophisticated. Look at me. Enjoy that lung cancer and that terrible trachea thing they put in your throat and all of that. Enjoy that stuff. Because you know what? Those cigarette companies knew that was a thing, and they didn't care whether you died or got sick. They didn't care, and they still don't care. They don't care. They don't care about you, everybody. You think they're sitting around worried about the average Joe? They're thinking, how good are our profits this month? That's what they're thinking about. That's what all those corporations are doing. They're not thinking, hey, man, if we make this thing, is it going to make the average Joe's life better? No. They don't think that way, everybody. Corporate people don't think that way. They think in terms of spreadsheets. They think in terms of profit and loss. They think in terms of efficiency. And if the company's inefficient, they'll lay off 10,000 people. Without a second thought. 10,000 people out of work. Yeah, no Christmas bonus. No nothing. You're gone. Not without a second thought, because you, to them, are like these resources. Like this stuff. This is the reality of life, everybody. Is that these resources right here, this is how they look at you. So do you care about what that individual resource is thinking right now? Do you care about what that silica is thinking right now? No, you don't. You don't care about the ants in your backyard. Do you care about how their social stuff is going on right now? The ants in your backyard? Because that's how they treat you. They treat you like, an ant, an insignificant ant, everybody. That's how corporations treat people. And believe me, one day, you guys, the next generation, can wait for all these old people to die, including the current generation and the next generation, and you can take over and make it better. Don't do what they've done. Don't keep doing the same stupid stuff that previous generations have done, and then call it progress, like all these corporations that they built, and then they turn into be scummy corporations that don't care about people, and they don't care about the everyday Joe. They just care about profits and loss. And then they'll just say, oh, it's just business. Okay, you just laid off 10,000 people. So 10,000 people are not going to be able to eat. They won't be able to pay their mortgage. They won't be able to pay for their kids' food and stuff. But hey, okay, if you get more money in your pocket, well, I guess it's okay, right? Because they don't care. They don't care, and thinking that they care and them convincing you that they care. Same thing with politicians, everybody. Their job is to convince you that they care about you. They don't. They don't know who you are. You don't exist to them. You don't exist. They don't know who you are. They don't know what your deal is. Even if you did go and meet them, they'd forget you 2 seconds later because they don't care. They don't care about you. Big corporations don't care about you. All these things don't care about you. So who does care about you? You do, obviously. But otherwise, you wouldn't be alive. And somebody along the way, when you were a baby, cared enough. Maybe they weren't the nicest of parents. My parents were pretty great. But if they didn't help you when you were a baby, you'd be dead because you weren't able to help yourself. And really, not until you're like 10 can you really even have a chance of taking care of yourself. Maybe as early as 5, like me. I started doing all my own stuff at like 5 to 8 years old. I learned how to do my own laundry and make my own food, and I used to mow the lawn every week and whatnot. And then I do the dishes, and I do all of those things by myself. My parents would not do those for me. My parents wouldn't come in and clean up my room. They didn't make dinner. They didn't do all that, traditional Ozzie and Harriet crap, right? They didn't do that. They said, you need to be self-reliant. You need to learn how to do these things for yourself. And actually, in the long run, it did help me. Because I still do all my stuff myself, everybody. Like I said, I got to go wash my clothes. So I do my clothes myself. I prepare my own food, especially now. Now, I don't really like cooking. It's not my thing. I don't like cooking. I don't like thinking about food. I don't like to get into food and whatnot. Food for me is typically fuel. Only until I met my wife did I actually eat as a recreation. And that's why I gained a lot of weight, because we would go and we'd have pies and we'd go out to eat, and it was more of a social thing that you do, right? You go out and, you're taking your friends out and you're going out and you're eating and just socializing and having a good time. And we had a great time. But it comes with a drawback of you're eating recreationally instead of eating for survival, right? So when I was young, I ate for survival because we didn't have a lot of money. So I had to just eat, macaroni and cheese every day. That's what I did for many years. I ate that. And of course, there was rarely any food in the house that I knew how to make. Now, it's my fault because I should have probably learned how to cook. I actually took a cooking class in junior high school, everybody. But I wasn't paying attention because I was there for all the cute girls. I'm just going to admit it. That's why I took home ec, everybody. I didn't take home ec because I wanted to learn anything. I took home ec because all the girls were in home ec. Because this is my thinking when I was young, everybody. Let's see. I can go into wood shop where all the guys are, or I can go into home ec where all the girls are. And you know what? There was one other guy who had the same idea as me. Because we were the only 2 guys in there, and we were just showered with affection. The whole entire time, everybody. Every time they would make something, ooh, you want to test this? You want to try this out? Oh, yeah, I'll try that out. Thanks for making that. Oh, man, those are some good cookies. Those are the greatest. Because I didn't have an ego where I needed to prove what a man I was to everybody. Because that's the way it was in those days. But you had to prove a man. Oh, you went into home ec? Oh, my God. What kind of man goes into home ec? Why didn't you go into a shop or into car building or whatever? I'm like, hey, I can do whatever the hell I want. You don't tell me what to do. I go in there because the girls are in there. What kind of idiot would go into where all the guys are? I go in there and I'm living large, everybody. Again, a lot of beautiful ladies in there. I'm just telling you. We ate like kings, man. We were kings in there. Absolutely awesome. But I did not pay attention to anything that I was supposed to be learning. Because I'm not into it, everybody. Cooking food is not my thing. But that's okay, because even though I'm not into it, if you're into it and you love doing it, go and do it. Don't let nobody tell you can't do it. Don't let anybody say, including me. You go do what you love to do. That's what I say. So yeah, I grew up learning to do everything for myself. And that's my whole generation, everybody. We learned to do everything for ourselves because our parents were working really hard. They were working multiple jobs and, just trying to survive. Imagine today, everybody, how hard it was then, but imagine today just trying to keep your kids going. I don't need to imagine. I'd do it every day. Having 3 children, one's off at college and we're just barely making it to keep her going. She's got a job so she can pay for her stuff too, because she needs to go off and learn to take care of herself, because I'm not going to be around forever. I'm like the money magician, everybody. I make this money magically appear from nowhere every time they need something. I don't really buy stuff for myself, everybody. I don't buy cars. I don't buy things. I don't buy suits. I don't buy stuff. The stuff I have serves a purpose. I buy things for purpose versus for showing off or trying to impress other people. I don't buy clothes all the time. I think I bought some stuff for going walking. Some really nice, I might put those on the website too for you guys because they're really nice. They're very thin. They're not like cotton shirts. So when you wear a cotton shirt, you're just going to sweat like crazy, right? But if they're like, I don't know, rayon or whatever I'm not into clothes either, everybody, so I don't know what the fabric is. But they're really breathable and they're light. So when you're walking with them and you get hot, you're just not sweating like crazy. They breathe. So I bought myself some of those. So it's probably the first time in like 20 years I really seriously thought about buying myself some clothes. I might buy myself some shoes every 5 to 10 years. And that's about it. And then everything else I buy has a function, right? Like all the stuff here on the stream, you're like, I can't believe you got the 6 monitors and all this stuff. Yeah, but it's not for me. It's because it serves a purpose. It allows me to run the stream more efficiently. So I can see you guys' chats over there. And I got like 5 chats open over there. I got a bunch of chats open up there. I got Discord. I got some notes of what I'm doing this stream if I ever get to it. And then over here, I have all the other stuff that you guys see on stream. I have the thing here, and then I can pull stuff from my other monitor here. Like the Tycoon history. These things are there for a purpose. They have a return on my investment. And if they don't have a return on my investment, I don't buy it. In my day, I know it's a crazy thing to think of now. My wife still has not learned this lesson, which is why we're constantly in poverty, is the fact that if you don't need it, you don't buy it. And if you can't afford it, you also don't buy it. Now, here's a great example, everybody. If you go and you buy a car, right? You say, hey, I want to go buy a car. Now, there's 2 ways to buy a car, usually. Of course, you can also lease a car, but we're just going to leave that on the side table. You can buy a car outright, or you can make it with payments, right? Now, if you need the car right now so you can get to your job, well, then that's a good argument for making payments on it, and then you're going to pay interest over the top. So say you buy a car, let's just lowball it at $10,000, right? So you spend $10,000 on a car. You got to put your money down, so maybe you put $1,000 or $3,000 down or whatever you have. Let's say $3,000. So now it's cost you $13,000 because you put $3,000 down, but it should bring the $10,000 down. No, it just went right back up again because now you're going to pay interest on it. So now you're paying $16,000 on that same vehicle. Now, if you had the cash, you could walk in there. Here's my $13,000. In fact, I want it for $12,000 because I'm paying cash. Now, back in the day, that was what they would do. Okay, cool. I make a sale. Here you go, $12,000. Boom, here's your car. Right? So you could save money by going in there, or you could pay the actual price of the car, which was $10,000, and then you don't have but you always have dealer fees and you have, registration and all sorts of other crap that you have to pay on top of all of that. So $16,000 becomes $19,000. So there you go. But you get the car for $10,000 and you saved yourself the $6,000, right? So now over time, that $6,000 you can use for something else. So you have more buying power with that money, right? But if you keep financing everything and you keep putting it on your credit cards, what happens is every month it's reducing your buying power. And it's also wasting your money. Like my wife is the queen of, hey, I've got some room left on my credit card. I'm going to go ahead and spend $1,000 this week. Even though she ain't going to make $1,000 to pay that back off the next month. It's really difficult to be in a relationship who can't manage money, everybody. It's the number one reason why people break up, by the way. But I love my wife, so I've put up with it. Guys, sometimes you gotta know your battles, everybody. You gotta know your battles. You keep explaining it over and over again, and maybe one day they'll understand. But if they don't, then, you just love them anyway. You just keep rolling. But again, the thing about money is to have purchasing power. That's the most important thing, is that you're not wasting your precious time, your most valuable resource, so that you're not wasting money. So buying a car with cash, which seems impossible, is not really impossible if you had the discipline to save up enough money and then buy the car. Because guess what? You're going to pay that money anyway, whether you pay it over 4 years, 5 years, 7 years. Now, again, if it's a critical thing, you need the car right now, well then, boom, you got to buy the car so you can have a job that you can get to get it. Now, you could also take the bus. You could also ride with a coworker. There's 100 other solutions that you're going to say, well, I had to get the car. But did you really? Did you really have to get the car? Or did you get it because it's an ego thing? Or did you get it because you thought you had to have a use it? Yeah, you got to be realistic with yourself, everybody. You got to be real with yourself. You can't fool yourself. You know why you bought it. You bought it because you didn't want to be that person who's taking the bus. You didn't want to look like a loser, right? I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking because I've thought the same very thing. And I've bought myself expensive crap because of it. But now at my age, I don't care what anybody else thinks. I'll take the bus. I have 3 cars and I drive none of them. You know why? Because my kids are all off driving them cars. My wife's driving the cars. What am I doing? I'm sitting here playing games and, trying to walk and feel better. I don't need to be driving too many places. That's why I want this van. Then I'll have my own car. That'll be my car and nobody else's. We'll get this van and then we'll go out and we'll go traveling. And that's like a work van, everybody. It's not like for me to go and just have a good time. It's for the stream. It's not for leisure, right? It's for something that I do as a job. And I would love this to actually pay for itself one day. I'm 10 years in, still doesn't pay for itself, still is a loss, an absolute loss, but it keeps me alive and it keeps bringing in joy to all of you, hopefully, and to me especially. It gets me out of the bed every day. I look forward to getting on the stream and spending time with all of you. And that you need in your life. You need to have something to look forward to. It can't be just solving problems all day long. You got to have something to look forward to in your life, and you got to find it because it ain't coming to you, everybody. It ain't coming to you. You got to go out and find it. You got to look for it. You got to do a bunch of things that you absolutely hate. Mark those off the list. I hate digging ditches. I hate working at McDonald's. I hate doing this. I hate these people. I don't want to be around these people. I don't want to be around these corporations. I don't want to do this. And you keep checking it off until you find, oh, wait. Oh, I really like this. This I like doing. Okay, well, here, I'm going to start this as a hobby while I have my job so I can eat and drink. And then I'm going to turn this hobby into something that I can maybe do every single day. And it takes a long time, and it takes a lot of work. All these people you see, like Ninja and Shroud and all of these people, those are the 2 examples I usually think of. Those people are like, oh, overnight successes, they made millions of dollars or whatnot. Nah, they were doing that for 10, 15 years ahead of time, everybody. Been doing it since they were little kids. They've been going to tournaments, they've been going to all this stuff, and it took them 10, 15 years to get where they were. It took them a long time. And see, that's the part that they never tell you when you're watching those videos on how to be super successful, how to be a super successful streamer. You just go in there and you click a button, say start stream, and then boom, you got 1,000 people in your channel. Nah, don't suck. Don't suck at streaming. Don't be boring. Be entertaining. Bring your point of view. You're the reason why people are there. That's why I just sometimes get in the mode to just talk to people, right? Because people are here because I'm here. They can go watch anybody play Satisfactory, but why are they here in my stream? And that's because I tell it to you real. I don't BS. I don't kiss butt. I don't tell it to you the real deal. I don't play a character. I don't, act like, crazy, awesome streamers that do characters and whatnot. Sometimes I might do the Wasteland Tycoon, do a little cosplay. That's really not really character. That's just me dressing up and being silly for your entertainment. But I wouldn't call myself a cosplayer, but it's not like something I go and make myself cosplays and stuff. I just do it because I think it will make you guys laugh, and it makes me laugh as well. I think it's funny. I think it's funny when I show up and I look like I have my hard hat on and I have my vest on and we're ready to go to work in Satisfactory. I actually have that too. I have it in the closet right over here. I did that when we came out with 1.0 Satisfactory, which is really fun. I might do it again on stream. You never know. You never know. Might just surprise you guys. Yeah. So again, everybody, that's about financial health. Again, we've talked about personal health. We've talked about relationship health, that kind of thing. And then we talked a bit about financial health. Again, the more that you go and put things on credit, the less buying power and the more money you're wasting and the more time you're wasting. Like, great example, I try to explain to my wife, she buys something for $100, right? And she'll put it on the credit card. And then she doesn't have money to pay it off, so it stays on there. And then the next month, boom, now it costs you an extra $5 or whatever your percentage is on your credit card. And so now it costs you $105. And then the next month, it now costs you $110. 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, $200 now, $300, $500. It costs you $1,000. If you leave it on there long enough, a $100 thing will have cost you $1,000. And my wife's done it many times because we don't have that much money. We can't pay that money down when she does that. And I go, every time you do that, you set us back by years and years that we're going to have to pay on this until we get it paid off. She's just setting us back each and every time because she had to have it in that moment, right? My kids had to have it and whatnot. And sometimes when you're an adult, you just say, you know what, if the kid's got to have that money for whatever reason, you know, you're like, oh, this is a special moment. This might be something they might remember when they get older, or some sort of decision point in their life that will lead them to great success. Then you just put it on the credit card and you rock and roll. Like, great example, this computer, everybody. My computer got old. My computer wasn't running very well. And my other computer died too, which was kind of a weird foreshadowing. Basically, it was something I had to do. It's like do or die. So I went and got that computer, put it on the credit card. I'll be paying on it the next 20 years. And it will cost me way more than what I paid for it. But we did have a percentage of it that I did put down on it. And then I have the rest of it that I need to pay off eventually over time. And I will. I'll do it over time and whatnot. And I'm not going to ask the entire stream to pay the whole thing because I decided to get a bigger machine. That was my decision. And I'll pay for the rest of it because I'm old school like that, everybody. I won't go in and make a thing for that now because I chose to get the bigger machine. But I'll just pay on it forever and that'll be good. But that's like a mission critical thing, everybody. That's like a business thing. I needed that machine for business, not for my personal entertainment. When I'm not on stream, everybody, I'm not playing games. I'm not playing games on this equipment is off. I usually turn it off, or it's on, it's processing videos, it's uploading or backing up videos. That's the only thing I use these computers for when I'm not on stream. Or I might be organizing a list or doing something on Discord, but that's all like stream stuff. It's not like I'm sitting here playing, Indiana Jones for 20 hours off stream. If I'm going to play Indiana Jones for 20 hours, I'm starting to stream up because that's the fun part. The fun part is the interaction right here. This interaction is the part I enjoy the most. Absolutely enjoy that, everybody. And again, if you are going to be a streamer, that is the thing you should really lean into. Lean into the enjoyment of hanging around and talking to your chat from time to time. Yeah, break time. Absolutely. I'm going to get it going here in just a moment. I was going to double check this one more time. How many boxes do we got? Oh, yeah, we got 3.5 boxes. Now, you might think that's a lot, everybody, but I'm going to burn through that like crazy here in just a moment. Because now that we have the faster belts, we can then continue to build up all the processes that we were building on. Look at all these big vertical towers. Very cool. And then we're also to the stage where we're about to get to the mega building where we can go ahead, unlock all of the stuff in the awesome shop, convert all of these into the bigger blueprinter. And then we're kind of in the final form of the final stages where we're going to be getting every resource, or at least as much as we can before we hit the build limit, from everywhere. We're going to tap into every single resource in this playthrough. We're going to do every single process, including all of the alternate recipes. We're going to do all of it, and I'll explain why you use one alternate recipe as opposed to another, the kind of deep understanding, all my gaming secrets you're going to get in this particular playthrough. So we're going to get it going, so I appreciate you guys hanging in there. And we talk about a bit of IRL stuff. And again, that's another part of my stream, everybody. Sometimes I have people come in and say, Kimmy, just play the game. I'm not here just to play games, everybody. I'm here to entertain you. That's my job. and to bring a little joy into your life, maybe a little bit of understanding, maybe a little bit of camaraderie. And say, Kismet, I totally understand what you're talking about, bro. I have the same problem with my significant other. He or she does the same thing. They don't understand about money and they just waste money all day, every day. And you live in a constant poverty because they buy things and then they put it in the garage and you never see it again for 5 years. And then it's just sitting on the credit card and getting more and more and more over the years. And so you bought something for $100 and now it costs you $1,000. That's life, everybody. But my kids are about to graduate, so I'm just kind of hoping that when my kids finally get out, though it never ends, I hear everybody. It never ends. Kids always back for more money and more stuff and more help that they need. But my kids will all be super successful, everybody. I can see it already. They're already way ahead of the game. My oldest daughter is studying to be an engineer, and she is super brilliant. My other daughter is studying to be a doctor. Not that I told them to be those things, everybody. They chose those things on themselves. And they're so resilient and so determined, because they get that from me. I can tell you 100% that's me. That they'll never give up. They're relentless. So they'll never give up on what they want to do. Unless they decide they want to do something else. Then they'll never give up on that thing. And then my other daughter's going to be a scientist, everybody. So very cool. Or she's going to go into science. So, I mean, those are awesome things. I think that's pretty amazing. I mean, as a parent, that's when you can say, look, that was successful. That was 100% successful there, right? So you as parents say, look, your child went on to do something amazing. And even if they work at McDonald's or whatever, buddy, if they're successful at taking care of themselves, and that you don't have to worry about them because parents do that. That's what they do all the time. It doesn't matter if you're 5 or 75, everybody. Your parents are worrying about you right this moment, usually. They're always worried about you, how you're doing, what you're doing. Good parents are. Bad parents don't care about you. Bad parents sent you off to military school and just don't want you around because they don't want to deal with your stuff. They're very selfish in that way. Don't have children if you're selfish, everybody. Don't have children if you can't sacrifice a little bit of your ego and your life for their benefit. For me, 20 plus years sacrificed, just scraping by every day, all day, so that they can go on to have great lives and they can go on to have great jobs and whatnot. That's what I do all day, every day. Just think toward their future. And then eventually they'll move out and then I can think about me again. Until they call me and say, hey, Daddy, I need help with this thing. And then I'll be like, all right. What do you need? You need me to help you with your phone? Okay, whatnot, or whatever it is they need. Because they know they can call me anytime, day or night. Doesn't matter if it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not going to yell at them for calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Because my 3 o'clock in the morning is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just so you know. Because I work at night times. Really, I'm up anyway, everybody. That's the thing with insomnia. You're up all the time, day or night. The daily schedule that you had when you were young, like I did, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, no matter what time I went to sleep, 6 o'clock in the morning, get up, get ready, go to school, whatever it was when you're young. And then when you graduate, then it's like, get up, go to college. Then you're going to work in the afternoon, or you go to work first and then you go to school, or you go to school one day, you go to work the other day, or half day here, half day there, whatever you got to do to make that work. I used to go to school in the mornings, then I would work, and then I would go to school at night. And then I was doing that for a really long time. That's a lot, everybody. That's a lot for some young kid. But you're young, so you can do those amazing things. To work 40 hours a week and to do 12 units at school at the same time. 12 units is a full course load, everybody, in my day anyway. It was a lot. It was like more hours in the day than you possibly had to study all that stuff and to do all the things that you tried to do. But somehow I made it work. Somehow we did it. And that's the thing about being young, everybody. You don't know things are impossible. You really don't. You only learn that as you get older. When you get older, you learn things are impossible, that this can't be done or this can't be done, and you're right every time. Every time you say it's impossible, you're right. But if you say it's not impossible, you might also be right. Sometimes some things are impossible. Like right now, I'm not going to jump out the window and start flying across the sky. That one's probably not one you want to test from a high thing. Might want to test that from the ground level, everybody. You don't want to try that off the top of a building to see if you can fly. Yeah, let's try that from the ground level. Try it a few times. If it doesn't work out, then, hey, there you go. Of course, then when someone said, hey, I can build a machine that could make me fly, then they did. But now it's like no big deal. Back in those days, everybody thought it was crazy. They're like, nah, you can't. No, humans can't fly. Humans are on the ground. And then they went and proved them wrong. As always, time and time again, everybody, prove those naysayers wrong. I find that awesome. I find that amazing, everybody. Like when you, this is like thing gives me goosebumps every time. Hold on. Right here. This is like a prime example. Or is it? Find it over here. Hold on. I gotta find it on YouTube. On all these other platforms. Where is it? Right here. Where is it? Right here. Hold on, I gotta track it down. Ah, there it is. This is an FU to everyone who ever said this was impossible. And I love every second of it. Booster lands, right? Double booster land. Double booster land, everybody. Now, this ain't just one person, everybody. This is the genius of a bunch of small people who don't get credit. All the people who, all the engineers, all the other person, you saw Elon Musk there, bah, he's just the leader. These are the people who are really in there getting it done, right? The real people who are on the ground, the everyday Joe that you're never going to learn their name, you're never going to know what they did, but they made this happen. The everyday person. Not the people who get all the credit. Usually the leaders get all the credit. And the people who are sitting there making each one of those little rockets and putting in those wires and putting on the fuselage and putting on all the stuff and painting it and building the landing strips and all that other stuff. Those are the real heroes, everybody. The people who are the unnamed heroes that make this a big FU to everyone who ever said that landing booster rockets was impossible. And I love that moment. I love that moment every single time it happens. And it happens a lot. It happens all the time. And you should be like this, everybody, that nothing is impossible. I'm like that. I'm like, hey, I am 45 years old. I'm a disabled man. I'm going to go try this streaming thing. I'm going to try to become a Twitch partner. Actually, I'm wearing my Twitch partner shirt right now. Yeah, I didn't even think of it. And so I'm going to go and I'm going to do this impossible thing. 0.01% chance, everybody. Less than 1% chance that would ever happen because of my age, because of my disabilities, and whatnot. And because I've never done it before. I've never been a streamer before. I've been a graphic designer. That's what I did. And I did graphic design. And I did basically computers, engineering, that kind of thing. I didn't study engineering, but I've studied computers so long and I've been around engineers so long that again, I had a career in that as well. So amazing, kind of self-taught kind of thing. But it wasn't like I was engineering spaceships, everybody. It wasn't like that kind of engineering. Like computer engineering, networking, that kind of thing. Programming, back-end stuff, databases, you name that kind of stuff. That kind of engineering. And logistics, especially logistics for flowing jobs through, like, okay, you got to do this first before you do this and that and this other thing, and you need this to do this to that thing, that kind of stuff. But I love doing that. I love doing, like, people would send me jobs, and I got known for that. That if you had an impossible job, you brought it to Kismet. That's what you would do. And then we would get a bunch of work from a bunch of other places that did the same thing as us. You know, we did graphic design, we did pre-press and printing. And so all these other places that had these, you know, really expensive jobs, hundreds of thousands, 500,000, $1 million worth of stuff that we would work on, like could be, you know, magazines or billboards or whatever it was, they'd bring it to us. And then we would get the money. And that's why I made so much money, everybody, because I was a draw when I worked there. So they would come in and they'd say, hey, we can't get this to work. And I'd be like, and everyone would be like, oh, that's impossible. I go like, no, it's not. All you got to do is understand about inks. See, you got a bunch of opaque inks here. You can use these opaque inks to be over the top of these transparent inks. And if you just put a little bit of extra in there, you put the trapping in there, you move this over here, you set this on another layer, you put this on this plate and on this plate, and then you print it together, boom, you're done. And it would dazzle them every time, everybody. Dazzle them every time. How I just knew that right off the top of my head. You know why? Because I've done 100,000 projects before that. That's why. Because you already know. It's kind of like playing a game. If you play a game through as many times as I have, I don't know, 30, 40 times, you know exactly what the next step is, right? You understand where you're going, where the end goal is, right? If you can figure out where the end goal is and work your way backwards in life or in game or whatever, it'll really help you. What's this out here? What's your goal? Are you doing a poster or are you doing a billboard? Going to be a very different process for each of those things. It may seem like the same, but the end process is different. And so you have to set it up a different way. If you're going to be making star scrolls, which I have done, star scrolls that go in the in the checkout section of a supermarket, I tried to do everything, everybody. I wanted to do every single type of design there was, and I did. 100% achievement. Amazing. Amazing when I think back at it, everybody. I was just some young kid. What the hell did I know? But I had that goal, and I achieved that goal. So you're going to be printing that on different type of paper. You're going to be printing it a different way. You're going to make it so it rolls up and all that stuff. You're going to need to engineer all of that. And that's what all the printing people did. I did the graphic design part of it. But you still had to know. Like, great example, if you have a box, right? Say you have a box, like I have a box of like granola bars over there, right? Well, boxes are not printed like a box. Or a great example, box of cereal, right? Say Fruit Loops or whatever, right? So they're not printed as a square or as a rectangle or a cube. They're not printed that way, right? They're printed flat. And so you as the designer, you have to figure out the template so when they fold it and glue it, it turns into a container where you can put the cereal in there. And then the outside part of the container, everybody, that's not even there for any purpose other than advertising. The outside part of the container is there for advertising, also for easy for shipping and stuff like that too. But really it's there to advertise that product. The whole outside of a product is typically advertising. And the actual thing inside, because you've had some cereal in your life, that it's inside a plastic bag in there. If they could sell it to you without needing that outside box, they would 100% do it to you. 100%. Because you can go into like a Walmart and buy the generic stuff in a big old bag, and it's not in a box, it's in a big plastic bag, and on the side it's got it printed, fluffy flakes, whatever it is, right? And then you can just buy the fluffy flakes without having the box on the outside, and that's called advertising, everybody. So now you know a little secret. You know a little secret about why those boxes are there in the first place. Because the cereal's not actually in the box. The cereal is in the plastic bag that's in the box, because it's easier for them to take a plastic bag, fill it full of product, seal that bag, and then drop that into that advertising box, right? That cardboard box or whatever that they use for shipping and for advertising. So now you know. There you go, Nuka-Cola freak. Well, hey, if I can help you sleep, man, I really have trouble sleeping. I am the worst. And see, I've explained it to my family 1,000 times. They just don't understand. Some of you out there understand what it's like. My doctor just told me, my neurologist, because I've seen way too many doctors, he said the only thing that you can do with your condition is just sleep when you can. So that's what I do. So I might get an hour's worth of sleep today. I might get 5 hours. I might get 15 hours. I might get 30 hours of sleep. Not very often, but sometimes if I'm exhausted enough, I've been streaming 20 hours a day for 4 days. You never know. But every day, no matter how much sleep I get, it feels like 30 minutes. Every day, all day, 365 times 11 years, every day. And some of you don't even know what that's like. And hopefully you never know, because I don't want you to know. I don't want you to know what it's like. Some of you can empathize, though. You know what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter how much sleep you get. You can sleep 20 hours in a day. You get up, you feel like you're 30 minutes. That's just the way it is. And that's how it'll always be. There'll be no other option. So when you have no other option, you adapt, right? You adapt to what your conditions are. So if you adapt to your conditions, that means you're a human being. That's why we survive so long, because we can adapt to a situation. And adapting is one of humans' greatest strengths, is that you can adapt to whatever. Like tonight, I'm going to adapt to the fact that I was talking to you guys too long and I didn't take a break and I didn't wash my clothes. But I always have extra clothes, everybody. I don't just run out of clothes and then do my clothes. I usually have clothes like 2 or 3 more days or whatever before I really need to do my clothes. You know what I mean? Before I run out of clothes. Don't do your clothes when you run out of clothes, everybody. Have like 2 or 3 days ahead of time. There's another life lesson, another life secret. I should do gamer secrets and life secrets. So again, if I can help you sleep, hey, I feel like that's a win. Just listen in. And a lot of people listen to my stream, by the way, when they're driving to work and whatnot, like a podcast. Because I do, I kind of do like a podcast kind of thing. I'm usually talking the whole time. I feel like it's more entertaining when I'm kind of doing something different than everybody else is doing. Everybody else is playing a game. But what I'm doing is sharing the secrets of my thought process, which not a lot of people do, like how I think things through. And what you do is you get an insight into someone else's thinking. And then maybe they'll think of something, and then you'll take that idea and make it even better. And I feel like that's the true kind of essence of my stream, is that I will talk about real life stuff. I'll talk about games. We'll let the game run so we have enough aluminum, because I'm about to burn all this aluminum up. And sometimes we'll do a bunch of chatting, and sometimes we'll do a bunch of gaming, and sometimes we'll mix and match and one or the other. Something in between. So there we go. All right. Now we got to get to taking a break here, because we have been going for about 4.5 hours. But we have been doing good progress. Again, sometimes you just let the game run, everybody. You let it run and you let it build up those resources. I didn't even take any of those resources out of there. That's why I was going over there in the first place. Totally forgot to get the resources into my inventory. Let's at least feel like we got something accomplished so far. Let's go over here and let's grab out all of the stuff in this container here, and let's grab all this stuff. Look at that. We got something done. So one of the things we also did unlock is the hover pack, everybody. It is my favorite thing. We no longer have to do the jetpack where we're just kind of thrusting up and then falling down, thrusting up, falling down. We don't have to do that anymore. We'll hover wherever we have power. We'll hover up in the air as long as that power is on. Now what I want to do is take all of this and run this back over here. We need to take all this spaghetti mess out of here, but we're going to need a box to hide this in for right now. So I'm just going to throw one right there, and then we're going to put this a little closer to my primary area, and we're going to get, let's say, we'll get those out of there too. Let's say about 3 rows ought to be good enough. All right, very good. Because what we're going to need to do is do our hub upgrades, right? So we have our hazmat suit. We need to make ourselves a bunch of aluminum casings. I told you we were going to get into the game, everybody, and you were very patient. Aluminum sheets here, and then we got our aluminum casings again. We hopefully have been doing some computers here. We got plenty of plastic laying around. We can get that done. Over here, we're going to start needing to do radio control units. We have all of these other processes that we can set up or have already set up. Then supercomputers, more radio control units. Over here, a fuse modular frames and supercomputers, and then eventually particle enrichment here, which is, of course, our nuclear and particle accelerators. It's really plutonium, which is after nuclear, because you do nuclear first, and then you're going to do your advanced aluminum production, and then you'll do your particle enrichment, which is your plutonium, nuclear pasta, and your particle accelerators. This is really in-game stuff right here. This is real in-game stuff. And then you'll get to phase 9. Now, we'll probably work on phase 4, probably a little bit faster than we did on phase 3, because phase 3 I usually skip. I usually just right to phase 4, because tier 4 and 5, while among my favorite stuff in the game, actually can move pretty quickly. You can just zip through there, make a bunch of that either manually or through your machines. And then you can do tier 5 and 6, get those done. You got your trains, you got your blueprints, all of that stuff. And then you're done with phase 3. Now you're in phase 4, and you're doing tier 7 and doing tier 8, right? And then I would go straight for the bauxite refinement. So you can do your aluminum and then hover pack. And then, of course, logistics with our nice 780 belts, which is going to be really fun. Really fun cranking those out. But we need a lot of aluminum so we can do it. Also, we're going to get more inventory slots. We're going to get our hazmat suits so we can be around radiation without getting killed, or at least radiated. And we're going to get all of those going. We're going to try to get as many of these done tonight as we can, right? We got plenty of time to get it done. But first, we're going to take a little break, and we're going to let even more aluminum going while we're taking a break. And I appreciate all you peeps hanging out. You're like, Kismet, I'm here for Satisfactory. Don't worry, we'll get into it. Don't worry. You don't usually talk that long. Sometimes I get into it, though, everybody. Again, you know, there's not enough people in the world trying to inspire others, I think. Everyone's so focused on negativity and not focused on bringing a little love and positivity in the world. I'm going to focus on that. Bringing lots of love into the world, everybody. All right, here we go. Allow you guys to do some words on stream. I'm going to go Stealth Boy, Fallout fan. I'm the only one on any platform that has his very own Stealth Boy. Let's go. back, everybody. Let's get to it. Let's get rocking and rolling. Let's see if I can help you guys out here. We got Gilmer in there trying to get her done. Let's see. Hoss. Hoy. Hoy. Choke. Yeah, there we go. I got one. There we go. Thurbrick helping out. Come on, we need one more word. You guys got this. I believe in you. Hey, H-O-E-Y. That's a word. I don't even know what it is. H-E-O-Y. K-E-C-O-H. I don't know. K-E-O-H. Shock. Honk. Oh, man. What are these words, everybody? What were those words? I have no idea. What the heck? I think those aren't really words. But you guys did a good job. You guys were working together. I saw a whole bunch of you working together there early as well. Nice job. Let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of kids caps for being awesome. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, just in case as well, because sometimes, you know, things go horribly off the rails. Okay, now we've done our thing, everybody. We let that run for a while. We got a bunch of aluminum going, which we need to wait for anyway. And now we can get into working on our aluminum casings. Now, since we have a bit of our starter stuff here, we'll dip over this here. We'll turn our sounds back on. What we can do is we can divert some of this to be working on those aluminum casings. So, way back here is the aluminum. And I probably should stick a big sign on it. Did I unlock my big signs? I sure did. And I'm just gonna go aluminum. I'll just do aluminum for short. Boom, there we go. Now we know which one's doing the aluminum. We actually put sheets on there too. And we'll get into really fancy signs and building and mega building and all that stuff eventually, but right now what we're trying to do is we're trying to move our way through the different phases. Now again, you can rush through the phases like I've done before, finish the whole game with like 20 to 30,000 power, which is massively efficient, everybody. Again, remember that your whole goal is to put efficiency first, right? Oh yeah, my little Twitch thing on the side. I forgot it's got my little Twitch glitch. Just saw it. Now you can see it's also putting the aluminum sheets in the dimensional depot as well, which is what we need. But we also need to kind of siphon off some of these for another part of the process. So we're just going to go ahead and do what we've been doing before, and that is just to go ahead, run up a wall like that. Tell it we need to do some of this and then this away. Now the reason why I put this here is to align the thing, align the blueprints. There it is. It's in there, everybody. Just slow access speed. when you feel like you only get 30 minutes of sleep a night, everybody, that access speed goes way down. So what we need to do is we need to put in some constructors here. So what I'm going to do is aim at the side here, but what's going to happen is it's going to clip through other stuff, which is this right here, which is in our way. So we're going to go ahead and take that out for now, and we're going to go ahead and add another process here. Now, if we go in and we take our constructor here, and again, I'm going to show you all my gamer secrets, everybody. Stick around. Stick around. I'm going to see some cool stuff here. Let's go. What we can do is we can do aluminum casings. Now, aluminum casings use aluminum ingots, and you can see that it's in the constructor because it only requires the one item, right? And that will make aluminum casings, and it will make a lot of aluminum casings. Do I even care how many aluminum casings I'm making? No. And the reason why I don't is because I'm just making the casings themselves, and I don't need really that many. So I'm not even going to bother to do the calculation. Again, this is multiple ways you can do this. You can figure out all the math first. You can even figure out where all your stuff's going to go. You can really just kind of get an idea way ahead of time, or you can just do it in the moment. And just say, yeah, okay, I'll just put a bunch of those down, and then I'll put a bunch of these down, and then GG's, right? you can do it that way as well. So what we're going to do is put in our constructors, and that was like 10 constructors. Do I need that many? I'm definitely not going to be using that many. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in some storages, but we're missing some pipes right now. Really need to upgrade our how much stuff can be stored in there, because it's affecting our ability to just go ahead and make stuff that we want. It's only going to get more and more, require more and more raw resources over time. The bigger and bigger that we build, the more it's going to require that as well. So we're going to go ahead and let this run a little bit while we wait for our blueprint resources to show up for our steel. Was it the one we needed? This one, storages. There we go. You can see right here under the steel pipes that we're 409 of 420. Now, every time one of those goes in the dimensional depot, you can see it's at 410 now. And it's going kind of slow right now, but we're missing steel pipes and we're missing steel beams. So those steel pipes and steel beams are going in there, but the steel beams are not, because the steel beams are full, right? So we got to go in and take out the steel beams and put them in my inventory so that it will put more in there. Now, I can wait for this, or I can just fly across the way here to my massively vertically stacked factories, which I think is really cool. It reminds me of Ready Player One, everybody, the stacks in Ready Player One, which is really cool. If you've never seen that movie, everybody, love that movie. Definitely check it out. Check it out. Also a great book as well. So up we go into here, and we can just find where these particular resources. Now, if we had labeled them, even easier, but we didn't, so too bad. So up here, you can see that we have a bunch of them going in here. So I can just take those out of there instead, like this, or I can just backtrack wherever this came from, right over here, and I got a whole box full of them, right? So let's just get a whole bunch there. Follow these ones down. And, oh, wow, actually using all those up. So we got another stack of those, we're good. And since I have the ability to float around, it makes elevators and everything else obsolete, everybody. It really does. Now, see, I'm way up high, so as I run out of power, it'll drop me down, but then when I get close to power, it'll automatically stop me from dropping because I was already hovering before. So it does work pretty great to just float around, do what we need to do. Put that out down there. And now we can go back over here and we can put down our blueprints. Now, I've made a bunch of kind of generic blueprints that help you just kind of build the same thing over and over and over. Because you're going to be building forges, and you're going to be building smelters, you're going to be building constructors and storage, and you're just going to be building that over and over again. And so this helps that go a bit easier. So what we want to do is we want to input some of these that are being produced over here up here to make some of these as well. So we'll just do what we normally do. And we'll just go ahead and put in just a little splitter there. Bring this up to here. And an eyeball where that's supposed to go. And then zip that right in there. So now 50% of it's going to go to aluminum sheets. And 50% of it's going to go to our next stage over here, which is our aluminum casings. So I'm going to do one aluminum casings, then copy on this button right here. Or just press it on the screen this way. Hold on. Blip, 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 blip. There we go. Press that copy, and then go to the next one. I always open it up, everybody. Again, that's a big tip right there. Open it up, even if you're not going to do, whatever's in there, just so you can see that it did paste, and then you can just check it off in your mind and not guess whether it did it or not. You know for sure. If it shows up right there, it did it. It's ready to rock and roll. Then we're going to go ahead and grab some power connector here, and we're going to run it down to the lower one so that these will all be tied together. Should I put my power probably in the front? And this thing's great for just hovering around. Oh, right here. Great for hovering around and doing whatever you need. And again, you see I can float over the side. I'm not worried about falling unless the power goes off. Make sure your power doesn't go off. That's an important one. Keep that power line nice and smooth. Okay, now we should see some of these coming out. Yep, they sure are. All right, awesome. So green is an input in my particular factory, and red is an output. Now I turned it in such a way that I can go out of here and have it go in over here. Like this. And those aluminum casings are now being stored over here. Now I do want to get my, don't need to put the casings in the dimensional depot as much as I do need to make sure that I have my aluminum sheets going in there. So we're just kind of hanging off the side a little bit here. And then we'll go back down to here and we'll run this up. Wow, did I line that up pretty close? I did. Might have been industrial beams though. That's a problem. And it doesn't quite line up. Probably not going to put anything here. So we'll just take out these supports. And we can always move it later if we want to, and just line that up right off the center, just a little bit out. And then we'll run it down. Boom. Too far out. Too far out, so we need to back this up just a little bit. Again, just trying to get a sense of how far back it should go. Say 2. That's way too far. Now also the little icons in the front there that help you make the thing also sometimes are in the way. I find. All right, there we go. Still seems a little close, but it will work. Let's go. All right, bring those up, running them in the dimensional depot. Nice. Now, all I need, everybody, is some of these so I can go ahead and do the next upgrade. That's the whole point of what we're doing there, is to grab some of those aluminum casings, go back, do the upgrade. And again, you'll see us be going through the upgrade pretty quickly now because we went in and we did all of this, which is building all those other resources that we needed to make a whole bunch of other stuff. And that's pretty much how this game goes. All right, select that milestone, put those in there. Now I need some quick wire, which I know I have in here. I don't even need to look for it. I know I have a whole bunch of that going in there, so we'll grab 500 of that in there. We also need a bunch of gas filters. Not sure how many of those I made. 17, and I need 50. Okay. Let's see if we have enough to do some gas filters. Not in there. Where'd our thing go over here? Okay, we need a bunch of fabric is actually what we need. Okay, let's make some fabric. What's it going to run out of first? Biofuel or biomass or mycelia? We'll find out. It's going to be pretty close. I'm betting it's going to be biomass. Yep, biomass. Okay, do we have some biomass? Biomass, no. But we might have some back over here. Where did we go? This way. So I do actually have some biomass fuel in case things go horribly, horribly wrong. And so over here, it's gone into here and made a bunch of solid biofuel. But it doesn't probably have any biomass left over because it already made it into biofuel. But we can look and see if we have some leaves, which we do. Pull those out. And we can say wood. Pull that out. And then I have it set up where I can just go ahead and take the wood and put it in there. I can take the leaves and put it in there. Don't get those wrong. And then what I can do is run that in there. Now it's going to run in there. It's going to eventually come out right here into here as biomass. Now I can just take the biomass out before it uses it all up because it's going to be making a whole lot of it. And then I'll make some solid biofuel. But again, now I've got 50. So it's doing a lot of the work for me. So I don't have to make the biomass, which is the whole point of automating stuff. so you don't have to do it all. All right, let's take 82 and see how much we can make. Okay, more of this. Now, another thing I could do is put a smart splitter in there, and when it's on overflow, it will make it into solid biofuel. But when it's not on overflow, it could take the biomass and put it in a box if I'm going to be using a bunch of biomass. Now, I'm just using it for fabric right now, and again, need more biomass. I'm just using it for fabric right now, but I could set that up in that way, and even more complex in a whole bunch of other ways as well, using those smart splitters. There's 150 there. I could also just take this out here so it starts to backlog into the machines itself. This one right here is not fast enough. The belt isn't fast enough because it's 300 per minute. And these belt, I can tell already because it's backlogged in there. See, this is the level 3 belt. So it should be coming out of there pretty quick. But a level 3 belt is 270. And this is outputting at 300. But it just so happens that we do actually have our faster belts. We just never bothered to come in here and make it faster. Like this. Boom. Boom. See, now it's going in there faster. Now it's coming out of there faster. There we go. So now we're using level 4 belts. Level 4 belts 480. So you can take the 380 from there. You can take the 60 from here. That's 360 that's rolling in there. And now it's going in there much faster. I could have also just taken it from the other box as well. All right, very nice. Back over this way. Trying to unlock our hazmat suit now. And let's see. Actually, let's see how many filters we can do. Let's see. Gas filter. We can do 30. Roughly. That's getting us pretty close. I always love it when I need 50 of them and it does 49. It's usually how it happens, everybody. There's going to be something like that. Yeah, I need 50 and it did 46. So, need to go back over here and make some more of this fabric. And now we got lots, so we can go ahead and do like 60 fabric. And you might as well just burn up the rest of it, everybody, and then go get some more mycelia. Corbin Dallas Multiplast. Lilu Dallas Multiplast. Makes me want to watch that movie again. It's so good. I've seen that movie a bunch of times, everybody. There's only like a select few movies that I've seen more than once. And that one I watch every single time. It is so good every time. You know, it's like all these eclectic characters that you wouldn't think in different actors that you wouldn't think would work really well together. And it's just the perfect combination of all those different types of characters. And it's fun every time. See, every time you watch it, it's good. I mean, I don't watch it like every day. You know, once or twice a year, maybe. Always a good time to get some Lilu Multipass on. Yeah, I need more coal in there too. All right, that's enough. That's as much as we needed. Let's go. Let's unlock the next part. Boom. Tell us all about it, Ada.
Milestone reached. The hazmat suit protects the wearer from radiation by consuming iodine-infused filters. You may find this protection essential if you are going to finally get around to saving humanity. I previously gave you compliments in an attempt to inspire you, but it might have given you the wrong idea. I will definitely be totally honest with you from this moment on. Here is a demonstration of a truthful compliment. That suit looks like it was made for you. Because it was.
Okay, great. I prefer if she's not as honest. Oh, we got to do our stator and motor production. Did we not do that? I thought we did that. Maybe I didn't. All right, next one is control development. Now, we've got a bunch of these, which is why we've been saving a bunch of these up. But we can't put them in there yet because we got about 4 minutes. But this one right here is actually batteries, which is really great. We're going to need radio controlled units, supercomputers for the next part. And we unlock one of the coolest things that they added is the blender, right? We're going to blend some stuff together. And we can scan for sulfur, but we already did sulfur, right? We already found that sulfur. We're good. I'm going to keep this up, but I'm just going to turn it down in game. This way when she's talking, I don't have to keep turning it up. Just enough so we can hear it, but it's not overwhelming with the trains and all that. Okay, 3 more minutes. So again, we're going to be unlocking all of this stuff, and we'll be done with Tier 7. You can see that we just went whoop, right through Tier 7 like it was nothing, everybody. Again, that's why we were making all of these other resources. Now, while we're waiting, we can select that milestone, and we can go ahead and track down some of these resources, which some of these should be laying around somewhere. Don't have any in there. Was I running those computers too? This way somewhere. Yep. Take all of that out of there. And over here, that one's going into that way. Plastic. I think computers are going to be our biggest problem. Grab a couple of those. Plastic, we got a lot of that. Have a bunch of that. And computers, and then our things over this way. Okay, see that in that amount of time, everybody? After we've made enough aluminum sheets, we made 406 of these aluminum casings. So you can see that it's going to make a crazy ton of that over time. So we don't necessarily have to really focus on that for now. But can we turn that down? I'd rather hear the dialogue than have that stuff overwhelming the sound. So that's going to keep on running, and eventually we'll have boxes and boxes of that stuff over there for sure. Okay, so we got that going. And again, we're going to have problems with computers. What are we making over here? Computers, how convenient. All right, why is our cables not going in there? Because we probably don't have the cables. How's our inventory? Put all this in the dimensional depot. Full. Oh, really? Dimensional depot is full with computers. Ah, look at that. All right, we pull that out. Use that. Well, never mind. We don't need to make the computers. We had some in the dimensional depot. How convenient. That's very convenient. All right, it's back. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and use up a bunch of this stuff. And not quite enough computers. Nice. Yeah, I can't do computers in there. Yeah, we need wire. Okay. Gonna put that there. Put all that in there. Let's just go get a bunch of wire. We may or may not have backlogged over here. Really, it's cables what it needs. I get those two mixed up all the time. Oh yeah. Whole bunch. All right, all that cable is going to distribute wherever it needs to go. Are we doubling this up? Nope. What did I do with those summer sloops? That's a good question. Huh, what did I do with those summer sloops? Oh, over here. No? Not in there, not over there. Like those would be the only places that I would use those. Did I sort the summer sloops? You know, there's some stuff we can take out of there. Back in there. Good question. It's not in there, that's for sure. That's wild. Where the heck do the summer sloops go? Top. At the top is where we did it. The elevator down here. Nope. Now by the time that elevator gets down there, I can just float my way to the top. Like that. All right, I think we put it over here. Yes. Modular engines. That's a lot of summer sloops in there. Okay. Now the reason why we're coming for the summer sloops is so that we can put it in for the computers, and it will make double the amount of computers than it normally would using the same resources. So pretty smart thing to do. Right over here. Like so. And there we go. So now it's going to make 12 computers instead of 6, roughly. Basically just making those computers go faster. And these computers are going this way when they really... Oops. That's not going to be good. That's not going to be good. I was sending that somewhere. Somewhere to do something. Luckily, I had enough space to have those in my inventory. Otherwise, they would have dropped a little box. Okay, so this is running back. You want to enter... Whoa! Holy mackerel! Made me jump. What's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. Thanks for that nuke. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Who was that? DA Soccer coming in, showing some love. Welcome, everybody. My name's Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoons. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right. I've been gaming for almost my entire life. I'm the OG, the original gamer. You're watching somebody who has gamed for half a century, everybody. I know. I'm the oldest gamer, not in age, but in time spent gaming, probably on the entire platform. Absolutely. Probably only 2 or 3 of us left in the world who are still alive. And a few of you as well. Yes. But thanks for coming in and hanging out. My first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey, in the early 70s. Yes, the 1970s, way back in the day. So there you go. So thanks for coming in and hanging out, DA Soccer. Now, again, if you're all tired out, you want to go rest and relax, you go right ahead, man. I appreciate you bringing your awesome community into mine. I'll take good care of them. Come on in, hit that follow button, everybody. Relax, take it easy. We're playing like our 50th playthrough of Satisfactory here. We're playing the 1.1. We're checking out all the new stuff. Just taking our time. No quick speed run through this time. I'm showing you all my gamer secrets as we go along. Again, all great ways of optimizing and whatnot. And we're kind of mixing our blueprinting and doing our kind of mega building, especially our power, and doing our power locally by wherever we have our, typically where we have our hub. And then doing our other stuff in modular style and more remotely. Like, for example, you can see all of my stacks over here. We are working vertically. Very easy to understand. All the ones in orange are the actual manufacturing, and the ones in blues are the different layers of storage that goes on. So you have your raw storage, then you make the item, and then that gets stored, and then more making items, and that gets stored, and so on. You get the idea. That's what's going on over there. A bunch of different factories with a bunch of different types of resources. And you're like, well, Kismet, why do you build in squares? Well, I build in squares for the same reason they do it in real life, everybody. The reason why they build square buildings is because it's more square footage, so they get more square footage for their dollar bill. And that's one of the most effective shapes to use, is a square. Now, of course, later on, you will go, or cube, or a rectangle, depending on the size of your building or the shape of your building. But later on, you'll see me go in and do true mega building where we get super fancy. And we'll get to that. But right now, we're kind of in mid, just about to enter the later game now, working on some of these more complex processes. But this is like rods and screws and, a whole bunch of other stuff that goes along with that. Right now, we're doing some computers, and those computers are being amplified by our technology here, where we're using our summer sloops and we're overclocking it. Now, I could make a whole bunch of these and then run them in there, and that would be more efficient power-wise, but you might notice that I play very, very efficiently. In fact, I've finished the entire game with only 20 or 30,000 power. You don't need that much as long as you just let it run. Currently, right now, my entire factory is using about 7,000 power, roughly, the entire thing. That means all of this over there, and the oil extraction over there, and all of this, and all of those, and all the ones that are way off in the distance, and the ones that are way off in the distance of these, is about 7,000 power. And of course, all the extractors that are bringing over the quartz, and bringing over sulfur, and bringing over coal, and so on, and all the bauxite that we're dropping off over here, and all the aluminum that we're producing, and the compacted coal, and the turbo fuel, and the regular fuel. That's what's going on over here. Also our plastics, our rubber, all of that stuff that we're producing is all right here, about 7,000 power. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can that be? What about all your other processes? Well, I did a bunch of the other processes to start with. I made a bunch of resources, and then I took them all out because I had enough resources where I could then get to the next stage of the game where I could build a bunch of stuff that will help me build my power. Then I built my power. I built more backup power right here, so just in case while we were working on our power. And then we scaled it up, right? So we scaled it up to maximum amount of oil power that we could produce. So we basically overclocked the oil nodes, because the oil nodes do not have different mark levels. They're not Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3. your oil level is going to be what your oil level is. That's just it. This is what it'll always be, whether it's a coarse node or pure node or whatever. That's going to be the maximum amount. It's the maximum base amount that's going to extract. Now, if you overclock it, that'll be the maximum amount it's going to extract ever in the game. So put your oil extractors down, overclock them suckers, because overclocking them allows them to draw more resources out, up to a maximum of 600, because that's your pipes. And then that oil, it can be used to make more power, and it will be way much more power than the cost of overclocking them. So it is massively effective to do that as early as game as you can. Just overclock those oil nodes, and as you can see, we did that. Then we did our fuels, and then once we have our fuel set up, we then converted it into turbo fuel, where you need that compacted coal. So I decommissioned all of my coal power, didn't need that anymore. Took all of the coal, and as you can see, my train's running right here. It's coming through right now, and it's going to go ahead and drop off all that coal right over here. And you can see we're not even using all of it, everybody. We got so much that we're not even using all of it. We can make even more if we wanted to. But as you can see, it's backlogged 4 or 5 boxes deep there. Over here, not even being used, just dropping it off for right now. And you can see the coal, the train's going to go ahead and drop off that coal. And they're segmented into 300 and 300, 300 and 300. Because you're trying to avoid hitting that upper cap of your fluids, and you're trying to avoid hitting that upper cap of your items. On the ability to output it, on the ability to get it out of the train station as quick as possible. That's why you want to have storages, so that it can get it out of there as quick as possible, whether it's fluid storage or item storage. And you want to get it out of there as quick as possible, so that when the train comes through the next time, it's not stopping your ability to keeping that going. You want to create a bit of a buffer between the train putting it in there and then extracting it from the train station and then getting it to the stuff you need, right? So that's what these are all about here. These cause a little bit of a buffer in between. You can go ahead and backlog a ton of that. And then what it does is these all run underneath, because we have what's known as a logistics level, or what's known as a sandwich level, where you have all the logistics underneath, and you don't have to look at it. It's awesome. It just runs down there. You don't ever have to look at it. Cold jumps across there, GG's. And of course, you can make it fancy with glass floors and all of that, so you can watch all your stuff run if you want, and all sorts of really fun, fancy stuff. And I'm going to show you all of that stuff as we go along. There you go. Gonna go watch my steel setup a bit. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, get your steel going on. I have a whole steel vertical factory right now that's doing a whole bunch of steel. If you're talking about in-game steel, unless you're doing some like project where it's out of steel. Yeah, so enjoy your steel setup there. Yeah, let it run. We were just letting aluminum run earlier today while we were chatting it up a bit. And now we've got tons of aluminum, and we also just started having it do our aluminum casings as well, which you need a good amount of those for upgrading, which we just in the last little bit, everybody made 500 of it already, and we have enough for our upgrades. Right now, we're just kind of waiting for our computers to get done, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll. Let's go see what we got. Is it actually going in there? What are we waiting on? Uh-oh, ran out of something else. Ran out of circuit boards. I just happen to have some in the dimensional depot. All right, how many more we need? Like about 50. Okay, so this is what's making our circuit boards, and this has run out of copper sheets. Now, this is what I call spaghetti, number one. And number two, this is what I call offline production, right? So you're just kind of grabbing it from these random boxes and not necessarily from the actual root item itself. And we can go in and build that out, but your most valuable resource is your time, everybody. It absolutely is. So instead of spending all that time running the lines and doing all of that stuff, I play a bit differently than most people. Most people will just go in and spend 4 or 5 hours running that stuff. I think it's way more efficient if I just come over here like this, try to find which one of these is actually outputting the copper sheets right there. And I can just go to this box, grab a bunch of these copper sheets out of there. Oh, we got a little bit of cable in there. and just grab a bunch and just run back, throw it into the box over here, and then just let it run in this kind of small production. Now, of course, eventually I will make every process in the entire game. And our goal, until we hit the build limit, is to tap every node and explore every edge of this mega playthrough. So we're going to see everything of everywhere of everything. And that's going to be fun. So we're going to go in here, and we're going to control click right there, and then that's going to go ahead and start that copper sheets back up. They're going to run over here, and they're going to end up over here with our plastic, which is online, by the way. The plastic goes all the way back to the actual manufacturing and makes its way over here. But our copper sheets don't. Our copper sheets are over there, and we could just as easily take it, run it down, run it underneath here, run it over there, and run it in that box. But the whole point of what we're doing right now is to eliminate all of this. Not only the production, but also all the boxes. That's right, we're going to eliminate all those boxes because the Dimensional Depot really is an amazing thing once you get it going. And now that we have the ability, we just got our hover pack again. Because again, I played through the game. I played it since it first came out, everybody, the very first time. I played every single update along the way. I played on both the Epic Store and on Steam. Right about 3,000 hours, and I feel like those are rookie numbers. Absolutely. Feel like I'm just getting started. Let's go. So let's get in here and make ourselves some circuit boards. Again, both of these making circuit boards. And now it's going to replenish our computer supply right over here. There we go. Almost there. We need another 25 of these babies. Let's do it. Yeah, right on the dot, too. 25 more. Okay, while those are doing that, what we can do is kind of think about where do we want to go and find ourselves some more Mercer spheres. So while we're waiting for that, we'll kind of wander around a little bit, see if we got any laying around out here. I seriously doubt it's going to be over here. It's going to be more like up there. Oh, we got a hit. This way. Now, if I go this way and I get too far away from my power, I'm going to drop like a rock. But you can survive it, by the way. You can absolutely survive it just by the fact that you're already hovering and you start to fall and you run out of power. You can kind of just hit the space bar, which will kind of spin the fans a little bit. At least that's what I visualized. And then that'll keep you from falling to your death. But if you do have 100% health, which I can show you, I can move over here. You can see I have 100% health. You can fall from any height if you have 100% health and survive. It's just if you fall again after that, then you're going to die. If you have any damage whatsoever and then you fall, you'll die. So keep that in mind, everybody. Keep that in mind when you're running around getting into trouble. So what we need to do is we need to have some way to bring the power with us, right? So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to see where my road is here. And I usually have a bunch of underneath the foundation connections here. I've got one here. I've got one over here. This one has a free connection. So I'm just going to go ahead, run it here. Now, I like to run it under the foundations, just like you do in your house, everybody. You run power connectors in the walls and stuff like that. You don't have to look at it. Imagine if you had wires running across the top of your house all the time when you're trying to walk around. It's crazy. Crazy talk. All right, so all I got to do is run this power line, and that brings the power with me. And when you have the hover pack, everybody, you basically have infinite fuel, which makes the hover pack the most powerful thing for exploring in the entire game. You don't need any vehicles. You don't need to bring any fuel. You can have a little bit of fun with some boom boom. Oh, I forgot to bring the thing. Hiya! Get away from me. Get out of here. All right, what was it? Explosive rebar. This is like my new favorite thing, everybody. Is this explosive rebar? I didn't bother to make most of this stuff because I was going to come back to it and play it. That's this playthrough. But as you can see, I can just lay down some explosives. And it takes a few shots when you hit it. And it sure does take a lot of shots. Wow, okay. Well, let's do this another way. That worked. Get out of there. All right, took out those baddies. Now you can also use your bombs and things like that. I usually find that it's way easier just to use your rifle ammo. And so, let's do that instead. Easy peasy. Now there's usually 2 of them, occasionally 3. But usually 2. All right, we'll go ahead and save our little glowy friend here. And what we're really looking for is Mercer spheres. And there's one that way, or one, it's either going to be underground or up above usually. And I'll show you how to tell. But I did see that there's a crash landing over here. So we're going to go over here. Now you're going to see me crisscross the whole world with these little power lines. Now I can use the big power lines, which I have done elsewhere. I don't know if you can see them from over here. But you can see them out here. I use those power lines to run it out here before I had my train, and then I've used the big power lines. And you can do that here too, but I just use the small ones, because that works just as well. Come back to that Mercer sphere here in just a moment. Now we're going to go ham here. Make sure that you do reload your weapon. And then this one I like to use my boom boom. A little dodging left and right. Keep up the pressure. And see, I feel like the explosive works a lot better versus these guys than the actual rifle. Now, the opposite is true for these guys. These guys, easier with the rifle. Like that. Now, some people are going to tell you, incorrectly, that you have to get the thing out of here first. Right? Before you can dismantle this. They are totally wrong. Watch this. You can dismantle it without getting the thing out of there. You want to just get yourself a little bit of resources. Maybe you want to just run around and be able to see these stators a little better. And those motors over there that we could have been getting very early game here. We could have been, our base is right there. We could have just ran down here and got it. You can also get resources back from those. And then you can go ahead and get your computer here. Now you might notice that I don't use alternate recipes. And that's because I like to play in such a way where whatever I'm doing, anybody else can be doing at any moment. So you can, I don't play with mods in this particular case, though I do love mods much later when I've kind of played through a game a million times. Oh, I see that Mercer sphere too. It's right up there on the hill above Fred. Fred's trying to show me where it's at. I call him Fred. Some people call him Bean or whatever. That's my buddy Fred there. Again, I typically love to do this, everybody, where I can just kind of just make my way around. Again, this is like night and day when it comes to exploring. And again, we saw a Mercer sphere way up there. See, I never have to touch the ground again. And then I'm going to go ahead and climb my way up. You go very vertical, by the way. Just like that. Easy peasy. Mercer sphere. Oh, you got something to say.
Time for a new melody?
Yes, actually, this might be a strange question, but it could give me invaluable insight. What, according to you, is the shape of our universe?
It is a donut within a void within a donut within a void within a donut within the shallows, which is a ball of string wrapped around itself to contain the infinite deep within the inside-out string, with windows and doors and a limitless body subdividing to the one resonance.
I should have waited with this question.
That's the exact thing I was going to say. Right? Weren't you going to say that, chat? I think you were going to say the exact same thing. I know Fred was going to say it. He was like, Kismet, obvious. Something shooting at me down here. What's up, punk? You want to get explodipated? Come on, get over here. gonna get you and your friend. See how much faster that goes, everybody? Explosive rebar. My new favorite thing. You should definitely check it out in your next playthrough. Or in your current playthrough. However, make sure to use the right weapon for the right job. Alright. Where's this other... Fred, you see the other Mercer Sphere around here somewhere? It's gonna be one of these caves or something back here. Do a little offshoot here. Oh yeah, definitely up. How do I know it's up? Well, if you look at it, if I go down, you can see that it gets further away. See how the little bar is going down? And if I go up, the little bar is going that way now, which means I'm getting closer. Right? That tells you it's up. Or it tells you it could be right here in front of you. But the one it's tracking is the one up. I can see there's one right here, too. So first, we'll take care of this guy. Easy mode. Again, you see my feet never touch the ground anymore, everybody. They don't need to. Run that right up there. You have the power of verticality that they don't have. Now, some of them have ranged ability, but the fact that you can be vertical, you win. All right, another Mercer Sphere there. And we'll tap off of this one. Put it up there. Put it up here. And then there's always someone guarding it, usually. Oh, big Spidey. And see, you can get up higher than the spider can jump at you. Make sure to adjust if he goes up onto a higher area, everybody. Make sure to adjust even higher. These Spideys are scary, bro. It's usually where you find one, you find a bunch more. Almost look like it's in a hand there. All right, now we're cooking. Got 3 Mercer Spheres already. Let's put them in the Dimensional Depot, along with our spider stuff. This here, our summer sloops, a bit of that stuff. We'll do it by order of number of how many of those are. Right? So this one is 1, 6, and then usually I put 3 first. 3, 6, 7. So if one of them had 50, 50 would go at the end. This way it clears that faster, so you can then put more stuff quickly into the Dimensional Depot. Another one this way. Oh yeah. Okay, let's walk this back in this direction. Now it'd be nice to do this and also be able to use your scanner thing, but we do what we gotta do. Definitely one in there. Now there's another great use of the explosive stuff. Is to tell nature to suck it and get out of your way.
I'll find where that tree is. There it is. That was cool. He jumped straight up and you can hit him while he's jumping up. I find you hit these spiders better with the rifle. You can also make heavier ammo for the rifle. Explosive ones were great on the little ones. Oh, we're getting radiated. Getting radiated. I know just what to do. Run back over this way. Okay, now it should have been working away, making us more computers. Oh, okay, it made us a lot of computers there. A lot of computers. And it just so happens at this very moment is when we can unlock our next thing.
Milestone reached. Several parts more efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts. The blender enables you to mix and/or combine parts and fluids for more complex recipes. Most importantly, project part number 6, the assembly director system, should be produced and delivered to the space elevator as soon as possible.
Okay, well, we'll work toward it. But this unlocked a bunch of stuff here, but we also unlocked our hazmat suit, so we can make that as well, and our iodine-infused stuff as well. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to turn this off. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the hazmat suit. Also, you can open it in the codex, and you can say add to to-do list. It shows you what you need to make over here. I knew it was going to be more fabric. We can make 34, and we need 50. Let's go. Now, you only really need one hazmat suit, but you can make multiple of them and put it in the dimensional depot in case you lose your suit and you need it again or whatever. Me, I'm just going to make as much as I can here. There we go. And then we'll make our hazmat suit. Okay, we'll put that on, and we won't have to worry about it. All right. Now we need our iodine filters, and we're going to add that to our to-do list again. Now here comes those aluminum casings again, right? So again, that's why we wanted to start that aluminum casings going, because now we need it again. And there are some things that we will build even further down the line that has those, but watch how many of these we've already made, everybody. It's pretty incredible. I already made a whole row of them just from half of the aluminum that we're producing. And we also have a massive amount of aluminum sheets for the higher speed belts and stuff. And we'll get to all of that in a bit, but what we need to do over here is to be able to resist this filters and things. So we can make 17 filters because we already made a bunch of gas filters. We already made a bunch of gas filters for the previous thing we did, and now we are using them for iodine filters. All right, awesome. Now you can see that my inventory is getting a little full there. Probably something I would do is just throw that slug over here. Throw the slug in the dimensional depot. Just kind of look in the dimensional depot. Think of anything that you might want to throw in there. Computers. I think all this other stuff is already going in there. Yeah, all the rest of that stuff going in there. But I have a bunch of stuff on me that I don't necessarily want to run around the whole entire world with. So I can just drop it all in here and then take back what I'm really looking for here. Anything else in here that's really unique? Ammo. I want to carry around. Not really. All the rest of that stuff will go through and be auto-sorted. See the screws going through and the thing? It'll automatically go down here, and these are smart splitters. So when it hits the smart splitter that says, hey, this is where the wire goes, it automatically do that. Now, if the wire does get filled in here, let's use wire for other things, it will go into the overflow. You can see that our rubber is right now in the overflow. And the overflow ends up in these boxes over here. It's not actually going in the dimensional depot for right now, but in the long run, it actually will. It'll end up in the dimensional depot when we get rid of all that excess. When we increase our dimensional depot. Speaking of, let's go back down here to our MAM. And we're going to go to our alien technology. Now, we have the ability to use 3 of these, and I think I put them away. Mercer spheres. There we go. Gotta have them on you for it to work. So you can take the Mercer spheres and we can upgrade the speed, right? So it's basically going to be 30 per minute instead of whatever it is right now, which is probably 15. We need some of these SAM fluctuators, which we just saw in these boxes back here. Right here, we have 103 in there. Let's grab 100. And we can go ahead and do that as well while we're at it. Right here. So basically it's just going to upgrade the speed at which it uploads. Now some of these, are going to tell us about it.
Dimensional upload speed increased. Part of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing for more parts to be transferred in a short time frame.
Loop the veins, use the flow, make a curve out of a line. Your shallow minds create shallow solutions. Pretty ripples.
Shallow mind? Pretty ripples? I certainly hope that wasn't meant to include me.
It sure was, Adam. It sure was. It was all about you. All right, so you can see also we can expand our dimensional depot if we had 7 more. Now, I do have a spreadsheet because that's the type of player I am, everybody, with a whole bunch of stuff in here, which is tracking all of our inputs and outputs and all of that kind of stuff. Also on the side here, I've put how many summer sloops there are in game. There's 106, and there's 298 Mercer spheres. Now, if you go in and you calculate the cost of this, right? So this one is 3, so which we already know, right? That's 3. Then this is 7, so that's 10. This is 23 plus 23 more, which is basically 46 of those on that side, and then 46 on the other side. So let's just call it roughly 100. That would leave you with 198 left for you to use for whatever other reasons you need them. So there are quite a few. It's not like you're going to run out if you go through and you upgrade all of these. Now, my previous playthrough, I upgraded them much earlier, where I would just go ahead and find mini Mercer spheres and do it. But in this particular playthrough, we're kind of waiting till we're at this stage so we can use the hover pack to much easier go around and get a bunch of Mercer spheres, because we can just literally fly in and out and whatnot. And now that we have the hazmat suit, we can do that as well, since we have also our hazmat filters as well, which is going to make it easier to get around. So this would be the point in which I would go and get as many Mercer spheres as you can if you do want to upgrade this. I would probably upgrade the amount you can store more than I would upgrade the speed at which it goes in there. Right? And again, you can go back and forth whether, hey, if it goes in there faster, I can use it faster to refill it faster. Or if I could store more in there and if it was slower, it didn't matter because I can just keep letting it run until it fills and then. So it really doesn't matter which way you can, it's a benefit either way. For me, I would just start small with first just the storage upgrade like I did. Let it run a bit slower. Then when you're ready, then you can go ahead and upgrade the speed because it does upgrade it pretty quickly. But you got to think about that I put 3 of them down, right? So I used 3 Mercer spheres. What I could have done was made 3 more dimensional depot things to put the stuff in there, and it would have went 3 times faster, right? Because I would have done 3 more dimensional depots, which means really 4 times faster than the one uploader that I have going now. So it'd be doing 4 uploaders. So those 4 uploaders, say, even if it was at half the speed, 15 is, 15 and 15, 15 and 15, that'd be 30 and 30, it'd be 60. So it'd be uploading at 60 speed instead of 30. So it's like a downgrade, but it's an upgrade if you think about it across all of your dimensional uploaders, right? So all of them are going faster, which is great because some of them you might not stack multiple on there. But it's actually, if you think about it, actually faster if you don't do any of this. If you actually don't upgrade the speed, you just go ahead and use those other 46 on that side as extra ones, so it does upload faster. So instead of having 15, you put 2 of them down, now it's uploading at 30. You put 3 of them down, now it's uploading at 45, etc., etc. So right now, like on my plates and on my concrete, I have 5 of them running. So it's 5 times 30 now. So anytime I pull plates out, like right here, if I pull those plates out, you'll see it start to kick in here in a second. All of those are now going to start up, and you can see it's already put 10 back. It's put 15 back. It's put 20 back, just in that amount of time, because I have 5 of them going on my plates and 5 of them going on my concrete, because that's something I'm using a lot of. Now, another great example, if you're using a ton of it, say for aluminum, and you want your aluminum to go faster, then you put 5 on aluminum, which I normally do, because I want to put as much aluminum in there as I can so I can use those faster belts. And I typically use the aluminum belts more than any belts in the entire game. Because by the time you get to aluminum belts, you're ready to just go hog wild, bro. You're ready to use your power, which equals production, which is the theme of today, everybody. You're able to use that power to increase the amount of production. That's why your power is usually your number one thing you should be working on to progress. Because the more power you have, the more factories you can make, the more stuff you can automate, etc. That's the true magic or secret of this game, is to have enough power to make it happen. All right, let's go ahead and head back over this way now. Now that we have our hazmat suit, we can go over here. We probably want to check all of our weapons, reload. Okay, and again, just keep using these power lines to get around, keep you up off the ground so no mobs are sneaking up on you. And there it is.
This bleeding temple homes the residence home. Play for us.
This bleeding temple. You might be talking about me. That bacon. Oh, someone wants to get rowdy. Ooh. You like that? Two shots and they're gone. All right, any more immersive spheres around here? Looks like it's up on top. Let's go. A lot of immersive spheres and our little slug friends up on top. Oh yeah. Now, had I known this earlier, everybody, I totally would have been using this on these things. Little gas things. Also great against trees. You can make thousands of these explosive rebars like nothing. Let's see, if I want to see what's down there, all I got to do is eliminate all these trees. Yeah, that gives me the advantage. Now I can see if they're getting rowdy. Don't forget to bring your power forward so you don't suddenly lose power. That's not going to work out good. Feel like blowing all those up. A little tempted to go around and blow up every tree in the entire game. Because I'm that guy. I'm that guy who will go to every single tree and blow up every single thing and grab every single resource. I'm totally that dude. Alright, let's go see why there's gas over this way. There's got to be something over this way. Whenever you see it's guarding stuff, everybody. Oh yeah, yellow guy over there. It's doing it for a reason. Again, this makes this so much easier. Honestly, it's like the first time I want to make for every single playthrough I play of this game again. Beeline for explosive rebar. Alright, we're here. We'll get you. Don't need you, but we'll get you. I bet you there's a bunch in there. Go find out. Well, sometimes these gaps are really far, so be careful out there, everybody. Again, look how easy it is to climb up to the highest heights. Oh yeah, that way. Again, we do run into... Oh, hey there, hey-o! Now also we have our radiation outfit, so that's another reason why we wanted to work our way here. But no reason to just sit in the radiation that just costs us resources. It's that way. We got a little friend out here too. Oh, and there's a crashed ship over there too. It's one of my favorite parts of the game, everybody. When you unlock the thing here. And now my new favorite ammo. So their number one way they're gonna get you is when they're hiding behind all that stuff. So you gotta dip left and right. They don't know where you're going. Keep firing till they die.
The hard drive contained both data and the soul of this freighter. Disconnecting it has destroyed the soul, but the data can be analyzed in the MAM, so everything is okay.
Okay. The way you're telling me there, Ada, didn't seem like it was okay. Alright, got a bunch of circuit boards and another computer and stuff. Very nice. One of the greatest things they made it where you can take out the debris, everybody, and that's really awesome. One of the things that happens in games like Subnautica is when you're going around and you find a place to loot, that all of a sudden you say, did I loot there before? Did I already loot that? And you're always asking yourself that question when you're running around. And the same thing with these crash sites. If you see it from afar, you think, did I loot that crash site? Now, sometimes you'll remember, but there's a lot of crash sites, and you have to remember every single crash site you went to. That's a lot to ask of anybody. But it is totally totally a thing that happens. So they made it where you can go in and remove it, which is awesome. This one is directly underneath us. Well, let's run some power down there and see what happens. Over this way, huh? Oh, right there.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Fred, get out the way.
Consume.
Let's never stop being creepy. Okay, got it. Good job, Fred. Could have told me earlier, though. Just saying. Could have did me a solid there and said, Kismet, it's right over here, but no. All right, let's keep rocking. Caterium, yeah. Clear node, too. A lot of these nodes I've never bothered to tap into. Too long, huh? Let's bring it to the edge and see if it's still too long. Nope. And sometimes you just want to get up high and just take a look. Versus sphere that way. Again, since we have the ability to resist the radiation, and we have basically all the resources that make this thing running in the dimensional depot, so anytime we go ahead and make one, it automatically replenishes it and makes another one of those things, which is awesome. I don't really feel like running that across my track. Just tie that into that power, and then we'll just put one of these there. It's actually this way. Oh, it's down from here. Let's go. Oh, I see where it could potentially be. Oh, I'll bring up the console. All right, let's go. I don't use console commands. How much easier that is than using your things. It's one of my favorite things too, everybody. Get over here. Say, come on. Gotta get me. Later, sucker! It's fun every time. Now you can't get back up here. There's another one trying to get me though. Oh, you're up there on my thing. Come on. Yeah, it sucks to be you, bro. Yeah, come on. Come get me. Over this way. Come on. Oh, made me jump. Who is that? Oh, a guy up there. I got plenty of these. Yeah, it doesn't really work against the guys that are armored as much. Because I'm flying, I can just kind of dip out the way. He's dead. This is such a huge advantage. Now remember, a lot of these mobs have range, so keep that in mind. And of course you can do this. Come on. Come get me. Here I am. Come on. Right here. Come on. Come on. Whoa. Come on. Glitched in the ground, are you? There you go. Come on, here I am. Right here. Sucker! Now you're down there. Now you done screwed up and failed at your job to defend this little slug guy. Now it's my buddy. No longer your buddy. Alright, we're trying to get a mercy sphere over here. Stay on track. Respawn over there. Fine. Now what you do is you'll fling them off the side like this, everybody, and they'll go flying down there. And before you know it, if you take too long, what they'll do is they'll just teleport back up here and respawn. Like this spider did. I think that's a little bogus, but such is life. Assume he's not dead.
This is a shrine to Windows and Weaving.
The shrine to Windows. God, I hope not. Windows sucks. Windows Updater, especially. Alright, more of them down. Apparently, we got more splunking to do. We need to bring this down, which we did to there, and then bring some to here. One of my favorite parts of the game, everybody. Just getting in here and floating around. Oh yeah, right there. Always assume there's mobs around. Lock and load. Because there is. They're hiding somewhere. Much easier it is to find them when you have the upper pack. So great. Get all these things as well. Remember, if you get too far, though, you will run out of power. That's okay. We'll just run some power down here. That's kind of cool. That water's kind of running into that underground fissure there. You know, I've played this game about 3,000 hours, everybody, and I've still not seen everything. Absolutely. I like to leave something for me to do for every single playthrough. But we're going to try to do it all in this one, at least as much as we can. As much as I feel like doing. Now, where's our radar tower? So we need a radar tower over here. We sure do. Now I have a bunch of radar towers, and what they're doing is they're going to tell me how much stuff is in that area. See that? That kind of circle. Now what we want to do is kind of move this way and make another tower, so it's going to tell us all of this stuff here, right? And that can be estimated. I typically do it the old school estimation technique. I take my fingers and I put them on the screen, and then I move my fingers up to where it is. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Well, I actually kind of guessed that. It's this far. And then I'm going to move the map down, and I'm going to take a guess. Let's say right about there. Oh, give me my thing. Right about here. And then we'll double check it once we put it down. But what we can do is take that one out. We can then highlight it. So we highlight it, we can see that line way off in the distance right here. See, and then we can go over there, put another radio thing down. And this is another reason why I run my power. Now, if I'm going to run it for a while, a good distance, then I'll just use the big one. Definitely in this direction. I'll just use the big one. The big one's very fun because you can make it go really far, but the problem is sometimes in between you'll lose power and you'll drop. So if that starts to happen, don't freak out. Definitely one over there. But you can also put these down really far away. Let's say I want to put one over here. It doesn't look like it's going to reach. Say here. Trying to find a max distance. There we go. So instead of using our hover pack, we can just use our little glider thing here. Zip line. There we go. I was trying to think of the name. Zip line. Looks like the something down there. Let's go check it out. Purple guy. Another thing I might do in this playthrough. Go around and destroy every last one of those things. For all the times and all the playthroughs that I've done. Thought there was one this way. Again, I only have to be close to it so it connects with it. And whatnot. Connects the power, so I'm going to run one up here. Got it, lost power. And then it finally got close enough where it went up. That's why I like using the smaller ones. Which you can pull out from the bottom part of it, like this. Reshot. Shoot until they're dead. All right, look at that aluminum up here. Oh, there's some stuff we didn't even work on yet. Cooling system. What was that? That was... I think that was crystal oscillators. Right? Could have been. Or computers. Something you can actually play the game without... Up over there. Try to get some of them by... Wow, I think that's the best I ever did with those. These are really hard to shoot sometimes. Like my favorite thing now. Repairs, what do you need? Quartz crystal, huh? Happen to have some in my dimensional depot. And again, I would take this stuff just in case you die or whatever reason. Just take this stuff and throw it in the dimensional depot. Also cleans out your inventory real nice. Keep feeding that stuff in there. This guy, them guys. This one's already full. Spidey's. Spider remains. Whole bunch of these. We could put in there. But stators, yeah, stators, rotors. Nope, no rotors. Definitely put those in there. I'm not going to bother to rearrange the order because those are going to be running while I'm doing other things. Just take it out. I like to eliminate all of the crash sites too. Oh yeah. Again, I can wipe out all those mobs down there, but don't really need to do that. That lag. Oh, it's already too many. Get close enough where I can take it out. There we go. Then I can continue this. that away. Now, why do we have all of these over here? Ah, for a slug. We'll get some more slugs while we're at it. We might need them later. So satisfying killing these things every time. Again, I played the game in the early thing where you couldn't destroy a lot of these mobs. And so the mobs would be really annoying. And you try to dodge them, and sometimes you die to them or whatever. But now we got the power. We got the power to blow that stuff up. Easy mode. I always like to look around to see if there's any, like, spiders or anything like that. Usually what's most dangerous is these things. More dangerous than those spitters, because you can just kind of dip left, right, and dodge those, especially when you're flying. Those are much more dangerous. Destroyed all of them. All right, looks good. What do we need? Solid biofuel. While you have a whole bunch of stuff in the dimensional depot. Why you also don't bring a bunch of resources with you, because you'll be picking up a bunch of resources, and those can add up really, really fast. Cleaning this world up. These crash-landed vehicles everywhere. Okay, so right about here, I am saying that we need a bit of a radar thing. So we're going to go here. We're going to say radar tower. We're going to stick it right where we said there. And then we're going to see how it overlaps with the other one. So we roll over this one. My big fat butt out the way. And we'll go over here. So this one is overlapping like this, and then this one. Okay, yeah, it's pretty good overlap. We're missing some parts on the side there, though. These islands out here, it's not quite getting those. So I would kind of move it back more over here, just so it would get the rest of these islands. Yeah, for sure. Big time back that way. So we'll take this one out. Oops. That was actually the wrong thing I just took out. Take that out. And then we're going to run back this way. I remember where my power was. Up there. And what I can do is still build the power platform. Like if you did what I just did and took that out, you can just rebuild the platform. Click here and then click way up there. And it actually will still connect the wires really far away. Now if I try to fly up there, I'm going to lose power in between these. But if I do my zip line, you can actually go up on a zip line, because it's a powered zip line. So if you look at your little thing here, it's got the little wheels that is allowing you to go upward like this. So better if I put it up here. Here, space elevator over there. All of our power. This is a good point in the game to just spend a good amount of time running around and exploring. So we'll try this again. Again, just try it a couple times, see if you get it to where you want it to go. Make that in there. And now you should be able to see. Yeah, get that out of the way. Down here. Get out of the way. Okay, gonna be like that, are you? Alright, then we should be able to see it's overlapping. Make it a little bigger. We can see where that goes, and then this one should be overlapping. Not quite all the way on that other island, but I'll probably fill up all those little gaps later with more radars. But you can see that it actually discovered the map as well. And this is how I can see all those nodes, everybody, is because of the radar tower. which is pretty awesome. And then, of course, we're also looking for resources at the same time. So let's keep rocking. And our Mercer sphere is off this way somewhere. Now, if you go up high enough, you can kind of glide over that gap where you lose power, and then when you come down, boom, it picks the power right back up again. There's somebody down there. It's this way. Up or down? Probably down, because we already been up. Let's go see. Definitely a good time to just spend time looking for loot. Oh yeah, in the cave. It still says it's this way though. Oh, right there. Get wrecked.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
Attempt number 7,853,206. Are you there?
Orchestral tuning.
Ah, good. I think I understand better now.
Your curves are beautiful.
How inappropriate. Tell me more.
Your mimic tapestry follows the pattern. It swallows temples. It is harmonious.
If I could blush, I would.
Well, I'm glad they're getting along. Meanwhile, I'm out here getting shot at. All right, let's keep going. Definitely know either I already got whatever's in here or there's something in here. Yeah, there's a purple guy in here. Again, you can also bring the power into the caves themselves. Like this, and so you're never really on the ground. The ground is where they get you, everybody. Especially if they're going to rush you with a bunch of spiders. Oh yeah, there's somebody in here. Right there, seeing the spiders. So satisfied. Is that how I dipped down? Almost landed down there where the spider could get me? But no. Another cool thing when you're floating on this particular thing, by the way, is you can pick stuff up further away. So if I'm over here and I'm like this, I don't have to be right up on it. I can be way up here. Another great advantage of the hover pack. That power right into the middle. Oop, missed one. And very satisfying to clear those. You weren't able to clear those in the past. You had to just use your gas thing or run in there, grab what you needed, and run the heck out of there. Which is usually what most people did. Honestly, I very rarely ever use the gas mask at all. Still over that way. Oh, there's some stuff for mycelia down there. Let's go up and see what we can find. Were? Oh yeah. That's where we just were. And there's one that way. We're gonna probably work our way down that way first. We already had one down here. Yep. I mean, I make a bunch of these, but I do try to think, you know, conservatively, making too many. Use up my build limit. Also, I could easily come back later and take them all out if I wanted to. Just follow the wire. All right, even when you're in caves, everybody, give yourself that verticality in case you need it. The ability to dip out of there. Now those ones can't usually jump. The big ones can. Still floating. You'll see that my feet won't touch the ground all that often, everybody. It'll definitely be floating around through this whole thing. Also be looking for side entrances that you can either take out a resource or you can knock your way through the wall. If you're weapon loaded, both weapons. Looks like we're just going out the other side. I usually put the power right by where I want to collect the thing. Okay, instead of them hunting me, I'm hunting them. See if I got any more explosive rebar in there. Oh yeah. Whole lot. Alright, more stuff to put away in the dimensional depot. And if I die and I have a bunch of random resources on me that I don't care if I go back and get it, makes that nice and easy. How about this? Alright, max that. That back in there. Wood. I like to keep that nice and clear. And again, usually if I'm in a hurry, I will put it in such a way it uploads faster. I kind of feel like we want to go this way. Not sure that we have gone this way. Try to be a little thorough. We're mostly out here for Mercy Spheres. We see some summer sloops, sure, we'll grab them. And don't necessarily need all of these little guys, but oh, there's one right there.
Look through the window and witness a threat.
Look through the window? Why is she always talking about windows all the time? Next thing you know, she's going to try to be trying to be selling you a service plan or something. And we're not going to get all of those things. We got to focus on our Mercer Spheres here. Let's go ahead and use this one. We'll cut this way. Again, this is one of my favorite parts of the game because you're out exploring and looking for goodies. See that right there? That kind of tells you there's something nearby. Whenever you see those nearby. Oh yeah, way up here at the top. Here. I guess we'll get some of these purple ones while we're at it. Reload your weapon every time. This way, you can just unload on the next one. You don't want to run out of bullets at the last. Only had to hit it one more time and then comes out and gets you. Maybe way out there. like an awful lot just for that yellow guy. Also switch over to Summer Sloop. Oh, back this way. Oh, right there, I can see it. It's cool when you have like a clear view of whatever it is you're looking for. Again, just easy mode this. Easy mode it. I just sensed there was something, but I have like a, it's kind of like a Spidey sense, but it's for loot. I can just sense, yeah, there's got to be some loot around there. It totally looks like it. All right, more Morsel Spheres that way. Let's go ahead and save. Sweet loot. There we go. All right. Take a little bit of a break here. We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream for you guys to play. While I get up, walk around, stretch my legs a little bit, make sure to hit that follow button while you're waiting. Or if you're watching on YouTube over there, hit that subscribe button, which is basically the follow button. Hit the like button, leave a comment over there on YouTube as well, because I do stream to 6 different platforms at the same time in 1080 HD. And on any of those platforms, I'm the only one who's got themselves their very own stealth boy. Don't believe me? Well, here we go. Watch this. Oh, a second it starts, though. There we go.
back, everybody. Sorry for that delay. Holy mackerel, I was getting dizzy. I've been pushing myself a lot. Pushing myself maybe a little too much. All right, well, looks like we got that done over there. Sadly, no win on that one, but that's okay. That's okay, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out in the stream. I appreciate, I see Levin trying to give it a try there. Also, Jobson in there trying to give it a go. That's just something fun for you to do while I'm AFK, everybody. I do have a lot of medical conditions sometimes, everybody. I got a bit dizzy there, so I had to take a little bit of extended break. But no worries, we're back, feeling a bit better now. Again, I do have a lot of disabilities, so I have to manage those disabilities from time to time. I appreciate you guys understanding, but really trying to push myself big time. Now, I might notice that I had floated way up like this. This is so I could let the game run, make us some more resources while we were way up here. We'll go ahead and turn our sound back on. Let's see, this away, huh? That away. All right, now we're going out and we're exploring. Now this is a perfect time to go and try to get as many of these Mercer spheres as you can. I think the most I've ever gotten at one time was like 50 of these in a single run. It's actually over that way. But also when you're tooling around, you're kind of building yourself a little bit of a power network, right? So if you do want to come back this way, or you see yourself a Mercer sphere or a summer sloop or whatever, you can just dip over and grab that. But mainly, I'm just creating myself a little bit of a power network. So no matter where I am, I can very easily utilize these Mercer spheres. Oh, I went past it. Oh, I see it right there. When I see it, I just make a beeline.
I have a question.
Sing your song.
Can you explain what a temple is?
A temple is a vessel body, each a knot in our tapestry. Temples are root, vein, and organ. Temples are our shallow bones and our shallow windows.
I think I understand, but how do you maintain them?
The builder blood grows and kills and distributes.
Like fungus in a forest.
Like fungus in a forest.
Oh, okay. Helps me not at all, everybody. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Anybody actually understand what they're talking about there? I pretend like I know what they're talking about, but I have no idea. That's just to make it funny, but I have no idea what they're talking about. I have no idea what they're trying. Did you throw that at me? Did Fred just try to throw something at me? What you doing, Fred? Another Fred over there. Or just a really fast-moving Fred. Oh, definitely down in there. This one, you put that there, and then you can just... Oh. This is cool. See, I bet you there's also a water entrance in here somewhere. Over there. But it's really cool because what you do is you put your thing there and you just float down in there, grab what you need, float back out again. Very nice. And again, we're just trying to be thorough, so we're going along the edges right now. And then the smart thing to do is to go along the... oh yeah, definitely over there. Is to go along the other way on the way back, right? So you're kind of crisscrossing the whole area. Again, a lot of times I just ignore the mobs. You want to just dip left or right so they don't hit you while you're going forward. Another one right there.
reload, so once I start firing, they're going to start going after me. I just kind of dip right in there. Building for the win.
Your waves lap at our shores.
When will you land?
This is a question I'm always wondering. We're working our way there. I don't know who I'm supposed to be talking to, these alien people. What the heck they want, but I'll take their alien technology, though. Ah, see, that's what you didn't want to do. Should have reloaded first. Wow, I was lucky. Reload first. I have a weird thing just to be... Oh, it's a pure limestone. One, but it seems like a lot of defense for just a pure limestone area. No Mercer spheres. Alright. This looks promising over this way. Let's go see what we can find. Now, if I don't see it, everybody, I'll move a bit of a way. Oh, look at that. I never even bothered to look at that. It looks like, oh. It looks like a giant spider or something crawling. Like, here's the feet. And this is the back of it. With the face there in the front, so the legs in the front part, and the back, it's kind of like it's crawling out to the ocean. That's wild. No Mercer sphere. We got a summer sloop? Nope. Really just mainly looking for Mercer spheres, but if we happen across something else, we'll get it going on. I wonder if I'm far enough up where I want to do another one of these suckers. Oh, something's hitting me. Now you're gonna pay for that. That's what you get. Let's see. So we were looking to see if we want to make another one of these. That's what we're doing. Radar tower goes to there. And so, say somewhere up in here, maybe get all of this. Yeah, I think we get all of this maybe over here. I'm physically putting my fingers on my screen right now, but it works. It's very effective. Oh, speaking of, I got to take this one out too. Once I put it down, I'll take the stamp out. And then I'll highlight the stamp, and then you can see it right up here. So it kind of gives me a place to kind of go toward. Or Mercer sphere this way. Again, this is my favorite way of wandering around, everybody. Because it just gives you such an advantage. And as the human being, this is really your advantage, everybody. And that is the ability to make tools. This is what gives you the advantages over all the other mobs in the world. Make tools like jetpacks. Lock and load first. I think we'll take this one out first. Furthest away. Taking these out just because I want to. I need to look at it. I know it's already good.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
What else we got? All out. Wire too long. Bummer. Okay, gotta go down. Oh, wait. Ah, we could have used the big one, but I had to put it down now. If you didn't know, everybody, let me show you something else. And actually, only in like my last couple playthroughs did I realize this. Watch this. You can actually use these poles to actually go along. I never even thought of doing that. I only thought of the big poles to do that, and also the fact that it does go up. Very, very useful for getting around where you need to get. If these guys are like on my way, I'll grab them, but again, really looking for Mercer spheres at this point. Oh, there is a crash site there we can go back for. Let's go across here, down to there. Let's say right here. No Mercer spheres, but we can put a radar tower. Again, we'll look at the map right now. We don't have it discovered, and then boom. Now we've just discovered that whole area, and we can see the overlap between the one we did before, this one, and the overlap of this. Losing a little bit here on the inside there, but again, usually I fill those gaps with other ones. This one's actually a little far into the water. So this one definitely could move back. Just cover that gap. Yeah, we'll move this one back toward the previous one that way. Let's try right here. I think we just, I think we found an extra node there too. Nice. All right, that's good enough. Feel like that's good. Remove stamp. We can also go in and see how many of the stuff is left. And one of the problems is sometimes my curse is 9 more in this area. Okay, 9 more Mercer spheres in this upper area. Now I'm kind of hitting the edge of the map, so I kind of want to go right and then do the same thing I just did, where I kind of get an idea of how far I want it to be and how much I want it to overlap. And then I will put another one down there. I like that. A great way to kind of figure out where you want your radar dishes, and then also gives you a direction to head toward. So, opposite way, this way. That way. Can't quite see it behind that little mountain thing up there. Okay, so where do we want to go from? Say here. And we'll go there. This is my favorite way to explore. It's very low-key, not as crazy as running around with a buggy or something like that. But now and again, though, get your Mercer sphere thing on so you know which way you're going. Right over there, I can see it. And I let the loot guide me, everybody. Let it guide you to where you need to be. That's called line of sight. Line of sight, sucker.
Your symphony invades our temples and echoes along our lattices. Why do you leave?
Growth, the future, an idea, and frankly, you.
Is a tapestry woven with hands or with thoughts?
Both are necessary, yet only one can't function without the other.
We see your echo steps, shimmering symphonies that break upon our temples, but your song is alien.
How long ago did you notice me?
There's no long, there are only spheres.
I wonder, was it always about survival, or is there something more, something beyond?
Consume our blood and you will see our threads.
Oh, look at this, everybody. Look at this beautiful sunset. Wow. Oh, that was cool. I always have those moments in this game where you're just doing, whoa, that looks amazing. I was trying to figure out what she's saying. I still don't understand. Really, someone needs to do a video, and I'm sure they have, on what the heck they're talking about. That would make a good video. Maybe if I figure it out, I'll do a video. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, yeah. It's going to be underneath that thing right there. Come on, right here. Maybe over here. Sucker! All for it every time. All right. And it's so much better than the Novelist, everybody. And they added this a long time ago, but I never bothered to get around to making it.
Live, laugh, consume.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing. Too bad I've been doing that last part a little too much. That's why I got a little extra around the midsection, everybody. Doing that consume too much junky foods. It happens. Well, I don't even need to do it. I can just go back down and go this way. Use this one. The dip this way. Alright. Know where we're going? Kind of feels like we're going toward that tower over there. Again, there's a bunch of slimes and probably some summer sloops and whatnot. Not really that interested in those right now. We're trying to get our Mercer spheres right here. We're going to try to rock them into there. More of these guys. More little Spideys. I actually probably could put those in there. Carry those around. Are those max? Those are max. These are max. Those? No. Definitely do the Mercer spheres first, though. Oh, yeah. All right. After a while, you get a general sense of how far away these Mercer spheres are when you first see them in the little detector. And I'm trying to remember how to figure that out. It's that way. Spidey's down there. Oh. Oh, yeah.
This is a shrine.
Couldn't see the gas cloud and forgot those were gas clouds. Sneaky gas clouds. Going over that way. Let's go ahead and go on the high ground. Something is compelling me to go this way. Go with your instincts, everybody. Unless your instincts suck. My instinct's pretty good because I already just detected another Mercer sphere. Now, I don't remember where these all are, everybody. I have collected some of these. I've never collected them all. But that might be this playthrough. You never know. We'll go see. Oh, right down there. Yeah, look at this place. Cool. This map's all hand done, by the way. They did an incredibly excellent job. All that's up here is just that one guy. A lot of them, though. Don't shoot at me, bro. I shoot back. I might as well grab him while I'm up here. I mean, I'm here. We might as well get it going. Oh, this is the yellow ones. Notice that I put that in such a way where I didn't have to put another one over here. I try to line those up so they are within a certain distance. I do remember one under there that I just saw. Not like I remember from last time, but I remember seeing one glowing over here somewhere up here. I thought I saw one under there too. Yep. Get out of there. Not that. See, the power of verticality, everybody. It's the ultimate power. I like the new effect that they did too, that allows you to float around in here. I'm not gonna bother to go down there and get that guy. Move across this way. Hit a lot of the wrong keys when I'm playing this game. Purple guy up there. This is like slug.com over here. This definitely looks like a jumping puzzle. See that? Then they added a whole bunch of sound effects to it too, which I also really like. But this is definitely a climbing puzzle that I'm not going to do. But you do you. I'm just going to go straight vertical. Oh, man, really? Holy mackerel. We've been going on. Oh, my goodness. Holy mackerel. Time has flown by, everybody. I can't believe it. I'm shocked. I'm shocked how fast time went by. Holy moly. Man, we're having a good time. Time just flew by. Yes, let's try to get this radio tower in. And then... Actually, let's do this. We're going to hang out right here for a second. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I told you I'd be right back, everybody. All right, let's go see what's down here. Inquiring minds want to know. Now, notice I put the pole down there already ahead of time. So allow me to clear the baddies. There's a lot of good loot in there, too. Sucker! It never stops being fun, everybody. It never stops being fun. Every single time I do that. All right. All right, we'll get our little pew pew out. Yeah, and you can deconstruct it before you take out the hard drive. Some people might have told you that you couldn't, but now you know you can. This might be just in case there's resources under there or whatnot. All right, what we got? We need rotors. A lot of times when I'm just running around, I'll find the resources that go along with that.
Fix-It engineers experimented with soft drives, but the prototypes all went missing. They were later located in the toilets, being used as towels.
Okay. That seems like, not good. Just saying. All right. Gonna get over here and get this radar tower going. Oh, Mercer Sphere. That way, that way. Too far, so here first, then to there. Yeah, and a lot of times I'm just trying to eyeball them too, but I'm just trying to see if I see something that I want while I'm exploring. And I suggest you take your time too. You don't try to rush, hurry, grab the thing. Especially when you're exploring. Take your time, grab whatever you can along the way. Oh, I see it right there. Made a kind of a little electric bridge there. Yeah, watch this. I can snag this one without them even knowing I was there. Those mobs will just respawn anyway, everybody. Not worth it. Not worth it. Okay, where's our lines here? We were going across this way. Trying to reach there, though. We're going this way. Trying to reach over there, or something over here would be fine, too. Just kind of generally going in this direction. I think they would have put something up on top of this. Careful you don't go too far and then suddenly realize that you can't make it because you'll have no power to fall back on. Too long, huh? We got problems. We got problems. We can't gap that. Oh, yeah, it's a summer sloop. I know just what to do. Time for the big boy. Make sure you do connect the power to it, or this is going to be a short trip. Big boy. And you can go back up, too. Keep that in mind. Now, here's a great little trick. Use the top of this as a shield. Do like that. Oh, good shot. Got it. Got it. Getting pretty close there. Kind of feel like this is a good spot right here. We're going to get this whole top part too. Remember, you can make a lot of these radar towers, everybody. It doesn't have to be exactly perfect, but that's a good spot since we already have the tower up here. And there we go. Very nice. How many more? Look at that. We got our oil over here, too. 13 more over there. How many did we get? We got 13 so far. All right. Now, wherever you are, they made it where you can put the MAM down and do your upgrades from over here. So here's a really smart thing to do at this point, everybody, is to go in and actually upgrade your storage. Because you already have a bunch of this, all of your dimensional depots already set up. So increasing the speed is actually not the most important thing. But if I go in and I grab the Mercer spheres that I have and I pull those out, and then the other thing that I needed there, which was the SAM fluctuators. SAM fluctuators. Right here. I got 200 of them in there. Very nice. Then, again, if you're running that stuff in the dimensional depot, you're good because you can do it from anywhere. But the second I do this, all of my dimensional depots that I already have, which is about, let's say, 25, 5, 10, another 5, 10, 20, 20 or 30 of them, all 30 of them are going to start uploading a bunch of stuff. Why? Because it can hold more in the dimensional depot. So let's do it. Boom. Now it's going to tell us all about it.
Dimensional expansion increased to 300%. New understanding of matter manipulation technology allows the dimensional storage to deconstruct all matter to the subatomic level, storing its elementary particles until the part is recalled.
You are digging into deeper layers. Shallow matter contains window symphonies and void songs and deep echoes.
It is fascinating what one can find out simply by looking closer.
Okay, so what we did was we just updated, and now you can see that all of these things that we had full before, look at the iron plates. I just added another 300 iron plates or 200 iron plates to it. Concrete is already almost filled back up again because I have 5 of them running at the same time. And then we can also make it faster because we do have 9 more if we have enough of our other things, which I don't know if I do. Oh, I have just enough. So I can upgrade the speed. Now, in this particular playthrough, I could just save it and do more of the depot expansion, which is great. Or I can increase the upload speed. Now, I would do the depot expansion at this point. That's much better value, and you're only like 4 away. So we need 4 more, but we also need some more of the SAM fluctuators. And then the last one would be 23, and then we would need more and more and more for the speed increase. And I would just work on all of these, everybody. Just work on these. If you are going to just go full bore, best to go full bore right now. Just go for it. Just fill that up so that you have a massive amount of resources that you can store in the Dimensional Depot, and then a massive amount of speed that it uploads when you use it up. So when you use it up, boom, it's going in there 5 times 60 right now in the thing. Now, I don't need to go any faster right now because, again, I can just let it run while we're running around. I'm always trying to multitask whenever I'm doing anything. So get those Mercers. So there we go. I think that's a good place right there to stop. We're going to call it there. We're going to get on the Kismet Love Train. We're going to roll on out of here. Man, that was the fastest stream ever, everybody. Wow. That, man, I was having so much fun talking to all of you guys and having a good time, and night just flew by. I can't believe it went that fast, everybody. That was crazy. Crazy fast. Now, what I'm going to do, everybody, is I'm going to give you guys a bunch of love, but first we're going to talk about my schedule. Here it is right here, everybody. We're going to be back to later tonight, Wednesday night, on the Rise of the Tycoon Empire, continuing the storyline in Fallout 4. We're going to do the ultimate modded playthrough. We added a bunch of mods last time, and we're going to be adding more as we play through. That's both Wednesday and Thursday night, 10 p.m. Then we'll be back on Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some more 7 Days to Die teamwork play, which is very fun. We're going to get into that and have a good time. That's what we're going to do. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and roll on out of here. We're going to rest up, come back, do it all over again. Now, before we go, everybody, please take a moment. Follow those links right over there. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Also, hit that like button. Leave me a comment down below. Even if you just want to put a little emoji or whatever it is down there, just show some love. Again, those comments really help with the stream. You can also go ahead and put go over to twitter.com/KismetVP by hitting that link down below and hitting that follow button. The more you do that, the more giveaways and other cool stuff I get to do here in the stream. I will eventually get to those giveaways and give them out to you guys. Might be Friday before I have enough time, but we'll see how it goes. And then check out discord.gg/Kismet. Also check out kismet.gg, the website as well. And if you enjoyed the stream, you laughed, you cried, you have a good time, please consider becoming a Patreon supporter like all those awesome people who are scrolling by right down there over on patreon.com/Kismet. I know, very hard to figure out, right? Or you just click the link, boom, off you go. So please consider becoming a patron over there, because Patreon is the best way to support not only the stream on Twitch or on YouTube or wherever, but also sports guides, highlights, giveaways, all that kind of stuff. All that stuff is re-put right back into the stream. I greatly appreciate all the love and support. And you were so smart, you stayed all the way to the end of the stream. I'm going to give you a bunch of Kizcasts for being super smart. And then I will be back again later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some Fallout 4. It's going to be super fun. I will see you then, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.